Grace and peace, everybody. Good morning to you all. Happy Monday to you. We're back. You saw the thumbnail. You already know the title. So you know what we're about to do. Today is day 106 of the YSL trial. My goodness, in the morning. How have we gotten this far afield? But anyway, today, look, today has some firework potential. Let's just say it has firework potential. And so we'll see how it goes. We have Jonathan Melnick is supposed to be speaking to the court about Hilton and Love knowing that he was Woody's attorney. I don't actually, I'll be honest with you, I don't know why there's a purpose for this. To be honest with you, I don't know what the purpose is, but I digress. Is needless to say, Judge Whitaker at the current moment said she's going to let him, but she didn't sound committed. She didn't sound like, yeah, I'm gonna let him speak, but she just didn't sound super convincing. So I don't know if that means she's gonna be like, you know what, I changed my mind. Get out of here, which would be crazy. But what would we expect though? Would we expect there to be something different in this trial? I don't think there's going to be a mistrial, though. I don't think, as much as I think there should be, and hear me, I am team, this should be a mistrial. Okay. I just don't think they're actually going to, I don't think she's going to do it. I don't think there's any reason. I think the defense, initially, I think they were in the right to ask for a mistrial. I think that was the right thing to do. The case was definitely definitely trashed. And I think they were right for asking for a mistrial. However, after Friday, you know what? Just let them keep waffling. I hate it because somebody has to pay for it, but let the prosecution just keep showing themselves. I did the show last night and I talked about it. I think by doing this, it's showing just how bad the prosecution is, just how inept they are, and how much they don't have a grasp on what they're talking about. And so I think it's pretty wild. I personally think that calling a mistrial is saving the prosecution at this point. Not calling a mistrial and just making them work is literally torturing the prosecution in my mind. Because after Friday, I'm convinced they don't know what they're doing. I'm convinced of that. I'm no longer being gracious and say, "Oh, they're just." No, no, they really truly don't know what they're doing. And I think by not calling a mistrial and making them work and they have to argue. Yeah, I saw those arguments Friday. You saw them. They were horrible. They were not cogent arguments. They were not solid arguments. And so now the defense, as I said last night on the live stream last night, um, as I said last night, by calling literally by calling a mistrial, that is one way that the defense wins. Um, mistrial with prejudice would be one way to win. There are so many ways for the defense to win now. It's just literally, I mean, they're just playing cat and mouse now, in my opinion. It's playing cat and mouse with the prosecution. The prosecution really, truly can only win one way, and that's if the defense just gives up. Because again, whatever happens, it's going to go to appeal. So they're going to appeal it. So if they get a conviction, it's getting appealed. If it's a mistrial without prejudice, it's going to get they're going to get another shot at the apple. But that's just going to again prove that they don't know what they're talking about, and literally everything beforehand can be brought back in, and it's going to go to appeal. It's just going to be crazy. There's not a lot of ways for the defense, for the prosecution to win. There's not many. Like literally, all these Shard and Steele, YSL Ponytail, and Weinstein, all of them have to give up. Just say, we quit. Whatever, we're done. That's the only way they can win. Because if they're going to keep fighting this, which they seem like they're going to do, then I'm sorry, the prosecution's cooked. They're cooked. I don't see any way that the prosecution can bring this into a W. I don't see how they get it. Now, feel free now. If you see a way to get a W for the prosecution, let me know. Because at this current juncture, let me pull this video up, make sure it's ready. I'm going to add it to the stream so we can make sure it's ready. Once they turn on the audio, we can hear it. I just want to double check and make sure that it works. At this current second, nothing's going on over there yet. But they said they got 19 minutes. So that means it would be starting at 19 minutes. Yeah, so that means they're starting at 9 o'clock instead of 8:45. Interesting. Okay. I see you, Judge Whitaker. All right. So Laura says she went into the weekend looking for a way not to have Melnick testify. I think so. She doesn't want him to, and she doesn't want to discuss this anymore. I agree. She wants the jury back and start this trial. Hands down. No argument for me. Absolutely. She wants, I think Judge Whitaker wants to get this thing back on the road. They blew out 4 tires. They got the tires repaired. The engine blew a rod. They feel like they got that together and they're ready to get back on the road and get this get to their destination. I agree. I agree. I'm with Steele. Tell the jury the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'd be upset if as a juror, if I had the truth hidden from me. I agree with you, Philip. I just don't believe that the jury don't know. I'm sorry. Matter of fact, you might be a juror, Philip. Philip Rowe might be juror number 7. I don't know. At this point in the game, there's no way. There's no way. Literally, they're talking about this on the news at the grocery store. I mean, you go to the car wash, and you sitting there getting your car shined up, and they're talking about it. There's no way that they don't hear about this. There's no way. You go to a barbershop. I do go to a barbershop every now and then. They're talking about it. So there's no way that they're not aware of this. I don't know how they recover the jury. That's my big question. But what else did Philip say? I'm sorry. Coach Cocoa Beach says they certainly have earned a mistrial. I agree. What an erroneous waste of money. Enormous waste of money. With this much light on the state, I sure hope someone can help the people in the state of Georgia. I agree. I think that this is by the pride and arrogance of the Fulton County DA to even bring this to the court in the first place. If the previous DA said, nah, this isn't a good case, we're not going to move on it. If he said that and you still moved on this, that's problematic to me. Robin says that the defense is 10 steps ahead of the prosecution, ready for all contingencies, every last one of them. Every last one. I don't see any way. And please, if you think there's a way for the defense, the prosecution to win, please let me know. Phil and said Ashley Merchant will be in the building today. Oh my gosh. Pantene gonna be in the building. You know what I mean? It's gonna be, all this is gonna be something else. I'm saying this today has firework potential. Lots of firework potential. The problem, Kim says she told them that since they did such a good job on Friday, to give them 15 extra minutes of sleep. The problem is who did a good job? Because I don't think the prosecution did. They didn't earn it. They should have been there at 6 o'clock. All right. So transplanted text, and shout out to the moderators who do such a great job of running this ship. Thank you so much. Court was at 9 a.m. start. Sis Witt is getting tired already. Look, I think she's tired, but sadly, I don't think she's tired enough to actually declare a mistrial with prejudice. So therefore, she's just gonna have to tough through it. But she's a beast, man. I think she's been holding it down again. I took my hat off to her. Matter of fact, where is my hat? I don't know. I need to get a hat. All right, we'll do a station break in a second. I can get a hat. I don't know what hat I'm gonna wear today. Y'all know I got a lot of hat options. Okay, we'll see something. I should do like a hat request or something. Drop a super chat and I'll pick a hat. That's crazy. All right, what's going on, Mandy Reacts? Thank you so much for stopping by. Another fantastic moderator. Thank you so much. Yeah, like everywhere you go, they're talking about it. And since we live here in Atlanta, and I mean, we've got a lot of news going on in Atlanta that's not related to YSL, but you'll be watching something about the Olympics and this huge apartment fire that we had here in Atlanta. It was a crazy, amazing, burning inferno apartment fire. And then out of the blue, they'll start talking about YSL. Like you thought you were safe. And lo and behold, they're talking about YSL. I don't know what constitutes a juror being contaminated or being tainted. So I guess we'll find out on Wednesday, because apparently on Wednesday, Judge Whitaker wants the juror back. So we'll find out on Wednesday. But at this point in the game, I think we should prepare for a trial. I think that's what we should be doing. What are we preparing for? What am I talking about? What do we prepare for trial? Because this is going to be wild. There's rumor that Fonnie Willis might show up, because if you think about it, DA Hilton has some medical procedure or something that she was not going to be there. She had already planned not to be there. No problem there. No, take care of yourself. Take care of your health. But Judge Whitaker at the end said both of y'all need to be here. Yikes. I don't know how that's going to go. I don't know how that's going to go. I'm looking forward to seeing it, though. I agree, Rode. This one's hard to prove. Ro, one up. You're not a Morehouse graduate, are you? I thought we had that conversation. I don't think you are, but you might be. Are you House? I gotta look at my email too. It's possible. There's a rumor that Pantene is coming. There's a rumor that she's showing up. I don't know. I'm telling you, Lacey, get your bingo boards, because the bingo board is going to be crazy. Let's just say it like that. Matter of fact, do I have mine ready? I do have mine ready. Yeah, I got my bingo board. Oh, if you don't know, we're playing YSL Bingo. I pinned it in the let me pin it to the top. All right, pinning it to the top up here. If you want to, we just like to play bingo to have fun, kind of make a little bit light of this situation and have a little bit of fun with everybody who's watching with us. Let me grab the link again, because apparently I don't have the full link. But it's just something fun to do to keep us engaged while we're watching this during your work day and whatnot like that. And all right, let's see what we got here. We got a lot of stuff already popping already. This is going to be a crazy day, I'm telling you. If Ashleigh Merchant shows up, I'm telling you, it is game over. Now, why do I say it's going to be game over if Ashleigh Merchant shows up? Allow me to explain. Un momento. All right, there we go. All right, if Ashleigh Merchant shows up, we now have, because she showed up and gave Judge Glanville that business about what is proper contempt. If she shows up and I don't think she was disrespectful to Glanville either, by the way. I think she was extremely respectful. She just explained to him what he clearly was lacking in some of the law as relates to contempt. If she comes in there, the like this, the energy shift, the attention is going to go so far into the favor of the defense that it's going to drive Love insane. I'm sorry. Love is going to lose her mind. Love is not, this is not going to go well for her emotionally. It's going to be emotional damage. Yo, thank you so much this morning for Mel with a great super chat, kicking the boy in the super chat to start the morning. Says, I just discovered your channel. I really enjoy your coverage. Listen to me. I want to tell you, I'm doing this because you all come to the channel. Otherwise, as my kids say, I would be in my office talking to myself. You all make this so much fun. So thank you, Mel, not only for the $5 super chat, but thank you for coming, adding commentary, being a part of the best live chat on the planet. I appreciate you. And then watch this. You actually inspired Philip. What did Philip say? It's 2024. I'm sure the jurors know what's going on by now. It's way too juicy not to find out. I mean, really. But let me be honest with you. If I was a juror, I would 100%, I would be trying to take a picture with Woody. I would be at the crime scene. I would be at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. I would be taking pictures everywhere. You would be kicking me off of this jury in a heartbeat. There's no way I'd want to. No, no way. Even though it is pretty comical, I would be getting myself kicked all the way off this jury. I would be trying to find a way to get kicked off the jury in a heartbeat. Please understand. There's no way that they don't know what's going on. Just give it up. There's no way. You can tell yourself that till the cows come home. If that makes you feel good, and knock yourself out. But please don't lie and think that I believe that no juror is watching this. I mean, come on. I mean, it's national, for crying out loud. We got people. Oh my goodness. Yeah, see, Gladiator Girl is picking up what I'm throwing down. Ashleigh and Fonnie in the same room, if they all came, let me tell you something. That's pay-per-view level stuff right there. Dana White can go ahead. Dana White is the president of the UFC. Dana White can go ahead and try to get the rights to that so he can stream that, because that would be worth it all day, every day. I'm trying to tell you. But oh yeah, by the way, if you did not get the bingo link and you want to play bingo with us, here's the bingo board. All right, what did I miss here? Thank you so much. Great conversation. Rose says she's a great lawyer. Okay. A good lawyer, please forgive me. I think Ashleigh would represent Melnick. I think that's right. Which would be crazy. That would be crazy. That would just be, but there's going to be so much energy. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Okay. Who's going to be the star of the courtroom today? That's a good question. Okay. I'm going to go with, and by star, we just mean who all the attention is going to be around. Okay. I'm going to go with Melnick. I'm going to say whomever represents Melnick. So if that's Ashley Merchant, definitely Ashleigh. Fonnie and Adrian Love. That's going to be my order. They're not in necessarily an order of importance. Melnick, if Ashleigh comes, Fonnie, if she comes, and Adrian Love, because she's going to be Adrian Love. Adrian Love, in my opinion, is she doesn't have a lot of poise. She doesn't have a lot of candor. Not candor. She's not, she wears all her emotions on her sleeve. So it's quick to see that she's out of range. So, oh man, Mandy, I'm sorry that you were sick all week. I'm sorry. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. If you don't feel good, we'll be here for you. No problem at all. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. Turtle Man is in the UK. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm trying to make sure these conversations are going fast and furious. I'm waiting for Dom Toretto to show up. No Hilton today, right? No Hilton is not supposed to be there today. Yeah, I'm gonna go with, man, if Melnick shows up, because he sounded like he was, according to Brian Steele, he's got a burr in his saddle. He wants to let somebody know about it. So he's gonna air it out. That's gonna be crazy. He coming in to air it for sure. What's going on, Cathead? Good to see you this morning. Grace and peace. All of y'all, thank you so much. We got better than 712 people already in the chat. Man, thank y'all so very much. Wow, thank you so much. I really do appreciate all of you all coming through and wanting to hang out and such like that. So let us get this stream started. They have not started the stream as of yet, but I do want to tap it in real quick so we can at least be ready. All right, there we go. I agree. Laura says that if Fonnie hears that Ashley's going to be there, she's definitely going to show up. But can she just stand up and object as though she's participating in the trial? I asked this question of, I don't remember who it was, somebody who's a lawyer. And they said that because of her role, Fonnie Willis can interject herself differently, um, than like if I were a lawyer, I would have to like file to be a part of the defense or file to be a part of the prosecution. But because of her status and her role, she doesn't have to do that. So it is very possible that Fonnie Willis could just kind of pop in today and sit right next to Love, and they could just be Black Girl Tragic right there next to each other. Um, I'm not 100% certain that that is the case. So I'm not saying that that is going to happen. I'm just saying that that could happen. And my goodness, in the morning, sign me up for that. Sign your boy up for that. Oh my gosh. It, I just want to better. You know what? I would 100% appreciate if Fulton County gave us full camera of the entire courtroom, because I want to see Brian Steele and them. Maybe they're over there shuffling, passing sticky notes and stuff like that. I want to see full. I don't want to see the jury, so block them out. So get get it from another angle. But I want to see much more of the prosecution. I want to see much more of the defense as they are scrambling and trying to figure things out. Man, sign me up for that. I'm sorry. That would be some. Again, Fulton County is missing out on a revenue stream because that's how funny that would be. Oh, I know y'all wanted some seriousness, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not serious about this at all. Because I just think it's sad to watch. I think sadly we're watching just how corrupt and problematic Fulton County is. And I think people need to see this. As I said in my live stream last night, I think because Judge Whitaker is not declaring a mistrial, we are now being brought up to speed on just how bad Fulton County is. If she had declared a mistrial at the beginning, we would never have known some of this stuff. We had an inkling, we had an idea, but if she had declared a mistrial, it would have been over and everybody would have kept it moving on to the next thing. Because she didn't declare a mistrial, we now are being exposed to and shared in 4K just how bad this is. Remember Friday, those motions that they were arguing were tragic. Okay. It was train wreck quality right there. I felt like we were abusing it. It was being abused. All right. All right. Somebody asked for a new poll. Please make sure you like this video if you don't mind. All right. Now I know they asked for one, but I'm gonna really mess it up. All right, the new poll is up. Please make sure you like the video. Man, we got 800 people watching this video. Y'all, thank you so much for this. That is wild. Okay, let's make sure that all right, the case is on. Let's get going, people. Let's go. Now they have not hit the sound as of yet. Can you, as soon as you can hear something from them, can you please drop a 1 in the chat? Yo, we're gonna do a compilation of all the shade that Judge Whitaker sends, because she sends out a lot of shade. I'm sorry. I love it too, by the way. I am here for all of the shade. Was that a good poll, Donna? You like my poll? All right. So they got the cameras on. We're ready to go. Oh my goodness. 9 o'clock. Let's go. All right, let me grab a hat. Let's get this thing going. That was funny. And by the way, Whitaker is a 1T Whitaker versus a 2T Whitaker. Not like anybody cares, but I do because I'm a 1C Whitaker. Yeah, we need some shade in the August heat. I like the way you handle that. Absolutely. It's 5 a.m. in Alaska. My goodness, in the morning. Oh my gosh. Hold on one second. All right, his court started. I am on pause, y'all. How did I do that? Why did nobody tell me that? I'm a few seconds behind. Nobody can hear. Okay, let's see. Nobody can hear. I'm sorry, y'all. Apparently, some reason or other, the audio was not playing. So let's try again.
Ms. Bumpus and Mr. Copeland that may have
Can you real quick
resulted in
let me know
some
that you can
Brady
hear?
material. So that'll be next up, and then
I'm gonna back up a little
we'll see
second
after that.
so we can.
Included Ms. Hilton, Ms. Bumpus, and Mr. Copeland that may have resulted in some Brady material. So that'll be next up, and then
Good now. Okay, sorry
we'll
about that.
see after that. All right. So if somebody wants to let Mr. Melnick come on in.
Your Honor, last thing,
Yeah.
I would just object to Mr. Melnick coming in, offering anything that is not relevant to the trial itself,
Okay.
understanding what the court's ruled or
All right.
decided.
Thank you.
Oh, my sister is so over these people.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, here it comes. Shots fired. Let's go.
Ooh.
Abati is here. That's the guy that argued for Fonnie Willis during the disqualification hearing. I wonder if he's going to sit second chair. He's not. Okay. Okay, they muted it.
Court with 500 screens in front of us.
All right, let's go.
Mr. Melnick, if you want to come on up, and I understand that you want to make a proffer of what occurred, I guess, on June 6th and June 7th. Let me just say that I think it goes without saying that people can perceive the same thing in different ways, depending upon the perspective they're standing at the time. And I am going to permit you to make a brief proffer of what you believe happened. I do not think, based on what I have reviewed, that you were laboring under any conflict of interest. I don't even know that at this point in time, any of that is particularly relevant, but I can understand you wanting to put something on the record. I would like for you to stick to the facts to the extent you can, keep emotion out of it, and go ahead.
So, Judge, basically what it comes down to is after receiving the transcripts from the two ex parte hearings that took place, or ex parte meetings that took place between Judge Glanville and the district attorney's office, and then with Ms. Bumpus and Mr. Copeland in tow, the allegation has been made that I was somehow acting in conjunction with Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart and other members of the defense team in this case, which is categorically untrue. I am unfortunately in a difficult position as it relates to this issue, because what I would need to produce from a documentary standpoint to rebut these allegations are privileged communications between myself and Mr. Copeland. But my presence, so starting with June the 6th, I sent an email to Ms. Hilton, Ms. Love, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Shart stating that Mr. Copeland wanted to take the fifth, did not wish to testify. On the 7th, I was shown an order that was signed on June the 7th, stating that Mr. Copeland was being given transactional immunity. At no point, and I think what really bothers me is that at no point did anybody from the DA's office before that time, within any relevant time frame, reach out to me and just ask me if I was representing Kenneth Copeland for purposes of his testifying in this trial. Everybody in this room that has been involved in this case from the beginning has known that I was representing Kenneth Copeland.
All right, and I know because you had a case before me
With Mr. Copeland.
with Mr. Copeland that resolved in June of 2023. So
correct.
I know that as of that point, you were representing him.
Yes.
And then following the resolution of that case, he did not have any more pending charges.
He did
correct?
not, that's
Okay.
correct, yeah.
All right, so that was a year ago.
So at a minimum, I feel it was incumbent on the district attorney's office to reach out to me just to ask that question. Now, as far as what communications took place between the DA's office and Mr. Copeland, I don't know exactly. But I do know that on June the 6th, he and I spoke, and he told me that he wished to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege. And so I sent that email. The transactional immunity order was granted on June the 7th, which I find the timing there to be, let's just say, ironic, in that apparently they were going to have Mr. Copeland testify without any grant of immunity, because it was the state's intended purpose to call him as a witness on June the 7th. And so I was here on June the 7th. I told the court what Mr. Copeland's intentions were. There was a lot of back and forth. Obviously, Mr. Copeland was taken into custody on June the 7th, and then everything that happened on June the 10th. I don't have to go over all
Yeah,
that.
I've read all of that.
Yes. So my purpose here today is to state on the record that absolutely, nothing that I said or did on Mr. Copeland's behalf was done in any conjunction or with any consultation, in cahoots, or anything along those lines with Mr. Steele or Mr. Shart or anybody else in the defense team.
All right.
I was here doing what my client had expressed to me, what he wanted to do. And as I said, if it becomes a major issue, I have more than enough documentation to prove that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
It's not an issue at all to this court.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. That's it.
That's it?
All right.
Okay, Mr. Steele, you had said to us on Friday afternoon that you had a good faith basis for believing that there may have been a conversation you believe during the June 10th ex parte in chambers meeting at some point when Judge Glanville was not in the room, but between Ms. Bumpus, who was acting as counsel for the day for Mr. Copeland and Prosecutor Hilton. So can you give me what your basis is for that? Otherwise, we might just move on.
I also have a couple of questions, if it's okay,
All right.
for Mr. Melnick.
Oh, well, I think may have already walked out. I didn't realize that. I thought this was kind of to let him have a chance to clear the record. What are your questions going to be?
Just about the representations made about an email with a BCC and it was sent inadvertently. I believe that he'll say that that's not accurate. And then we sent your honorable court on Friday all of the emails. If you put them in order.
Yeah,
President.
okay. I mean, I've seen it. I think that's fine if you want to ask him that and clarify it. I don't think that Ms.
We already
Love
did
made
that.
a representation that that is in fact what happened. That was her theory because she couldn't figure out why Mr. Melnick was referring to her in the third person. But sure, you can ask him that.
Can I just ask you a couple more questions? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission of all those emails, and I have copies for them if that makes it easier, and we can mark them as an exhibit if that's what you want. They were already sent to your honorable court.
If you've got them now and can make them an exhibit, and I'm not sure exactly what courts, you would make them
Sure.
a defense exhibit.
Can I just step back for a second?
Sure.
And Your Honor, would the court be
Here we go.
admitting those exhibits for any purpose as it relates to this trial?
No, not for the trial, just for whatever these ancillary proceedings are. I'm not sure what to call them, but motions.
Darn it. So apparently I got behind.
So it'll
now.
be,
A few
I guess,
seconds.
an exhibit.
I'm almost
to-
caught up.
We can call this a motions hearing. It's today, August 5th, 2024. Proffer by Mr. Melnick.
So, Mr. Melnick.
I'm gonna jump up a little bit. I'm a couple seconds
Not
behind,
for
so I'm
me.
gonna jump
You're an
up.
officer of the court.
Yes, I have.
Hang on. Yes, Ms. Love.
You responded to what I was asking. I didn't
Okay.
know.
Here, I'm gonna jump a few seconds ahead. I feel like,
You give this to the state.
there we go.
Yep.
You give that to the state. I'll just put him in
Sure.
date and time order.
And get
Yep,
up the
I've reviewed it.
barcode.
This is not up with.
We can hear you, Judge Whitaker. All right, so they've muted it at this moment. Judge Whitaker is talking to the court reporter, and Melnick and Steele are getting caught up. Now, I do notice that DA Love her laptop is not there today. I don't know. I don't know if that's on. Maybe she's just she has it in another place. I don't know. But there's a lot of paper shuffling. My guy has his laptop, of course. I don't know what they're doing back there. All right, for sure. Thank you so much, everybody who is stopping by today. I appreciate y'all. This is going to be wild. And if you don't mind, join the best live chat on the planet. Let us know where you're from. Go and jump in there and tell us where you're from.
7/11/56.
The odor of mendacity. She probably has her laptop closed. Yeah, I'm just being silly. She's got a lot of paper in front of her too, so she might look. Laptop is probably in the way. All right, so for whatever reason, Steele, I don't know why he's not ready though.
No, we'll go through once the judge is ready.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, I probably thought you were not ready. All right, and thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Melnick, thank you for your time.
Sure.
What you said to this honorable court is that you represented Mr. Copeland in an unrelated case. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. Was there any discussion with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office members that you represented Mr. Copeland for purposes of being a witness in this trial that's before the Honorable Judge Whitaker?
Yes.
Can you explain that to us?
It goes back to 2021. I met with Don Geary, who at the time was, I guess, in charge of the state's handling of this case. And he talked to me extensively about Mr. Copeland, Mr. Copeland's involvement with YSL, and the fact that the state wished to use him as a witness in this case.
And did you make it
Use
clear
him as a
from
witness.
your viewpoint that you were representing Mr. Copeland in this case, meaning the case that's on trial before Judge Whitaker,
Yes.
as a witness or as a potential co-defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And that the Honorable Court knows, I believe, but to your knowledge, who is Don Geary in 2021?
What he introduced himself. I mean, I knew Don for a long time, but what he said, he was special counsel for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. He was basically hired almost like in an of counsel position, as I understand it.
And was he affiliated on working this case that's before Judge Whitaker
Yes.
on trial?
We talked about this case specifically.
At any time, I'm sorry.
And nothing else.
At any time, did you or any member of the District Attorney's Office in your presence ever say that you were not representing Mr. Copeland pursuant to a potential witness in this trial?
No.
Did you ever have conversations with Ms. Love, who is seated to your left,
Yes.
about representing Mr. Copeland as a witness in this trial?
Yes.
And when were those conversations?
March of 2023.
And was it clear from your standpoint, from your viewpoint, as the court said, people can observe things differently, but from your standpoint, was it clear that you made it known to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office that you were representing Mr. Copeland as a witness or potential witness in this trial?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you do anything to separate yourself from that representation?
No.
All right. The Honorable Court stated a little while ago, and you left here so quickly, but that your representation ended of Mr. Copeland, I heard, in 2023 when you entered some sort of disposition. I don't remember what it was, before this Honorable Court. And when I say this Honorable Court, I'm talking about Judge Whitaker.
Sure. That's correct.
Did your representation end of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case? Did
No.
you ever make that known to anybody?
No, I never did.
Did you actually do the opposite?
I was contacted by another member of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in June of 2023.
And about
Yes,
what?
I'm sorry, about representing Mr. Copeland in this, as a witness in this case.
Were there any agreements between Mr. Copeland and yourself in the District Attorney's Office? Because you obviously got him not to be charged. That's a bad way of saying it, but you obviously did something, or someone did something that he's not charged in this case.
I would honestly say that may not have been due to anything that I did or said necessarily. That I think was an internal decision from the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd like to show you what I marked, and I just want this for the record. And I marked it number 1, Mr. Williams. And can you announce it just so the court, and we're going to give all this to the court, what this is, if you recognize it.
Sure.
And then go to number 2, 3. But for people looking on, just announce it by the title, if you don't mind. If you don't recognize it, please say that as well.
No, I recognize this. This is an email I sent to Ms. Love, Ms. Hilton from the DA's office, yourself and Mr. Short, dated June the 6th, 2024 at 4:31 p.m. You want me to read it or?
Sure.
Says, good afternoon. All it has come to my attention that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office has questioned my client, Kenneth Copeland, without my knowledge or consent. Please be advised that my client does not wish to speak with any member of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, nor any law enforcement officer from this point forward. My client will assert his privilege under the
Way, it's
I
way
am
too
going
fast
fast,
for the
I'm
court
sorry.
reporter to take down.
You're with me, law enforcement, nor any law enforcement officer from this point forward. My client will assert his privilege under the Fifth Amendment tomorrow and will not testify. Thank you, John Melnick.
Okay. On the 6th, and you made it clear, to your knowledge, was there any type of immunity agreement whatsoever in place? Use immunity, transactional immunity, any type of agreement?
There was no response from the district attorney's office to this email to me. So I was not aware of any immunity, any offer of immunity to Mr. Copeland at that time.
Did you personally know that if Mr. Copeland testified at this trial without some sort of protection, by protection I mean whatever type of immunity, that he could be making statements that would incriminate himself?
Yes.
No statute of limitations ran, he could be charged?
So I can't say that with absolute.
Okay, well, we're dealing with a bunch of lawyers, so I think Mr. Melnick can handle it. I'm going to overrule that.
I can't say with absolute certainty that I investigated it to the point where I would know whether the statute of limitations would have run or not.
About federal crimes for gun offenses?
No, as far as I know, again, I didn't do extensive research into it, but it's my understanding that it would not have run in terms of the federal statute. And Mr. Copeland, of course, has been charged previously and convicted in U.S. District Court. So once the feds have their eyes on you, they have their eyes on you.
And how about as a co-defendant in this case being indicted later? And the statute of limitations barred to that?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know with absolute certainty.
Okay. Were you concerned that if he testified when you wrote this email, the one you just announced as Mr. Williams #1, that he could be facing criminal liability?
I absolutely was.
All right. Is that the reason you wrote that email?
Among other things, but that is one reason why I wrote the email.
Was there anything in your mind at the time of sending it that was suspicious or clandestine or by CCing the Honorable Maxwell Shard or myself on that email?
Not at all. I thought everybody had a right to know.
Okay. And everybody being?
Everybody from the prosecution and the defense team.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams #1 for purposes of this hearing.
It's admitted.
Can I just get clarification as to which of the emails we don't have the number is defendant Williams #1?
Can you
Yeah.
clarify?
June 6, 2024, 4:31 p.m. to yourself, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Steele, Mr. Shaw.
Does it have the response at 4:57:05 from Ms. Hilton, or is it the one without response?
I don't remember seeing a response.
Okay.
So is there a response on there
There's not a response on
on Williams 1?
There will be, Your Honor.
Okay,
Not
so
on Mr.
that is
Williams one.
then, for purposes of the record, the one that does not have the response on it.
Okay, so here's the response.
But, well,
Is it a part of Williams 1?
No, it's not.
Okay, so I assume Mr. Steele might ask you about the next one. Go ahead.
and that is, I'd like to show you what's in front of you, Mr. Williams, exhibit #2 for purposes of today's hearing, okay?
Mhm. Yes.
Tell us, take your time to look at it. Tell us if you can identify it, if it's true and accurate for what it appears.
I hope this is from I think exclusively from Ms. Hilton to me.
But do you recognize it?
I do, I
Is
recognize
that
it.
accurate?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for purposes of this hearing, Mr. Williams #2, after you identify it so everyone knows what you're looking for.
June 6, 2024, 4:57 p.m. I hope good as addressed to me. Good afternoon. I hope all is well. In our conversations with Mr. Copeland, he advised that you were not his attorney and he had not spoken with you. However, if you are asserting that you are his attorney, we will cease communication, but your client is under subpoena and is expected to be here at 8:30 a.m. It is our understanding that your client does not have transportation, so we're planning to pick him up. So please make sure that he is present so we do not have to take any further action if he fails to appear for his subpoena. Thank you and have a great evening. And then it's from Ms. Hilton.
And
Yikes.
did you respond to that email? And if yes, is it on Mr. Williams #2? And what does it say in time and date? If you don't-
It is. I did respond. It's dated June 6th at 5:47 p.m. Again, with CCs to everybody in the case. I have been Mr. Copeland's attorney. He tells me that he repeatedly told you that told you that when you were questioning him. I also spoke with Don Geary extensively about Mr. Copeland when he was assigned to this case, and I spoke with Ms. Love.
Slow down. Slow down.
I spoke with Ms. Love early in the process around the time jury selection was beginning. I have a plea with Judge Carnicel tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and I will come to the courtroom as soon as I am done.
Is everything that you responded about being Mr. Copeland's lawyer for purposes of this case true?
Yes.
And the court already admitted number 2. If you could go to number 3.
Well, no, I haven't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 2.
It's admitted, and that one contains both Ms. Hilton's response and then Mr. Melnick's response back that he just read. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's admitted.
Okay. This is a repeat, some withdrawing. Okay. Okay, if we go to Mr. Williams, number 3, can you take a look at this and tell us whether you recognize it? And if yes, what is it?
It's a,
Your Honor, if we could just have what that is, and you don't have numbers on it, if I could just have what it is that you're even tendering.
I don't know, I don't know how many things you got handed, but Mr. Melnick's about to describe it.
it's dated June 7th, 2024, 11:52 a.m. It's from me to Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love. The first sentence says, here is a communication between myself and Ms. Love, which pertains directly to the YSL case. And it's a forwarded message from a number of people, including myself and your case manager, Sheila Rosser, dated March the 3rd of 2023. And it's from Ms. Love, stating, good morning, Ms. Rosser. State asks that the defendant be required to sign the conditions in front of a notary or a sheriff's official so that we can enforce the conditions upon his release, since he was not apprised by the court in person. And I'm sorry, that is in reference to 2 bond orders, I believe, that I had prepared and presented to the court in reference to Mr. Copeland's case that was pending before you in 2023. That is an email dated Thursday, March 2nd, 2023 at 4:42 p.m. And this is just a chain of emails related to the bond order for Mr. Copeland's case in 2023.
All right, and you're forwarding that in June of 2024 to say, see, you knew at some point I
Yes.
was representing him.
That's
Okay.
what I think they're doing. Yeah.
Is that document, is defendant Williams 3 a 3-page document or just the one portion of the chain? You just-
So is this is a continuation of
Yes.
3? Okay. There's more to it, Ms. Love.
Is it a 3-page
It
document?
appears to be, I think it appears to be a 3-page document. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Do you need me to, I don't need to read all of this.
No, I don't think so.
We move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 3, for purpose of today's hearing.
It's admitted.
Why did you, Mr. Melnick, why did you send this to the district attorney's office on June 7th, 2024, 11:52 a.m.?
Because of what they claim to be the confusion as to whether or not I was representing Mr. Copeland for purposes of his being a witness in this case. I think these emails demonstrate that I did in fact represent him and that they knew I represented him.
And were there conversations that you represented Mr. Copeland for the witness in the YSL case during that time?
Yes, there were.
And who did you speak with?
Ms. Love.
Okay. And you're responding to Mr. Williams, number 2, that's already in evidence?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 3. It is a 3-page document.
It's admitted.
They cooking. They cooking. Love is in
I'm
trouble.
going to mark this as Mr. Williams, number 4.
Is she stir fried or flambe? What are we doing? She grilled or broiled? Like, how is she getting cooked? Put it in the chat because she's
You
getting
take a look
cooked.
at this and tell us if you recognize this.
I do.
What is it? Okay. And what is that?
It's an email that I also sent on June the 7th, 2024 at 11:54 a.m. To Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love, referencing another communication I had from the district attorney's office. It was a forwarded message from Peachtree offices, which is an executive office company that answers my phone for me, where I got a message from Peter Herzog asking me to contact him in reference to Kenneth Copeland. So it's a forwarded message from June the 27th of 2023 that I then forwarded to
What
Ms.
is
Hilton and Ms.
nuclear
Love,
fried? What is
demonstrating
that?
that they should have just communicated with me about Copeland before questioning him
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
and before we got into all this.
Oh, so
And
she called him on
who
the phone
is,
about this?
Peter, and I'm going to spell the last name, okay?
Yeah.
Herezog. Who is that person to your knowledge?
I believe his last name is misspelled there. I think it's Herzog, but Peter Herzog is the assistant DA in the Fulton DA's office.
And Mr. Williams, what's marked as number 4 is sent for that message on June 27, 2023, about 3 months after the March 1, 2023
Yes,
correspondence with Ms. Love about Mr. Copeland.
Wow.
that's correct.
Now, if your representation of Mr. Copeland had in fact ended when you disposed of the case before the Honorable Judge Whitaker by that time, do you remember? Did it end?
So my case with Judge Whitaker, is that what you're
Yes.
asking me about?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it had, but honestly, I haven't gone back to check it.
If y'all have the case number, I can look it up and let you know the disposition date.
I don't have it.
Happy to do that. Nobody has it.
It
It was a 22 SC case, but that's all I know. It's fine. I can probably pull it up some other way. Y'all go ahead.
Okay. And you forward this, you said why? This
To-
message.
To reiterate the fact that the Fulton DA's office knew and should have known that I was representing Mr. Copeland for purposes of his testimony in the YSL trial. Mr. Herzog was never involved in the case before Judge Whitaker. I'd never spoken with him about anything related to the case in front of Judge Whitaker. The only attorneys that I ever spoke with about the actual disposition of the case with Judge Whitaker was Abigail Potter, Abby Potter from the DA's office, and Mr. Abadi. And the only reason Mr. Abadi was involved with it, that's Adam Abadi from the Fulton DA's office, was because he was concerned about Mr. Copeland's testimony in the YSL trial.
And obviously Ms. Love, because she.
And Ms. Love, yes, right. And
Same
Ms. Love
reason?
with the bond order, that's correct.
Now, I'd like to show you Mr. Williams, number 5. Oh,
Can
Your
I-
Honor, I
can I-
move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 4.
It's admitted, and for purposes of the record, the case before me where Mr. Melnick represented Mr. Copeland is 22 SC 182134, and the final disposition was actually on June 29th of 2023.
Is the number 4 a one-page document, or are there any?
Let it go. That's not cute. Just let it go,
Okay, I'm
love.
showing you Mr. Williams, number 5. Tell us if you remember that, look at it.
I do.
Okay, and is it accurate?
It is.
Can you describe, like you've been doing, the date and time, what it is, what it purports to be?
Stated June the 7th of 2024. It's to Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton from me. And it is in response to an email that I received. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You can look at the documents, multiple.
Yeah, okay. So this is a part of the same chain of documents where I was referencing the fact that Ms. Love certainly knew that I was representing Mr. Copeland. She and I talked extensively about Mr. Copeland, and she had told me that she wished to use Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case. Obviously, by the time we were having these communications in March of 2023, the case had long since been indicted, and Mr. Copeland was not charged as a party on the indictment of this case. So this is a continuation of the same emails going back to March 2nd and March 3rd of 2023, where we're referencing the bond orders. These emails actually go back to March the 1st of 2023, where Ms. Love is discussing whether or not Mr. Copeland should be subject to a curfew as part of his bond order. There are, I seem to remember, other communications in which Ms. Love references the fact that she's concerned about Mr. Copeland's safety and the like. And then so the last part of this email, which is at the top of the first page, is where Ms. Love questions whether my concern is for Mr. Copeland or Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart's client, neither of whom I've ever met or have any relationship with whatsoever. And then I responded to that.
Did I ever do anything untoward to affect your representation of your client, Mr. Copeland?
Absolutely not.
Did Mr. Shard do anything?
No.
Did anybody come to you, at you about your representation, Mr. Copeland, in this case?
What Mr. Copeland did on June 7th of 2024, where he asserted his Fifth Amendment privilege, was entirely his decision. I was there just as his mouthpiece, as a lawyer, as his advocate for purposes of him asserting his Fifth Amendment privilege. Other than that, I have absolutely no agenda in this case whatsoever.
When Ms. Love wrote on a motion, ex parte motion for the former judge, the recused Judge Glanville,
Your Honor, I would
Grant your
object to
client.
the introduction through this witness or the posing to this witness of any question about a motion that I wrote, given that the witness cannot testify confidently about anything that I specifically wrote of, but
All
Why
right,
not?
I don't know yet what the end of the question is going to be, so I'll hold your objection until I hear the question.
and it's in the record. Already, Your Honor, I could get another copy though.
How do you know he doesn't know what you
Ms. Love
wrote?
in that motion seeking use immunity under 25-5-507 for Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
that Mr. Copeland on Thursday, June 6, 2024, had some sort of interaction or dealings with members of the defense team. To your knowledge, is that true?
I have no knowledge of that.
All right.
Do you want to admit, or did you want to tender for admission Williams 5?
I do. Yes.
All right, that's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She had a pre-scheduled
Okay,
event
Mr.
today.
Melnick, I don't have any other
Hang on. What are you
questions.
asking?
for
Hang on,
you.
hang on, Mr. Steele. What are you asking? What it is?
Which one is it? Yes.
It's
Just
the last
part of
one they
what
discussed that, I don't know how many pages it is. I don't have any of it in front of me, but it's the last one they discussed that has the email from you asking who Mr. Melnick is most concerned about or something like that. And then Mr. Melnick's rather peppery response back.
Okay, so it's just, could the court ask for clarification, just one page or?
I don't know.
4 pages.
4 pages.
Mr. Melnick, were there any BCC? You know what a BCC is?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. for asking.
Yeah.
Were there any-
We're all old enough to know that that
Right.
means blind carbon copy. A whole lot of people don't know that anymore since we don't use carbon copies, but
Thank you,
that's
Sis
where
Witt.
somebody can see it, but
Yes, you
the recipients who are CC'd don't know.
Yes, I did not blind
Mhm.
copy anybody on that last email. I just sent it to Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love. I
Any
believe
out-
Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Any allegation that there was some sort of teamwork or conspiracy against the state of Georgia and against your client, Mr. Copeland, is that true at all?
It is categorically untrue.
I want to
All right,
thank
let's
you
go.
so much. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Love, do you have questions of Mr. Melnick? Hang on just a second.
Just briefly.
Okay, hang on. You have questions too? All right, I'll let Mr. Sharp go.
Oh, that's gonna take the whole day. Oh man. So Love has 3 questions. Go ahead, Love. I want to hear these questions.
Okay.
Mr. Melnick, if you're more comfortable taking the witness stand, that's fine, but, okay.
He said, "Look, I ain't in the booth. I ain't in trouble."
Good morning.
Good morning.
You, as part of your representation of Mr. Copeland, as part of your representation of Mr. Copeland, yes, sir. Did you also make it known, did you make your representation known to the defense counsel in this case, specifically myself and Mr. Steele?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. In your dealings with the defense in this case, have myself or Mr. Steele ever gone behind your representation to your knowledge and attempted to speak to Mr. Copeland without your
Oh,
knowledge and understanding?
Shard.
I have no knowledge of that.
Oh, maximum
I'm not aware of
carnage.
any time that would happen.
I know what he's doing.
Since you were alerted about the state speaking to Mr. Copeland, have you read the transcripts from the ex parte communications?
I have mostly read them. I'll be honest and say I haven't read the whole thing.
Okay. Have you become aware that Mr. Copeland was speaking to the state in the week leading up to June 7th, 2024?
Yes,
Okay. Have you become aware that Mr. Copeland was in the actual courthouse speaking to the state on that week?
I became aware of that on either June 6th or June 7th.
Did you know anything about that as it was happening?
I did not.
Wow.
Before you reached out to the state via those emails that have been introduced, did the state ever tell you that they were communicating with your client?
No.
How did you initially learn that the state was communicating with your client?
Are you referencing the week leading up to June the 7th of 2024?
Yes, let me ask in a more precise manner.
Mhm.
Did you become aware on Thursday, June 6, 2024, that the state had been speaking to your client that week?
Yes,
And did you become aware that the state intended to call your client to the stand on the next day, that Friday?
yes.
Okay. Did you, and how did you find out about the state's plans to call your witness to the stand?
I believe you called me.
Could you say it again?
You called me.
You being
Yes.
Max Sher?
Yes,
Okay. And I called you on the telephone?
yes.
Okay. In that conversation, did I ever ask you to do anything on behalf of myself or Mr. Steele or our clients?
Absolutely not.
Did I ever ask you to stop Mr. Copeland from testifying?
Absolutely not.
As a lawyer, is it appropriate to contact another lawyer about their client?
Objection, Your Honor, as to this witness being qualified to speak about what are in the ethics.
I would hope that every lawyer in the state of Georgia is qualified to speak on what we're expected to do
Oh
under
my
our code of ethics.
gosh.
I'm going to overrule that.
We should repeat the
That
question.
was a dumb
In
objection.
your experience as a lawyer, is it appropriate for another lawyer to contact you about matters concerning your client?
That's law school 101.
And is that what I did on Thursday, June 6, 2024?
Yes,
Mr. Melnick, before you got in, well, your testimony is you were involved representing Mr. Copeland
Yes.
throughout this entire period, correct?
Mhm.
Before you emailed the district attorney's office about their communications with your client that you were unaware of, to your knowledge, had Mr. Copeland been granted any sort of immunity or legal protections for his testimony?
This
to
is
my knowledge, no.
that's gonna mess it up.
After you contacted this district attorney's office and actively communicated with them about your client, what protections was Mr. Copeland granted?
Use immunity.
I have nothing further. Thank
All
you.
right. Any other defense attorney with questions for Mr. Melnick?
Please let Love come up. I need Love.
All right. Hearing no other. Go ahead, Ms.
Yes,
Love.
come on.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, this-
Mr. Melnick, I'm just gonna be a little bit brief and I'm gonna clarify some things. Is defendants Williams exhibit? Yes, Mr. Hart.
Or speak just more loudly,
Yeah, why don't you use the microphone? Y'all so weird.
Sure.
or come around and, yeah.
You know what? I'll take
Okay.
the stand.
Okay.
No, I just can't get these two.
You can leave.
Love gonna be the
Does
first.
somebody have a copy of those exhibits for the court?
Judge, I'll give to the court the ones that he has admitted and I'll just go ahead and use the ones that I have copies.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's see this. Let's go. Oh, she mad. She big mad.
Just pull that mic down towards you and make sure the green is on. Mr. Melnick, there
Oh.
should be some button somewhere.
You see where it is?
Turns green.
I don't actually see it. It sounds to me like it's
Yeah,
on.
sounds like it's on.
Sounds great. Okay, let's get it.
All right,
Oh
go ahead,
my
Ms.
gosh,
Love.
this
Thank
is
you,
gonna be
Judge.
terrible.
Mr. Melnick, and Your Honor, I'm going to use, unless the court instructs me otherwise, I'm going to use the copies that I was given, that I've marked as defendants the way that they've indicated they should be marked exhibits.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Melnick, I'm showing you what is the copy of Defendants Exhibit 1
Yes.
that was given to the state and to the court. Is this an exact copy of Defendants Exhibit 1 that I'm showing you?
I believe so. I mean, I haven't printed them up. I don't know if there was another email that was.
Y'all are welcome to just use these if you want. That doesn't need to be an issue. I mean.
She's gonna get into the semantics about whether or not it's an 8 font.
Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Did they
Then
use the
are
proper
the exact
font?
copies.
That's what she's trying to do.
Just a second. Mr. Harvey, yes, can you not hear? Oh, me? Okay, sorry. I was just saying, I'm sure that the copies are the same, unless, but if she wants to use the admitted copies, she can.
Yeah, she don't even have her laptop even at the
I'll
desk.
trade you. How
Oh,
about
no,
that?
it is. I see it right there. It's closed, but oh, there's the cart. She's got to try to fix this. Her image is trashed.
Just make sure you get the admitted copies to the court reporter when we're finished with this.
Yes.
Thank you.
So showing you what has been admitted as Defendant Williams Exhibit number 1.
Yes.
Looking at Defendants Williams Exhibit number 1, is that an extraction? In other words, is that a portion of an email cut out and isolated from a larger email?
I don't believe so.
Then I'm going to show you Defendant.
She just trying. Bless her heart. Y'all put bless her heart in the chat. She trying her hardest to not be the one that that did wrong.
Yeah, I just may need the portions that I gave to the court because I don't see.
All right, here you go.
Come on.
Thank you.
Adrian, this is a horrible look. I'm sorry. Yo. And she came up there, big chest, like she was about to bring that noise, like she was about to slap him down. And now she,
Showing you
oh my gosh, come on.
what I will mark as State's Exhibit.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today.
1 copy of Defendant Williams Exhibit 1, Melnick proffer. And I was provided this by Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
By Mr. Steele.
Yes. Could you look at what I've now labeled as State's Exhibit 1 and compare it to what has been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 1 and tell me whether or not those 2 documents, State's Exhibit 1, just for the purposes of the record, is a 1-page document. Could you tell me whether these 2 documents contain the content from the same email?
So the content appears to be the same, other than the fact that on the one that you just marked, there what appears to be the seal from the Fulton County, the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
And in fact, the
She
one
thinks she
that
can-
I marked as State's Exhibit 1 is the actual email that Mr. Steele would have had access to, correct? It's a portion of the actual email chain, given that it has that seal on it.
Very often, if I'm sending an email, I'll just pick up from the last email that I sent to or from that individual. So that may well be, there may have been a prior email, but I mean, if it was between you and I don't remember exactly when it was.
I'm showing you what has, I believe, been marked as defendant Williams exhibit number 2. Let's see if those two match. Give me 1 second, okay?
Y'all, come on.
Defendant Williams exhibit 2.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I thought
So you'd agree with
Steele
me
needed to
that
be caught up. My
So-
goodness.
Defendant Williams exhibit 2 is in fact the top portion of the email that I have labeled and tendered as state's exhibit, or not yet tendered, but labeled as state's exhibit 1.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state tenders state's exhibit 1 just as evidence.
All right,
All right. Now,
admitted.
thank you, Judge. So looking at defendant Williams exhibit 2 and state's exhibit 1, are you able now to say with any more clarity that defendant Williams exhibit 1 is a document, a piece of paper where a portion of the email chain that is contained within defendant Williams 2 and state's exhibit 1 has been extracted and pasted onto a piece of paper?
So I can't speak for how Mr. Steele printed this up. I wasn't there in his office when he did that, or whenever somebody in his office did that. You are correct that what has been marked here as Mr. Williams exhibit number 2 is part of a chain of communications between myself, yourself, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Short. Looks like there's a CC to Antonio Long as well.
This is embarrassing.
Yeah, so this is a, but these emails were sent after the state's exhibit 1, which is also Mr. Williams exhibit number 1. These emails date, so you can see here, Ms. Love, this is dated June 6, 2024, 5:47 p.m. Yeah, this is dated June 6, 2024, 4:31 p.m. Right. So this is just part of the same line of communications that we were having, where I said, Mr. Copeland doesn't want to plead, doesn't want to testify, wants to take the fifth. Ms. Hilton responds, and then I respond to her response. And in her response, this is where you get your insignia for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
Okay, so let me be clearer. The exhibit that is labeled defendant Williams exhibit 1. Did you ever forward that separately to Mr. Steele or Mr. Sharp?
I think I just forwarded. I mean, I wouldn't have had to because they got the emails. Right.
Okay.
So they got this email initially.
All right, y'all, when y'all are saying this email, we have no idea
I got
what you mean. Can you refer to the exhibit numbers?
They got Mr. Williams email number 1, exhibit number 1, which is the first email from June 6th at roughly 4:30 p.m. Then there was a response from Ms. Hilton, June 6th, 4:57 p.m.
And that's marked Williams 2.
Williams 2, thank you. And then I respond to that June 6th, 5:47 p.m.
Okay, so
And that's also on Williams
2,
right?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
so as it pertains to my original question, defendant Williams exhibit 1 was never a communication that you sent separate from the emails that are contained in defendant Williams 2 and state's exhibit 1. Is that wrong or right?
That is wrong.
Okay, so you sent, without forwarding the rest of what is labeled as defendant Williams 2 and state's exhibit 1, you sent an email that contained only the document that is labeled defendant's exhibit 1 to Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, Ms. Hilton, and myself.
I sent it on June the 6th at 4:30.
Right. And do you also see June 6th at 4:31 p.m.? And when you say 4:30, you do mean 4:31 p.m.?
Yes.
Do you also see June 6th, 2024 at 4:31 p.m. on the email State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And in fact, the email State's Exhibit 1 is at the bottom, meaning it came before
Yes.
the emails that were defendant Williams Exhibit 2.
That is correct.
Okay. And so is given that State's Exhibit 1 looks as it does,
Mhm.
are you saying that the email that is Defendant Williams 1 is the entirety and not a part of any other email chain that you said?
This email was the first email sent. Okay, so when I say this email, I'm referring to Mr. Williams' exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Was the first email sent on June the 6th of 2024.
Okay,
That is the first email. Mr. Williams' exhibit number 2 is the continuation of that chain of emails in which Ms. Hilton responded to me, and then I responded to everybody else, including yourself.
thank you for clearing that up. Your Honor, I'm going to give back to the court's copies of the emails.
Okay.
What did she just accomplish? I mean, what was the purpose of it?
They're not.
That's. Okay.
Q, have a good day, kiddo.
You were asked, Mr. Melnick, about. You were asked by Mr. Sharp, how did you become aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland? Do you know?
Okay, let's try to figure out where that squelch is coming from.
Might
and
be from
maybe-
me. I may have been too close.
Okay,
to the
where's
microphone.
state's one, Miss Love?
No, that's on them. Good gracious.
And Your Honor, if
If
the
you've
court
got-
didn't, I would ask him to.
Yeah, you did. It's submitted. Thank you.
Did we clear up the squelch? Is it gone? Okay.
It seems to be.
It's you.
Is it the court?
It's because you talk about nothing.
Okay. I'll step away from it so that I'm not echoing. Mr. Melnick, do you remember Mr. Shard asking you, how did you become aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
Yes,
And did you understand that question to me in 2024?
leading up to June 7th of 2024, yes.
Did you answer how you became aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
I did,
How did you become aware?
because Mr. Shard told me.
Okay. And when Mr. Sharp called you, was that the first time that you were aware that the state had been talking to Mr. Copeland?
Since, I mean, I was aware of an interview that took place with, I think it was Investigator Viverito. I don't remember the date of that interview, but it was during a time when I was representing Mr. Copeland. But other than that particular communication, that was the first.
Can y'all
time I
hear
became
real
aware
quick?
of any
Can
direct
y'all
communication
real quick
between the
chime in that y'all
district
can hear?
attorney's office and Mr. Copeland.
And when you speak of the interview by Investigator Viverito.
Drop a 1 in the
was
chat.
that
Make sure
while
y'all
she
can
was
hear.
with the DA's office or while she was with the Atlanta Police Department?
I do not know.
And was that interview one that you have seen or have knowledge as a part of the discovery in this
Y'all
case,
can
or
hear,
something
okay.
different?
I have knowledge of it. I've never seen the interview. I know that it exists.
And was that interview a formal interview while?
What
you
is
were
that?
At the jail?
Yes, as I recall. I mean, I haven't seen the interview, but I believe he was in custody at the time.
And did you give permission for that interview? I'm gonna turn this off.
Where's her
Just
cell phone?
Speak loudly.
Did you give permission for that interview or? did
Her
Mr.
cell phone is right there on
reach
the-
out to
on the rack,
Investigator Viverito
on the
about
desk.
her?
I have no idea. I did not give permission for that interview. I do not know if Copeland reached out to her or not.
And had you been paid by Mr. Copeland or retained by Mr. Copeland to represent him on criminal charges at that time?
Yes,
And was that prior to March of 2023 that this interview took place?
yes.
Do you recall at any time representing to any member of the district attorney's office in 2023 that Mr. Copeland had not paid you for your services?
No.
Do you recall telling a member of the district attorney's office that you were not representing Mr. Copeland on his criminal charges because he had not paid you? I'm just asking if you remember. If you don't, that's
I
fine.
don't.
Okay.
No, I represented him in his criminal charges to the end.
We understand.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Sharp called you, what was it? What did he say to you exactly?
He said that Mr. Copeland was being called as a witness the next day, June the 7th of 2024.
So at what point how did he tell you that the state had been talking to you?
During the course of that conversation,
What did he tell you that?
he just said that the state's been speaking to Mr. Copeland.
How many times have you spoken with Kenneth Copeland between the time that Mr. Sharp called you and the time that you resolved his criminal matter before?
How many times did I speak with him between June of 23 and June of 24? I mean, I can't give you an exact number, but Mr. Copeland has always been in communication with me.
Did you speak with him more than one time?
Yes.
And during your
Where's she going?
communication with him, did he always have access to your phone?
Always.
Did he appear to always be aware that he could reach out to you at any time?
This is something where we're going to have to, I don't feel comfortable.
I can stop and pull that question all the way back.
All right.
Yeah, because you were going nowhere.
And the court can decide if the next question is privileged. Did you assure Mr. Copeland?
I'm not going to talk about anything I said to Mr. Copeland, period. I'm not going to talk about anything that I said to Mr. Copeland.
Okay. Based on how you have already testified, is it safe to say Mr. Copeland didn't reach out to you and say to you?
I'm not going to talk about any communication I had with Mr.
It
Copeland.
is well past 3 questions.
Do you have any idea why it would be Mr. Sharp who first alerted you that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
No.
She doesn't like short answers.
And are you aware of any communications Mr. Copeland made to state as it pertains to your representation of him after his criminal case was resolved?
I'm not.
Do you recall, you indicated that you spoke with Mr. Abadi, with the district attorney's office, regarding Mr. Copeland as a witness in the case that we are in trial on.
Yes.
Do you recall telling Mr. Abadi that you were not representing Mr. Copeland beyond the criminal case?
No.
Was the time or times that you spoke with Mr. Abadi in the context of resolving or getting a bond for Mr. Copeland's criminal charge?
It was primarily with regard to the bond and the underlying criminal charges. I don't believe Mr. Abadi has much, if any, involvement in this case.
What is your recollection of what it was that you said to Mr.
Yeah, I
Abadi
agree.
or anyone else regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland beyond his criminal charges?
I don't really recall having, other than the fact that, you know, he's talked to me and I've talked to the state, I don't recall having in-depth conversations about it. Y'all were still in the middle of jury selection. It wasn't much of an issue.
Understanding you don't recall having in-depth conversations about it, what is it that you recall telling Mr. Abadi or any other member of the state about your representation of Kenneth Copeland beyond his criminal charge?
I don't really have any independent recollection of anything specific.
How are you then able to say that you spoke with members of the state and told them that you represented Kenneth Copeland in his capacity as a witness in this trial?
Because I had specific conversations with Don Geary about this case and about Mr. Geary's desire to use Mr. Copeland as a witness.
Am I correct that that was pre-indictment?
Yes,
And am I correct that that was at a time when there was at least a prospect that Mr. Copeland would be a defendant and not only a witness?
that's correct.
So apart from the conversation you had with Don Geary pre-indictment, where there was a prospect that Mr. Copeland would be on the indictment, do you have any recollection of conversations that you've had with members of the district attorney's office regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the current case 22 SC 18357.
Ms. Love, we did not have substantive discussions about what his testimony would be, but everybody in your office knew that I was representing Kenneth Copeland.
With respect.
Fact.
I don't mean substantive. I'm asking you simply, do you recall what it was, if anything, you said to either Mr. Abadi or any other member of the district attorney's office regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness only in the current case 22 SC 1835?
Just that I'm representing him.
And you recall specifically saying to some member of the DA's office, apart from the criminal charges that you helped resolve in 2023, you recall saying to a member of the district attorney's office, I'm representing Kenneth Copeland as a witness only in the YSL trial.
I said that to you, okay?
That is your memory.
Yes.
Where was this? Was it on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it? Was it before or after Mr. Copeland resolved his criminal charges?
I guess before, because it was when we were talking about the bond issue.
And so what exactly did you say about your representation?
I said that I was representing him, and if you want to talk to him, talk to me.
And when you said you were representing him, is it true that you were talking about this criminal charge?
No, Miss Love, it's not true.
Did
And
you state that you were representing him beyond his criminal charges?
Had you finished your answer?
that's fine, yes.
Make sure he finishes his answer before you put the next one on the floor, okay?
Did you state that you were representing Kenneth Copeland in his capacity as a witness in the 22 SC 183572 case?
Yes.
Outside of the criminal charges?
Yes.
Yep.
And did I hear you say that it was your testimony that you never once indicated that Kenneth Copeland had not paid you and you weren't even representing him in the criminal?
No.
So is it also your testimony that no one from the DA's office reached out to you to try and get you to go speak with Mr. Copeland
About what?
about his criminal charges?
Nobody tried to reach me to go talk to Mr. Copeland about his criminal charges.
Is that your testimony?
I don't know why that would be necessary.
That wasn't the question. Answer the question.
There's
No, I don't recall anybody speaking to me about going to talk to Mr. Copeland about his criminal charges.
And so is it fair to say you also don't remember telling any member of the DA's office that you were on vacation and you were not able to deal with Mr. Copeland's criminal charge?
So I resolved Mr. Copeland's criminal charges. As far as I know, I resolved them to Mr. Copeland's satisfaction. And it may well be that at some point
what is that
I was
squealing?
on vacation and not available to go speak to Mr. Copeland. I don't recall specific dates and times, but
That's great.
there is no issue with communication between myself and Mr. Copeland.
There we
Okay.
go.
So as it relates to the question that I asked, do you recall there being a time when you conveyed to the district attorney's office that you were on vacation and could not go to talk with Mr. Copeland?
Ms. Love, if you have such a communication, then I'm sure it exists. The fact that I may have been on vacation a day or a week doesn't mean that I wasn't communicating with my client. Okay?
And if you would mind answering whether or not you recall.
I don't recall.
Why are you hating on vacation? Hilton on vacation?
All right, y'all, we've been at this for over an hour and it's really not particularly relevant anyway, so let's wrap things up.
Yes, Your Honor. When you spoke about Mr. Herzog and you said he was never involved in the case, do you know
What are you?
what it was that he was talking about?
He was calling me about Mr. Copeland testifying in the YSL trial.
What is
You
with?
spoke with him
Yes,
and he said that,
yes.
and what did you tell him?
I told him that Mr. Copeland didn't want to testify.
Now, that was in March,
That was in June of 2023.
and did Mr. Herzog ever say he was working on that trial?
That was my understanding of the purpose of his call to me.
Did he say he was working on it?
Yes.
indicated, and Your Honor, I have about 5 more questions.
All right.
5 more?
You indicated that, upon questioning by Mr. Steele, that your concern regarding the district attorney's office communication with Mr. Copeland was Mr. Copeland's criminal exposure, and that the DA's office was seeking use immunity. And that you considered it ironic that a motion would be filed on June the 7th, considering there should have been, or wasn't, apparently there was no grant of immunity prior to that time. Do you recall saying
I
that?
do.
You never once asked the district attorney's office what protections the immunity afforded to Mr. Copeland.
I'm familiar with what use immunity is, Ms. Love.
Do you recall telling Ms. Hilton in the presence of an investigator that you had never heard of OCG in 24.5.507?
I believe that I did not know that that was the use immunity statute, but once I read the order and saw that it was the use immunity statute, I'm very familiar with use immunity. I've been doing this for 30 years.
And so you are aware then that there wasn't a need to seek use immunity, but that the motion was to compel Mr. Copeland to testify after the state had offered him immunity.
I feel that the motion and the order that was granted to Mr. Copeland did not protect him very much at all.
And finally, in writing to the email that is labeled Defendant Williams Exhibit Number 5, you wrote, "My concern is for my client. Had I been involved, I would have demanded a much more specific immunity deal. You need him much more than he needs you. You've put him in a terrible position where you know his life is in danger, whether in custody or on the street. He's a marked man from this point forward. Go F yourself if you think I'm doing anything besides protecting my client."
Yes.
So what specifically did you intend to, you didn't include in here anything particular that you were worried about with the immunity deal, but you were very specific about Mr. Copeland's potential danger from testifying. Is that wrong or right?
We all know that Mr. Copeland is in danger by virtue of his testifying here.
Now, are you asserting that he is in danger for any member of the state from testifying?
No.
And what specifically did you want, more specifically, in the, because you do understand it's not an immunity deal. We can't use anything he says in any way against him.
Yes.
So understanding that, and that the motion was simply to compel Mr. Copeland to testify, given that he had received that, what much more specific information did you want to see in the meeting?
I would have demanded that he be given immunity from all state level prosecutions as a result of any action he may have had involved with any other individual in this case. And I would have seen if we could have included the feds in that as well.
And did you not understand Mr. Copeland, or did you want more than what he was entitled? Did you not understand him to have been afforded immunity for anything he was asked about criminally, whether it was from the state or the defense?
All that protects him from is from you using his testimony against him.
So you did not understand that it actually protected us from using that testimony in any way to get information about him, to prosecute him regarding those acts? You didn't understand
It protects him from from his testimony at trial being used against him, Ms.
that?
Love.
And anything derived from that
And anything
testimony,
derived from that
you're aware of
testimony.
Let's speak one at a time. Anything derived from that?
testimony. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
So given that Mr. Copeland could not be prosecuted for anything he testified about criminally, and the state could not use his testimony to go seek additional information or reasons to prosecute him, what is it that you would have been seeking to get?
So we are getting dangerously close to privileged communications here. So, but I told you what I would have demanded. I would have demanded absolute immunity from any state level prosecution for any criminal action involved in this matter.
Even those that he didn't speak about at all in the state?
Yes.
And could you tell us just why it is that you would have felt that that was
I think that's,
something that should have been avoided?
I'm not going to get
even
into
if it
that.
did not?
I'm not going to get into that, Ms. Love. I'm not going to get into that.
Your Honor, I think that's all that I have to think.
All right, is there any further questioning? Okay, Mr. Melnick.
Oh, my
This
gosh.
time you can actually go.
Ah.
Thank you for your time. All right.
Wow.
All right, let's move on to the next issue. All right, we're done with this, right? Everybody satisfied?
Judge, I'll just proffer on the record, and without calling unless the court finds it necessary, that
I knew it.
the lawyer who was.
Okay, on just a second. Yes, sir?
I do not accept any proffer by Ms. Love. I've told the court that before, but that remains.
All right,
I'm rejecting it. If she
Your
wants
Honor,
to
I'm not-
testify, then that's fine.
don't talk while somebody else is talking. Let him finish, let me rule,
Facts.
then you can go ahead. I will listen to what your proffer is, because it's really not for Mr. Steele to accept or not. It's for the court to accept or not. Go ahead.
That Mr. Abadi, who was earlier present in court, was on the call that I think Mr. Melnick referenced that he had regarding, he said he spoken to Mr. Abadi about Mr. Copeland and his representation of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case.
Mhm.
Mr. Abadi would testify that Mr. Melnick specifically and explicitly said that he didn't want to have anything to do with his YSL case, that he was not representing him in his capacity as a witness in this case, and that when he was done with the criminal charges, that was it. I believe that he made some reference to Ms. Marcelson or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but if necessary, I will bring Mr. Abadi back as someone to testify.
All right, well, if I am presented with a motion that makes that testimony relevant, then we'll hear from him at that time. My point in all of this was just so that Mr. Melnick could feel like he'd cleared his name. All right. Okay, so, anybody
Gosh.
need a restroom break before we move to our next topic? All right, let's take
Really?
12 minutes and be back at 10:30.
And Your Honor, there's the omitted parts of the transcript. I just want to let you know before we move on to something else.
Omitted parts of the transcript. Yeah, that's what the next topic's going to be. Yes.
Oh my gosh. All right. Whoo. Max Shard messed up the questions? Really? What? Why do you say that? I thought the questions between Steele and Shard were on point. I saw where they were going, the case that they were building. Yeah, Love is frazzled. Let's just tell the truth. Love is frazzled. She is cooked. I mean, she is extra cooked. Yeah, and that whatever's going on with those microphones, hopefully they get that figured out, because that was getting crazy. But okay, I feel like they made the point. I don't know if there's anything that's going to come of it though. That's the only thing I don't get. Like, well, what was the purpose of it? I don't know if there's, I think it's very clear that Love knew that Woody had at least an attorney that she should reach out to. Whether or not he said he quit, or after one other trial, he was done with him, whatever. She at least is very clear that she knew at one point or another that Melnick was Woody's attorney. That's not under discussion. So all of that stuff about emails and is this all of this on one page, or did he cut it onto another page? To me, that was a waste of time. When Love started asking the questions, it just seemed like she's asking questions, but she's dancing around the fact that this man has an attorney. So even in those things, like if they wanted to, I'm sure somebody would have pushed back and said, well, ma'am, sure, you're right there. However, the problem is he has an attorney. And therein is the issue that you're not addressing. Like the man has an attorney, or at least an attorney that you should at least maybe checked into. Like, so let me see if he's still working with this guy. And that would have been fine, I think. And nobody would have been having a question if you reached out to him and then he said, no, I'm good. We're done with this. But it doesn't look like they did that. And it doesn't look like he ever did, in fact, say that. So therein is the problem. Wow. I don't know where she was going with her questioning, but and they waited until Melnick went on vacation. Like even the judge said he had an attorney, or at least somebody you should have tapped into, or at least checked in with for sure. I personally think that she was I think she was trying to get her footing by asking those questions about the emails, the initial 35 questions she asked, because she said she only had 3. I promise you, she asked 100 questions. I think initially she was just trying to get her feet up under her and trying to make some heads or tails. Like, how am I going to get out of this trick bag I to put myself in? And then she found her way out of it, or what she thought found her way out of it by getting into, didn't you say this to a body? Didn't you say this to so-and-so that you were no longer work with Kenneth Copeland? I don't get it. Yeah, they're going to all get called as witnesses. This is getting wild. But one thing I didn't hear, and maybe I might have missed it, when did Kenneth Copeland actually get immunity? Where did that come from? It seemed like his immunity materialized. And what we're talking about is that use immunity that required him to testify on the 10th of June. Wow, that's so long ago. That's almost 2 months ago. That's crazy. Where did that immunity come from? Because I don't think they made that clear where that immunity came from. And in my opinion, that's part of the problem. But yeah. Yeah, that was somebody else asked it too. It was after he was arrested. Okay. But was he arrested? And maybe I need maybe I need to see a timeline. Because it sounded like they didn't. This is when I thought it was given. Thank you so much, KSQ Freeze, at the ex parte. That's what I'm getting. But I could be wrong. Use immunity was on June 6th. So before the June 7th infamous, well, now infamous, ex parte meeting. But some people say the 10th. Okay. Yeah, that's my only question. But I mean, to me, it's not that as important on the 7th of June. That was that Friday where he actually, so they asked for the use of immunity. They asked for ex parte. They had an ex parte on Friday. I even lost track of it because I mean, I just don't get where they're doing that. Because again, I think that's part of the problem is that they're doing something that looks like very clearly the state was doing something that they knew they shouldn't have been doing. I think they got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. That's it. They were wrong for engaging with Woody when they knew he had an attorney, or at least they had reason to suspect that he had an attorney. So, and that seems like she's not even able to argue that they didn't know it. So that's, in my opinion, why they were wrong for engaging with him when they knew to some degree that he had an attorney, or at least somebody they should check in with. Let's check out with this guy real quick. He's maybe, I don't know if he's his attorney, but let me check in with him because he was his attorney in the past. That would have probably been it. That would have probably been the end of it. Star witness exploded on him. Yo, this star witness thing is, and again, Woody is their star witness. That's gotta make you stop and think for a second. Like, this is your star witness. This is the person that you're literally hanging all of this trial on. Yeah, Judge Whitaker is mad. If she comes back and just throws it out, I wouldn't be surprised. But she's trying to hold it together. Right. I got that part. I remember Glanville told me he couldn't, that's why he got arrested on that Friday. But when was it doesn't sound like Melnick knew about, and maybe I'm wrong, I might be missing it. Because I might need a timeline or something like a chart to show. When did Melnick know about this immunity that they're using right here? That would be my only question. So yeah, I think so. That's the defense put Melnick Copeland on record today. Yes. And remember, Steele is thinking, because Steele is a great appellate lawyer as well. So Steele might be thinking, hey, if this thing goes to appeal, I've now got on record that the state was interfering with a client, interfering with a witness who had a lawyer. That might be what he's doing. What did you say about Bumpus? I saw somebody say something about Bumpus. Is she supposed to be there? I hope not. I am ready to move on from this. Okay, let me see what you said right here. Mega Johnny says Melnick emailed the state about the 5th. Then they went and got immunity with the misrepresentation to the judge. That's what I'm starting to think. I like how you said that. Thank you. I like how you said that. Yeah, I think you might be right. This next will seal the deal. I don't know how they're gonna move forward. Yeah, I think that was Monica's right. I think that was the whole point. Steele wanted to get this on the record because this will be what goes into, again, if they do go to appeal, this is what's going to come in. Or possibly that infamous bar complaint. Remember Melnick threatened, this is right before he went on vacation. So I think it's probably the 5th or something of June. And he said he's going to go to the bar about Adrian Love. Well, now they actually have on record what she did. There you go. Wow, Doug. Wow, thank you so much. Doug is blessing the Dear Woke Christian community with 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you so very much for that. Now, if y'all do, as I like to say, now, if you do get a membership, please make sure that you say thank you to Doug. So please, as you get that, YouTube passes those out. So be like Transplanted Text and make sure you say thank you. Put some respect on her name and say thank you for the membership. Let her know you appreciate it. Absolutely. Yeah, here we go. Thank you so much, Transplant Texan. Transplant Texan says, if you receive that membership, please take a moment to say thanks and put her name in there. Say thank you. And Doug, thank you so very much. Wow. Very kind of you. Very kind to kick off our Monday fireworks Monday with Melnick. What do we have here? Yeah, if they get convicted, like I said, there's not many ways that Fonnie Willis's team can win at this. This is a game for the defense to lose. There you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Give him a shout out. Thank you so much. He did play that well. He did. Now, yeah, there's a man. This is just going to be such a wild day. I don't even know where to go with this. Well, thank you so much, M. Doug. Thank you so very much. Melnick Monday. I like it. Hopefully not Mondays. Hopefully I'm not gonna do this every Monday. Oh, okay. I had to say though, let me say this. I'm surprised that Judge Whitaker rallied them all together and kind of wrangled them in. I was kind of thinking she was going to let them go and just keep going however long they went. I was thinking they were, but she did wrangle me in like, okay, come on, let's get this going together. Man, thank you, Camilla Norris. Welcome to the team. Camilla Norris, newest member. Thank you so much and welcome. You know, every form of cooking possible. 305 OG. She's done. Like, I don't know. I would love to see her path to victory. Like, hopefully, she's written out like a lesson plan. This is how I'm gonna get to victory. I would love to see that, just for laughs and giggles, because I don't know how it's gonna work. Yeah, like now, hear me. I said this on my live stream last night, Nana 1234. The only reason we're here is because Young Thug was able to afford an attorney. Please understand, if imagine just how bad the state has been right now, but imagine them just having a public defender or a cop of plea attorney. There's nothing wrong with them, but I think we all can agree that Young Thug is paid for the right kind of attorneys. Is that fair? But imagine if they didn't have that, if he wasn't able to afford that, and he just had somebody, public defender, they'd already be in jail, okay? And the state would be this dirty still. That's the thing I don't think people are realizing. The state, this case going on actually is at a disadvantage for the Fulton County DA's office because more people see how bad they are. Last Friday was an eye opener. That thing right there was like, yo, it was an eye opener for a lot of people when they paid attention to how Hilton argued about the Lil Wayne bus shooting, and then how Love tried to argue about discovery. That right there really opened it. Well, maybe for me, it might have opened my eyes that these people are really don't know what they're doing. And imagine if they just had a public defender that's just trying to box checking and not actually trying to get into the grind and the minutia. They just like, look, this is what they're offering you, man. This is what the state's offering you. Take it and go. They would be in jail right now. And I'm hoping, and I'm holding out hope that this type of thing will cause people to realize, like, something is afoot, something is wrong in the Fulton County DA's office, that they are this bad, doing all of this dirt in the dark. And when you bring it to light, they scatter like roaches. I'm sorry. I think, though, I mean, if he didn't have $1 million lawyer, we would not know this stuff. We wouldn't be aware of this because they'd already been in jail. They'd have just threw him away. Because it's fair to say that Fonnie Willis was just trying to use these gentlemen as her pickup or her stepping stone for her next career move. Let's just say that. I truly believe that. Why is my brother texting me? Hey, brother, I'm on live, James. We over here listening to Sis Wit. Man, Smart Towel got a membership. So now I know my brother doesn't watch my show. Thanks, James. Thanks for letting me know that you don't watch. I appreciate it. Thanks, James. See, that's another fantabulous question. Ambala lady says, like, if Melnick was not, and he talked about it on the infamous Friday when he was there. He said, I'm not going to be here, but I'll have somebody step in. I think he even said he has Kayla Bumpus there. I think they should have stopped. They should have said, no, we can't do the ex parte because his regular lawyer's not there. Again, it makes no sense. You can't say, well, he wasn't his lawyer, but he sent Kayla Bumpus to be his stand-in while he's on vacation. That doesn't make sense. So again, Brian Steele was able to get that on record. So now, if they do have to go to appeal, this is part of the record. And it's going to cause a lot of problems, I think. And then also, if he files a bar complaint, this is part of the record. Yeah. And okay, we got movement. We got movement. Let's go.
Okay. Mr. Steele, move into our next topic.
Here we go.
Okay.
I do need to get.
Oh, I guess if Zoom's relevant, I better get on the Zoom also. So give me a second to do that also.
I'm pretty Zoom illiterate, so I might need a little assistance.
How can anybody be Zoom illiterate in this day and age after all of our COVID era Zooming?
I know enough to not turn myself into a cat.
Okay, if you can let me in, and I guess. Are we going to be hearing from somebody over Zoom?
I just have a brief TikTok that I need to play.
Really?
It's very brief.
Wait, for real?
Okay.
A TikTok for real?
Well, this is part of the proffer, so it's your choice. I can do it or I cannot do it.
I
Your
have
Honor.
no idea what it's going to be.
I can tell you what it will be.
Why don't you tell me first?
This will be a TikTok of Mr. Copeland speaking to Miss Bumpus, where
Okay.
Mr. Copeland acknowledges that what is in the transcript
Oh.
the transcript is not complete from the
Oh, yeah,
June
that's
the
right.
10th meeting.
Did Mr. Copeland read the transcript?
I don't know what Mr. Copeland has read or not.
So
If you don't want to hear it,
TikTok
then I
is
can
into
just
the
do my
chat.
proffer, Your Honor.
I mean, if that's what it says, it shows Ms. Bumpus talking to Mr. Copeland.
Believe it or not, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Copeland says, whatever. I mean, I don't care. Play it.
You can take it for what it's worth,
Yeah,
Your Honor.
I'll just,
Let me just, if I can begin with my proffer, then I can play this,
Okay.
Your Honor. It is my understanding, based on my conversations with Ms. Bumpus, that while the transcript may be, let me be more specific, the transcript of the June the 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting, and I'm not going to list everybody that was in the meeting, but that transcript was complete in the sense Bill was in the room
mhm.
and the court reporter was in the room. I have no basis to believe that that transcript is incomplete for when Judge Glanville was in the room. But there was a portion of that morning, a significant portion of that morning, based on my understanding, where it was Ms. Hilton was in the room, Mr. Copeland was in the room, Ms. Bumpus was in the room.
And how is that your understanding?
Square that
Because I
page.
don't see that from the transcript. And I know I actually said that at some point, but I went back and looked, and let me reference y'all to, let me find it. All right, so the beginning of the transcript, it is just it is if we all look at page 3, present in chambers were Judge Glanville, ADA Love, Attorney Bumpus, Court Reporter Weaver, and investigators Long and Hamilton. And then they have a conversation that goes through page 22. On page 23, the proceedings stood in recess from 9:34 to 10:03 because just before then, they had decided to get Mr. Copeland in and Miss Hilton in. So when they go back on the record at 10:03, this is reflected on page 23, it's Judge Glanville, ADA Hilton, Attorney Bumpus, Court Reporter Weaver, investigators Long, Hamilton, some deputies, and then at some point, Mr. Copeland expresses that he might want to call his sister, and on page 36, Mr. Copeland says, oh, this is not the sister. Can I speak with her for a second, meaning Miss Bumpus? And it shows that Judge Glanville, ADA Hilton, Court Reporter Weaver, and the 2 DA's office investigators leave chambers at 10:17, return at 10:33. Then Mr. Copeland has a question for the court. And then on page 46, a sheriff's office person comes in and tells Judge Glanville, we have a security issue. We need to stop for a minute. And it reflects that Judge Glanville and that officer, Lieutenant Dean, exit chambers at 10:45. Judge Glanville returned to chambers at 10:47. Okay, and then there's something about he might want to talk to his sister. And on page 52, they appear to maybe call his sister, and Ms. Hilton says, if y'all want to talk, let me go somewhere where I can't hear you. The judge is over there, so just speak low so he doesn't hear you. And the court says, hold on. And Judge Glanville exits chambers along with Ms. Hilton, Investigator Long, Investigator Hamilton, and the court reporter. They all leave from 10:53 to 11:28. When they come back in, and this was where I got confused, the court says, okay, all right, Mr. Copeland, have you had an opportunity to talk with Ms. Bumpus, your lawyer, and Ms. Hilton, the state's counsel? Have you got any other questions? And I hadn't looked up to see who left before, so I thought maybe just the judge had left, but it appears that they had all left. So, I mean, I assume he meant, obviously we know Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland had been talking prior to this. So I guess that's what he meant. But anyway, that's where I had gotten that. So where do you get your basis that they were in there at some point?
I get my information from Miss Bumpus. So
Okay.
perhaps, and I don't know specifically at what point. I don't know if Miss Hilton came back in the room prior to going back on the record. I don't know. But at some point, Miss Hilton, Mr. Copeland, and Miss Bumpus were in that room discussing things amongst themselves. And my understanding is that Mr. Copeland relayed information regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas and perhaps some other information that Miss Bumpus indicated would be Brady material. And so I just want to put that on the record that this happened.
Okay, so you can't put that on the record
Well,
that it happened. You can put it on the record that Ms. Bumpus told you it happened.
Well, Ms.
Is that
Bumpus-
what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I want to hear from Ms. Bumpus if that's the case.
Okay. And then would you like to Are you interested in
If you
seeing this
want me
TikTok?
to, that's fine.
Okay.
No, I'm not interested in seeing it, but if you feel like it's relevant, I'll watch it.
She said, I'm not interested.
Briefly, Mr. Ken.
Yes.
What happened? Oh. Why does she have to watch it on TikTok? I mean, it's on YouTube, right? Yeah, I don't think, oh my gosh, man. This is definitely, certainly gone off the rails. Sidebar. She gonna have to come back in, I guess so. Man, I'd be mad. Nobody had, I don't think anybody had, what's calling it, TikTok. I don't think I had Bumpus on there. Let me check. Matter of fact, here you go. I'll show you mine in a moment. Oh, wait, I do have Bumpus on mine. Get out of here. Oh, if she says no to the TikTok, I actually have no video. All right, just real quick. This is my bingo board. I'm cooking okay. I'm doing okay. I got 1, 2, 3 possibles. Okay, cool. All right. Let me get this back in. Hold on. They still not ready yet. They still there. I actually have Bumpus on my TikTok board. What do you know about that? Go figure. Yes, Mindy. You could always play bingo. The bingo board is at the top of the chat. Pinned comment. Oh, so they're not letting us see it. They're just letting us hear it. I'm sorry, letting them hear it. He probably got his the young thug get a new do. He probably got it tightened up. Looks like he got it tightened up. Okay, so they're playing the bingo. They're playing the TikTok where Kayla and Woody are talking, and Woody says that the whole thing is not complete. The transcript is not complete. And I think both of them said it, or at least one of them did. I'm not certain. But yes, I have no idea. I don't know why they're not letting us hear it, or at least unmute it. Make sure I'm not tripping. No. Okay. TikTok is a side. TikTok is a remix. I think they are at sidebar. Okay. I wish I had it original. I mean, I would play it. I don't think I have that one. They are definitely old enough for bingo. I love it. Yeah, they're listening on earpieces. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think her TikToks were taken down, I think. But or she took them down, or she was hacked or something like that. Free the TikTok. I agree. Free the TikToks. Okay. Oh man. Oh, so Judge Whitaker wants to hear it first. I'm being told. Free the TikTok. So apparently Judge Whitaker's listened to it first and they're sidebarring it. If she thinks it's relevant, then she'll play it. I got you now. I got you. But I mean, I thought it was on YouTube too. I'm looking. Let me see. Let me pull this up. It is funny though that we're literally wrangling. We're literally wrangling about whether or not the transcript and ex parte meeting was complete. No, I don't think he's on the phone with anybody. Brando, I think he's listening to this TikTok that Weinstein wanted to release. I think that's what they're listening to. It's possible that one of them do. Absolutely. I know I've seen it, so I know I've seen it, and I can't emphatically say I have it, but I know that I've seen it, so I know what they're talking about. All right, let's see. Did they unmute us? They did not. You think both of their YouTubes are taken out? All right, let's see what we got. All right. All right. So little birdie just sent me the TikTok. Hold on 1 second. I'm hoping this is the right one that they're listening to. I don't know. That's a great question. Is Bumpus in the press box? I don't know. Let me pull this in. Okay. I'm going on a limb here. I don't know which one they're actually listening to. So, I mean, I'm sure there's, different remixes of that nature of this particular conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the feed out. So don't spam me that they're back in, because I'm going to just pull this in. All right. So I'm pulling this in. All right. Let's listen to it quick ourselves.
Some of your favorite moments.
Can y'all real quick just chat in the chat, drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear.
From the trial. Can we go to some of the favorite Woody moments?
They ain't gonna lock me up, is
No, you're not gonna say nothing. So 1 second, let me switch over, and then I want you guys.
Did you guys hear that? Didn't she just say in the previous live stream? By the way, the previous live
Shout out
stream
to
was
Professor
a couple
Ness.
of weeks prior to this one. This was only a day ago. She said, I'm going to protect him even though he fired me, which makes no sense. Why are you guys even talking? But then she says, we're not going to talk about the case in the previous clip. And then now she says, let's talk about the trial. Let's talk about your fix. And he goes, very actually astutely, he says, they're not going to lock me up, are they? Because he knows he's not supposed to talk about it. And she goes, no, it's okay. Because now she wants to be some kind of social media influencer or something. Like, what in God's name is going on here?
what the police doing still right now? Police right here in the street. They show. Why y'all didn't tell me they was out here? I don't care where she at. They're sitting right there in the street. You ready, Katie?
Yeah, I'm ready. We are not talking about the case. We are talking about. Oh yeah, we'll just talk about it. Okay. Somebody said their favorite part is when Miss Hilton asks you, "What is 372?"
Yeah, like what is it?
Okay, I think the most, other than the you fire, a lot of people like when they say, How old are you?
Kayla, you had froze, ain't you?
They said, you heard me. Everybody else said they like when you said, when she asked you, how old are you? How old are you?
I don't even think that matter. Like, I'm grown as hell. I've been making a lot of my own decisions. So, you heard me.
I didn't get the question either,
Like,
so I'm
why-
kind of.
I ain't asked her how old she was.
Okay, so
This guy's driving and streaming, which he can't be. It's
They say they
100%
like-
illegal.
they said they like when they told you to identify Shannon and you almost passed out. Was everything okay?
No. Can I say what they did to me?
Go ahead.
I'm talking about the jail situation.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what they did was, I went to Rice Street on that Friday. I went to Rice Street. So they put me in general population. And then I got on the jail phone and told everybody to put money on the phone and put money on my book. So when they heard me tell everybody to put money on the phone and on my books, they seen I was being comfortable. They moved me from Rice Street and put me into DeKalb County and put me in a dorm by myself with no water, with no phone, and no TV. And it was stink. It was smelling real, real bad, like somebody else. And and then there was Saturday, Sunday. So when Monday came, the sheriff, they're looking for me. They didn't even know where I was. So when I finally woke up, they were like, "Copeland, where you been? We've been looking for you." I was like, "Well, ain't too many places I can go."
All
they
right,
took
so
me to
that
the
was it.
courthouse,
So
and then
that's
went from
the
there.
that's that. Let me jump back
Is it true
into
that
the
you don't drink
actual.
water? They said, do you really drink water?
All right.
No, I don't drink water.
Somebody said, did you?
Okay, so that was a TikTok. I mean, basically, Melnick is going. Not Melnick. I apologize. Weinstein was asked by Judge Whitaker to go back and refresh his memory. I don't think she's going to have him play that, but rather it's like 3.5 minutes. Shout out again to Professor Nez. It's about 3.5 minutes, and you can see that they kind of talked about the case at the very beginning, and then the rest of it's kind of irrelevant. So that's the skinny of it, if you will. So at this current moment, Melnick is, I keep saying Melnick, Weinstein is going back over the TikTok so he can talk about it. I have no idea what's the purpose of this one. This seems like this long game doesn't make sense. I think we already know that there's possibly something not included in the transcript. I already think we got that part. I don't think they're technically going to play it for everybody. That's not the right video. Somebody's saying, okay, but then I wasn't able to find the correct video. So I apologize if that was not the right one or there's another one. I mean, I think this was Professor Nez has this labeled as like 1 of 4, or like he's got multiples. Part 4. Yeah, there's several of them. So maybe I might have missed that one. That's okay. I think we all have seen it though. We all have heard it. So it's really just trying to stay up to speed with what is being said. Hopefully, because again, we weren't privy to what Weinstein and Love and Judge Whitaker were listening to, and others were listening to. So that was it. It was on YouTube. I don't think it's still there. I think that the court is in recess, Monica, because Weinstein is actually refreshing his memory of this TikTok so that he can, according to Judge Whitaker, so he can speak on it and give his recollection. I don't think she's going to let them play it in open court, but rather just like, tell me what it is. So fact check froze him out. I don't know if it's necessary. I've seen it too. I did not, I downloaded it somewhere and I didn't know I was going to have to pull it up on the fly. So I'm kind of like the prosecution. I'm unprepared. You know what I'm saying? But I only had like 35 seconds to look it up, not like, 35 hours or something. So give me a little grace. So that's what I think is going on at the current moment. So that's why they're in recess again. Whew. Wildness. This is crazy, man. So it's been pretty, I will say the Melnick interrogation from Steele and Love, that wasn't bad. If there was a lot there to glean. So I think that's kind of cool. Now, I don't know how we're going to go with this second part of the second part with Weinstein going over again. I wish he wasn't using a TikTok. I wish he was just using the YouTube video, which was fine. But we'll see how it all pans out. Oh, please help me with how are we doing with these likes? Let's see how we're doing. We're a little bit under half, a little bit under half. Hey, y'all, though. Thank you so much. We got almost 800 people watching, which is incredible. Amazing. Thank you so much. They're on a break, but she said it was just to let Weinstein get caught up on the TikTok, and he was just going to speak on it intelligently. So she wasn't going to play it, but rather she just was going to let them speak on it. So let me make sure it has not picked back up.
He's going to proffer that. So we'll take a quick break and allow him to do that. Then he can come back and put a more detailed, specific proffer on the record, and we'll go from there. All right, so we're in recess again.
Okay, yeah. So that was about 5 minutes ago, give or take. So the likes need to cook. And let them likes cook like Steele was cooking. Please let them likes cook like Steele was cooking earlier today, for sure. So yeah, so she basically said, hey, go back, get your recollection, give your proffer, and we're gonna move on from there. So I don't know how that's gonna look. We'll find out when he comes back. I do want to say thank you again to our stream sponsor, who is Philip Road. Let me go ahead and give him his shine. All right, Philip Road is the stream sponsor. Thank you so much, Philip, for sponsoring the stream with the very gracious $10. I'll just round it up to $10 super chat. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you very much. And let's let him. There we go. If y'all could tell Philip thank you so much. And if y'all could just put Philip in the chat and say thank you, Philip. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for that. And earlier today, Philip, of course, said he was talking about the jury. He said, in 2024, I'm sure the jurors know what's going on by now. It's way too juicy not to find out. I agree with you 100%. And I appreciate you supporting the channel, Philip. Thank you so much. Thank you, Philip. Okay, so let me ask you this. I don't know how long the recess was. Melanie, I apologize. I was fooling around with that TikTok. That wasn't really the right one. But shout out to the little bird that sent it to me. I appreciate you. But so far today, I'd say it was good. I had some expectations that it would be a little bit more fireworks, but hey, you know what? I can't complain. So I'm not gonna be mad about my fireworks. So Judge Witt thought she was going to clean this mess up after Glanville. Too much dirt to sweep under the rug for that, Robin says. All right. Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't know where it's going to go. I don't know where, where's the off ramp? Is there an exit somewhere, 10 miles ahead? Is there exit in 10 miles? I don't know. I don't know how she's going to get out of this. There's a lot of ways to get out of this, in my opinion, without having to besmirch Whitaker's character or the defense. There's not a lot of ways to preserve the state, though. The state is just in trouble, in my opinion. Okay, and we might have to have another conversation about this Texan. Initially, like his first couple of seconds, because Brian Steele comes up and he's organizing papers, he's stapling stuff. Sometimes that comes off as like he doesn't know, he doesn't come together, is not as polished as I would like for him to be sitting at the table, because we can't see him at the table. So that's when he should be filing and stapling and paper clipping. When he comes up there to the desk, he should be ready to go. And so to me, he was a little bit slow. I'm not saying he wasn't prepared, because other people do that as well. I just wish that he was a little bit more polished in that regard. That being the case, however, once the water started boiling, he was cooking. He was cooking for sure. And I knew exactly where he was going. I could see his path to victory. I could see, knowing where he's trying to get to, he got there. I thought that was good. It was just all of his questioning. If you wrote his questions out, I think they were fantastic. His presentation left a little bit to be desired. Not saying anything wrong with him. And please understand, I got mad respect for Brian Steele. So when I say he's petty, when I say that he's snarky, I'm saying that with a level of respect, because I think he definitely knows his craft. And there's a reason why he's the #1 defense attorney in Georgia. Now, I don't think Adrian Love, if you wrote out her questions, I don't think you would know where she's trying to get to at the end. From Brian Steele's like second or third question, you could kind of like, I know what you're trying to prove. I know what you're doing. I don't get that same vibe from Adrian Love. I didn't know where she was going with her questioning. And my merciful goodness, in the morning, she wasted a lot of time. She wasted a lot of possible goodwill talking about, is this email correct? Nobody cared. Like, again, it comes across super duper trifling, super duper worrying about dots and tittles. Now, granted, you need to have your I's crossed and your T's dotted. Absolutely. That being the case, though, get to what you're talking about quick. And I feel like she didn't do a good job there, in my opinion. Oh my goodness, yeah. And again, I want to make sure, I wanted to come across like I'm being disrespectful to Brian Steele. I got mad respect for him. He's come across as definitely a top tier attorney. Yeah. So no question there. I just hope people realize, like, when I say he's petty, when I say he's snarky, that's meant in a respectful manner. I don't know how long they're gonna be on this break though. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Goodness gracious, come on. So let me see. They've been on break for 10 minutes already. At least. Okay. You know what? South Georgia, I can accept that. I can accept that. Now, most of my interaction with Brian Steele has been post jury at the current moment. So I can accept that. South Georgia says he isn't in front of the jury, so he's not concerned with looks. I got you. Okay, no problem. I can dig that. That is reasonable. Absolutely. Thank you to whoever gifted Rose the membership. Thank y'all. Extending out the DWC family. Some reason or other, my daughter's school, they instituted a much more strict cell phone policy, and I'm very pleased with it. Extremely pleased with the much more strict cell phone policy. Because my daughter used to text me all day, like, "Girl, are you not in class?" Yeah, our teachers let us, like, so they've instituted a much more strict cell phone policy, and apparently she and her little friend are at lunch or somewhere, and she decided she wants to send me a picture and say, "Hey, you better put that phone away for you can't go to prom." So anyway, what do we got here? Y'all are not playing with love in this AI. Y'all are not having any of it. Y'all are not having any of it, which is fine. Yeah, they're still on break. Come on now. Judge Whitaker, what we got? We need some more fireworks. We need some moving this thing forward. That's what we need. Well, thank you for the super sticker. Uh-oh, we got movement. South Georgia Stacker, thank you so much for the super sticker. Make sure I'm not on mute. All technical difficulties have been resolved. Check your bingo boards. Let's go. I will say that clerk is moving a whole lot more than the previous clerk. That guy didn't move a lot at all in Glanville's office, but this young lady, she's got a lot to do. She's moving around a lot. Man, Whit got a monitor and a laptop up there now. She's gonna be hiding herself in a minute.
All right, Mr. Weinstein.
Let's go.
Thank you for giving me time to refresh my poor memory, Your Honor. So there is actually originally a YouTube video that I viewed on TikTok. And it's an interaction between Kayla Bumpus, Mr. Copeland's attorney, and Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
And there's just is this feedback a problem?
Sounds
Not
great.
right now, it's not.
Okay. So anyway, I viewed this interaction. I'll go ahead and proffer to the court the exchange that I witnessed. Ms. Bumpus says, Woody, is the transcript complete? Mr. Copeland then vigorously shakes his head back and forth, indicating no. Then Kayla Bumpus says, you say no? And then Woody responds with, you know that. So that's the interaction that takes place. Your Honor, as I think maybe you indicated, and certainly as the state indicated, perhaps the better source of this is Ms. Bumpus herself. She's here. I'd like to call her to the stand and we can hear her testimony about what took place on June the 10th, 2024. During the course of that ex parte.
I didn't see that coming.
Recorded in the transcript, not because of anything nefarious, but it would provide, I think, better insights into our position that there was Brady material June the 10th that was not captured in the transcript and not provided to us.
All right, let's hear it. Ms. Bumpus coming up, and Ms. Bumpus is basically, I think, been in court all morning. Is that right? Okay, coming up and take the stand.
Oh my gosh, I did not have.
Sure.
I think I did have this on my bingo board.
Ms. Bumpus, would you please stand and raise your right hand?
Oh yeah, I got Bumpus on my.
Do you
Yes.
swear the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay, please be seated. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kayla Bumpus.
And what is your relationship with respect to Mr. Copeland?
I previously represented him on criminal cases, but for purposes of this case, I was a stand-in attorney.
And what was your intent in representing Mr. Copeland?
To make sure that his rights were protected and to make sure that Jonathan Melnick was good to go.
All right, let's focus on the discrete issue that is before the court.
Thank you,
okay?
thank you, Judge Whitaker.
You were present in the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting, is that correct?
Yes,
Have you read the transcript to the ex parte meeting?
yes.
Um,
I'm not sure if that is already an exhibit in this case, Your Honor.
It is, it's a part of the record as a
Okay.
transcript.
Okay,
It's been filed
All right.
in Odyssey into the case.
Okay.
So I don't think it needs to be an exhibit unless you want to make it exhibit for the purposes of this hearing, but it's in the record.
okay. I'll just be referring to that transcript. So have you read the transcript from the June 10th ex parte meeting?
Yes,
And does that reflect everything that occurred the morning of June the 10th during the course of your meeting? I believe that was in chambers. Is that correct? That was compound.
That
Was
was
that
a
meeting in,
compound
that was
question.
compound.
Let's
Was that
read
meeting
it
in
that way.
chambers? Where did that meeting take place?
in chambers.
In chambers. And was the ex parte transcript that you read a complete recording of absolutely everything that took place in chambers that morning?
No,
Could you please tell me generally, when was there a time during the course of that ex parte meeting when y'all went off of the transcript?
Clarify what you mean by that, when y'all went off.
Was
of
there a
the
break in the proceedings at some point on the morning of June the 10th?
multiple.
Multiple breaks.
Yes,
And during one of those breaks, did you have occasion to speak to Mr. Copeland with someone else with someone from the states, the state present in the room.
Yes,
And when you had that conversation, that was off the record. That was without the transcript being transcribed.
yes.
Let's clarify who is in the room at
Yes.
this point in time.
Okay. Who is in the room? And again, let me just make clear on this. I only want you to speak about conversations that you had with Mr. Copeland that are not privileged, where, for example, someone from the state was in the room. Do you understand?
For sure.
Okay. When there was a portion of that meeting that was not recorded on transcript, who was in the room?
Myself, Mr. Copeland, and Simone Hilton.
Who else, if
Um,
anyone?
I don't know all the deputies.
But were there deputies in the room as well?
Yes,
Do you remember how many?
4.
Wow.
Okay. Anyone else other than the deputies and the 3 people you just named?
Investigator Hamilton and maybe another investigator from the state.
Okay. Approximately how long was that?
Hang on a second. Was the court reporter in the room?
I don't know. I don't recall. I can't remember.
Yeah, if she wasn't in it, that's gonna be a problem.
And at what point during the meeting did this allegedly occur?
Towards the end,
If you had a copy of the transcript in front of you, could you show me where? Like, if
I
you,
could get close, Judge.
okay. Do you have a copy for her?
I don't have, does anyone have a copy? I do not have a copy
Mine just
printed out.
disappeared. I don't know where mine went.
Max, do you have one?
I have one. I have one. I got one.
Maybe not. Let's get a
Okay.
clean copy.
Let's get 1,000 likes.
What
on the
had
video.
just occurred and then what occurred following it? What had just occurred prior to,
What had just occurred was we had been meeting for a really long time and I needed to go to the bathroom because I was stressed out. And
okay,
when I went outside in the hallway, Simone was outside in the hallway. So I guess she didn't want to be in the room with Mr. Copeland while I stepped out. That's all I can think of. So she was outside. She met me in the hallway. And she said,
okay, hang on before you get into what anybody said. So y'all are in chambers, like paint the picture for me. You're in chambers and then, and what happens for you to then leave chambers to go to the restroom?
I needed a break.
Okay, and so you leave chambers
Yes.
and Miss Hilton leaves chambers.
I don't know when she left because when I left, she was still in there. But when I came from the bathroom, she was in the hallway.
Okay, when you left chambers to go to the restroom,
Well, she's still in
who
there.
was in chambers at the time that you left?
Mr. Copeland, the deputies that were with him, about 4, Miss Hilton, the investigators from the DA's office, the judge, and the court reporter.
Okay, so you took a bathroom break.
Yes.
And as far as you know, you left and then you have no idea when or if anybody else left. But when you came back, Miss Hilton was in the hallway.
Yes.
All right, well then that's not the part we're talking about.
No. Well, I think it leads up to the part we're talking about, and that interaction with Ms. Hilton may
Okay.
be relevant to where we're about to go.
All right.
Could you please describe the exchange you had with Ms. Hilton in the hallway?
So she asked me, I think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you guys are trying to say. And if he's trying to do what I think he's trying to do, then that's not going to work. And I said, well, I don't know what you're referring to, but I guess we can come back in and you could talk to him about it.
Okay, and so when you said you can come back in the room and talk with him about it, was there any further exchange in the hallway?
No,
What happened after that?
we go back in the chambers,
Excuse me, we being you and Ms. Hilton.
me and Miss Hilton,
You go back into the chambers, and then would you say again who was in the chambers when you went back in?
Well, Mr. Copeland had then went to the restroom, so it was just me and Miss Hilton in chambers, and then they bring him back in. And
Did
then-
you and excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off if you hadn't finished.
No, then the same other people.
Okay, when you and Miss Hilton were in the chambers prior to Mr. Copeland returning, did you and Miss Hilton have any further conversation in the chambers?
No,
Okay, when Mr. Copeland.
Hang on. So you and Miss Hilton go back into chambers. Do you go back? I mean, chambers is, there's an anteroom where the judicial assistant sits. There's a staff attorney's office. There's the judge's office. Where are y'all? The judge's office?
Yes.
Okay, and when you and Miss Hilton go back to the judge's office, there's nobody else there but the two of you?
and probably the investigators from the state.
You don't remember?
Well, the deputies had to take Mr. Copeland.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Mr. Copeland was gone.
Yeah, he was in.
Was the court reporter there?
Yeah, she was there.
Was the judge there? If you remember.
I don't remember if he was in there.
Okay, so you and Miss Hilton have a private conversation in chambers?
No, we don't talk.
Okay, y'all just walk back in and then what happens?
And then everybody comes back in.
Okay, who is everybody?
The judge, Mr. Copeland, the 4 deputies, the 2 investigators from the state.
Okay, we're just going to take it slowly, step by step, okay?
Okay.
All right. So those individuals return. Does Judge Glanville return to the chambers?
Yes,
Is the court reporter in the chambers?
yes.
Okay. When all of these people are in the chambers, what happens next? A step at a time.
Simone starts talking to Mr. Copeland about what we talked about in the hallway.
What specifically did Miss Hilton tell Mr. Copeland about what happened in the hallway?
I don't remember what she said at the beginning, because then she says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Who is the she that says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Simone Hilton.
Okay, ask the judge to step out. At that point, does the judge step out?
Yes.
Does anyone else step out?
I don't remember if the court reporter stepped out, but I know she stopped taking down what we were talking about.
Okay, and she may or may not have remained in the chambers.
Correct.
Okay,
And so at this point, you're saying that the judge is out, you, Miss Hilton, Mr. Copeland, 4 sheriff's deputies and 2 DA investigators are in chambers.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
okay. Next step. What happens next?
Simone starts to talk to Mr. Copeland about, I guess this is the part about purging yourself and perjury and impeachment.
Okay, what specifically did Miss Hilton say about purging himself?
About purging himself once he began to testify that he would purge himself of him being arrested.
Okay, what about perjury did she tell to him? Did Miss Hilton say to Mr. Copeland?
I think some of this is on the transcript, but she reiterated the fact that pretty much she wanted him to testify. She didn't know what he was going to say, but there was one thing that they know that he didn't do that she would not allow him to testify to.
Okay. What did Miss Hilton tell Mr. Copeland was the one thing he knew, she
All right,
knew?
let's not assume any of this because this is your witness, so don't lead her, okay?
Okay. So when you say that, what did Miss Hilton specifically say regarding that?
Well, first, Mr. Copeland said, I can claim all of this. I can claim all of this. I might as well just say I did all of this. And she said, but we know you didn't do all of this. And specifically, we know you did not kill Donovan Thomas. And I will not allow you to get on the stand and say that you killed Donovan Thomas.
And when Miss Hilton said, I will not allow you to get on the stand and say you killed Donovan Thomas, did she say anything else with respect to that?
Pretty much, I was explaining to Mr. Copeland about independent evidence, because she said if she had any independent evidence to prove that he was lying about anything. She would just use his statement to impeach him, but she would not necessarily press charges against him for perjury. But she said that if he said this thing, this one particular thing, which was the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, that she may move forward with perjury. And Mr. Copeland says, well, it's not just about me knowing who killed him, but it's about, I know more about that infinity, and I know something about somebody who's not even on trial.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there a second because there's a lot to unpack, okay? So do I understand your testimony to be that Miss Hilton said that she would prosecute him if he lied about the killing of Donovan Thomas, but she would not prosecute him if he lied about other things?
Yes.
Let's go back to the infinity, because I didn't catch all of that. What did Mr. Copeland say about the infinity?
You just say, I know something about the infinity that y'all don't know.
And how did Miss Hilton respond to that?
No, I don't remember, but basically she just like, okay.
Okay. What happened next in that meeting? Oh, can I stop you a second? Had Judge Glanville re-entered the chambers where you were at this point?
No.
Okay. Please continue. What happened after the comment from Mr. Copeland about the infinity?
I think that, I mean, she really didn't say anything about it. She just kept moving forward with explaining to him about she wasn't going to go for that lie about the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but whatever else you lie about, I'll just use it as impeachment. And that conversation went on for about 5 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. At this point, we've been in there for 2 hours. And they gave me a second to talk to Mr. Copeland, and then that was the end.
Okay. Who gave you a second to talk to Mr. Copeland?
I guess Simone.
Did Simone Hilton remain in the room while you spoke to Mr. Copeland?
Yes, but she couldn't hear what we were saying.
And why do you believe she couldn't hear what you were saying?
She couldn't, I know, because we were whispering in we scooted away from her and we just kind of whispered in each other's ear.
Okay. Is there anything else that happened during the course of this meeting where Judge Glanville was not in the room that you haven't told us this morning?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know there's one time where Adrian says something about Judge close your
Where,
ears.
I'm sorry, who?
Adrian Love.
Okay, let's stop just a second, okay? Because I want to make sure we clarify this. I believe your testimony earlier was that Ms. Love was not in the room, at least during this portion of that meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you referring to another portion of the meeting that happened that morning?
I don't remember if he stepped out or not. I just remember at one point she said, Judge, close your ears.
I don't remember if who said,
Okay, let's go back.
but yeah, that's
Okay,
very
here,
unclear.
we're going to go back and try to clarify.
Let me.
Yeah.
All right. So at the beginning of the meeting, it is Judge Glanville, Miss Love, and you,
Yes, Judge.
the court reporter, and then whomever the deputies are. Mr. Copeland is not there. Ms. Hilton is not there. Is that correct?
No deputies.
Okay.
They don't come until Mr. Copeland comes.
Okay. So then it is just the judge, Miss Hilton, and you, and the court reporter, correct?
And the investigators.
The DA investigators.
Yes,
Okay.
Judge.
And so is it that portion of the transcript that you're moving to now?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And what did Ms. Love say?
I just remember her saying something about Judge, close your ears. And I can't remember if he steps out then for a second or not, but that would be the only other time I remember him stepping out.
What did Ms. Love say after Ms. Love said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. So we've discussed that one
I think so.
portion of the morning where the judge was not in the chambers. Was there another time that morning, other than that one time we've been discussing, was there another time that morning where the judge was not in the chambers, but there was a conversation among you Mr. Copeland and someone from the prosecutor's team?
No,
Okay, that's the only time.
yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Does any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus? And we have a copy of the transcript now, if anybody.
What do y'all think? You think
needs
she's
it.
gonna?
A clean copy.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. It's gonna be wild.
Yeah,
Fireworks, please.
it's sitting right
Oh.
up here.
Brian is back. Ooh, love testifying? That would be crazy.
Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Counselor, was there a time in your presence that you heard someone give a direction for the sheriff deputies to shut off their body-worn cameras?
Absolutely.
Do you know who gave that direction?
Deputy Brown.
And do you know at what period of time or what point in time that occurred? Were you alone with your client? Was it throughout the whole time? Were you with Ms. Hilton? What was going on when you heard that?
That was the first thing he said when the deputies brought Mr. Copeland in.
So as far as you know, I'm not saying the sheriff deputies filed that order, but they were ordered to turn off all body-worn cameras as far as you were concerned.
Yes.
And this conversation that you just relayed to us with Ms. Hilton, you and Mr. Copeland, your client, was that a calm conversation? Was it heated? How would you describe?
It was, we had been in there for 2 hours. It was a high level of emotional tension, if that's a thing.
Okay, were people getting louder than we're speaking now?
Yes,
And who was that person or people?
Simone.
Okay. And when you were talking about Mr. Copeland not being permitted to take responsibility for the killing of Mr. Thomas, you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Did Mr. Copeland in any way take responsibility for that killing that day to Ms. Hilton?
Pretty much, he just said, you don't know what I did or didn't do.
Okay. And that was said to the prosecutor about the killing of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Oh man, come
Do you know
on.
if you saw Ms. Hilton taking any notes or recording the meeting, or any of the people with her recording this meeting or taking notes?
I'm not aware.
It says, and the court just gave a transcript, I don't know where it is, but you can look at it. No one's trying to trick you. It says on page 40, towards the bottom, it's the Honorable
Yes.
Judge.
It's fine.
If you need to look at it, if you don't need to look at it, that's fine. Just let the record reflect. It should be on page 40. If you need it, June 10th, it should be 2024 ex parte conference that you were part of. And Judge Glanville says something to the effect, I'm not looking at, this is not a quote, but it appears to be to Mr. Copeland. Do you remember when Mr. Love told you that as long as you don't tell a bold-faced whopper,
I remember that.
something like that? Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you just, so the court, unless the court has it in front of her, what
I've
line
got it
that
in
is?
front of me.
Do you know what line that is? Or it begins on?
12,
Okay.
well, 9, but 12 specifically, which it's referencing to.
I couldn't hear the last part.
9 is when he starts talking, but 12 is when he gets into that part.
He being Judge Glanville.
Yes.
Okay. And what information do you have that Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about the bald face whopper?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that again? Well,
Yeah.
apparently Ms. Bumpus didn't understand it any better than I did.
Yes. Do you have any information to educate us on when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about you can't make a bald face, whatever it says, whopper?
Hang on just a second. Yes, Ms. Love.
My objection is that the question itself assumes a fact that has not been established.
Sustained.
Read what it says if you don't mind. Since it's
Tell me
in
what page we're on again.
40.
Okay. Thank you.
The state can still give you immunity. They can give immunity to whoever they want, okay? And they can make that choice. I don't even make that choice. So if they, like I said earlier, they want your testimony, they figure it's that the jury needs to hear what you have to say, good, bad, or indifferent. And what Ms. Hilton is telling you is just the truth as you know it. And let her worry about, I mean, even though you may have said different versions of whatever, that's for impeachment. That's not going to get you in trouble. What will get you in trouble is you just invoking your First Amendment privilege because you've been given immunity. Or as Ms. Love said this morning, remember, Ms. Love said, if you lie, if you overtly lie about something, like if you tell a bold-faced whopper, then they can indict you on that particular charge. I mean, that particular false statement.
That part you said about, you remember earlier this morning, Ms. Love telling you about the bold-faced whopper. That's what I'm focused on. Can you tell us, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland that morning?
What's your basis?
Again, assuming
I know where he's
facts have
going.
not been established. The question, I believe, was, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland?
Okay, so I think that's based on the fact that what was just read out was read out. So I don't know that Judge Glanville's statement establishes that, but that's why he's asking it. So I'm going to permit him to ask that, and she can, keeping in mind that that doesn't establish that it occurred. Ask it as a more conditional
Right, it's in the
question,
cheat.
I guess.
It's in the transcript.
Do you have any information how that came about, if it occurred at all?
So the meeting was really long and a lot happened. I can't remember if Ms. Love was ever in the room at the same time as Mr. Copeland. So I don't remember them being in the room together. And if they were, they did not have any communication.
Okay. All right. Do you remember in that transcript, I have to get you the page if you don't remember, Judge Glanville handing something to you for Mr. Copeland?
Absolutely.
Can you tell this court what that was?
Which time?
Every time. So go one at a time.
So the first time, I believe he handed me a copy of the immunity order.
Okay.
And the second time, he handed me 2 statutes, one on perjury, and I think the other either on impeachment or, yeah, I think that's what it was.
Okay. Any questions, written out questions you remember being handed to you or Mr. Copeland? District Attorney's questions, was that given to Mr. Copeland?
No,
Okay, you remember that discussion?
no.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus? Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Bumpus.
Good morning.
Counselor, I want to take you back to that Monday, June 10th, 2024. When you arrived for court that day, you were arriving to represent Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes.
As a witness?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go when you entered the courthouse?
I came right here.
To this courtroom 1C?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
No.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Copeland ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
No.
Okay. How did this meeting come about?
I was down here and when I got here, the courtroom was closed. There was no one here. And so I contacted Mr. Chamberlain And he came down, he told me to call him when I got in the courthouse. So I called him when I got in the courthouse and I was right here. And he came down and got me, took me upstairs.
Okay, were you ever told why you were going upstairs?
I was never told why I was going upstairs, but once I got upstairs, I thought I was upstairs because that was the only place I could talk to Mr. Copeland.
Okay. At what point did you realize that you were being made part of an ex parte meeting?
When Brian got up there and said it.
When what? I'm sorry, I just,
Brian.
who's Brian?
Attorney Steele
Okay.
got up, and that was the first time I really realized that anything had happened because I had been sitting there and I did not realize what was happening.
Okay.
Where are you? I thought you had just been brought upstairs to Judge Glanville's chambers.
But it was never a time where they said, oh, we're about to meet. They literally just start talking. So
Mr. Steele's there?
no, the first time I realized what had happened was when Mr. Steele made his motion in court.
Okay, so you were in chambers with Judge Glanville and Miss Hilton. And Miss Love, correct?
What I'm saying is,
You answered the question that I am asking you. You were in chambers with Miss Hilton and the judge. I'm sorry. There are two different parts to this ex parte. You were in chambers with Miss Love and the judge and a court reporter, and y'all had conversations, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you were aware prior to that morning that this case was being tried, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you were aware that Miss Love was a member of the prosecution team, right?
yes,
And that Judge Glanville was the presiding judge at the time.
yes,
And that there were defense attorneys on the other side of the case, right?
yes.
Okay. And so when you went into the meeting, you could see that there were no defense attorneys present, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, I didn't know I was going into a meeting.
Ma'am, I understand. Answer the question I asked you. You could see at that point in time that there were no defense attorneys present in the chambers, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so at that point in time, you knew this is a meeting with the prosecution and the judge and no defense attorneys, right?
what I'm saying is,
Ma'am, answer the question I am asking you.
I didn't realize it was a meeting.
Okay, so at the point when people started talking, let's call it a meeting at that point in time. Okay.
Okay.
And so you knew that the defense attorneys weren't there then, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew it was an ex parte, if you knew the term ex parte.
Yes. I know.
Okay, go ahead.
And in the meeting, who initiated the conversation about the purpose of the meeting? Was it you?
No.
Okay, who was it?
All right, let me ask y'all a question. I can read what's in the transcript. So unless there's, something that we're saying occurred before, the court reporter said, okay, I'm ready whenever y'all are. I don't need an exposition of who said what. I can see it, okay?
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Matthews.
Love is going to skewer her.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you.
Get this back on track,
Anytime
House.
During the meeting that took place between the court, the prosecutor, yourself, Mr. Copeland, were you ever told by the court not to disclose any of the contents of the meeting?
All right, we are not going to replow the issue of Mr. Steele being held in contempt. That is moot. So to the extent that this is going to that, move on.
Okay.
Wow.
That's where I was going.
All right.
Thank you. No question.
Anybody else?
It's a wrap. This did not go
From the
well.
defense team side. Okay. Ms. Love, do you have questions for Ms. Bumpus?
A few, Judge, just a few.
Not a few. Oh,
Thank
gosh.
you. Ms. Bumpus, you were asked by, I believe, Mr. Steele, whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything. Do you remember being asked that question?
No.
Do you recall telling Mr. Steele or Mr. Sharder, either member of the defense team, this morning that in the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a statute on perjury?
Can you say that again?
Do you recall testifying earlier that during the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute?
She said that.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the question was, did he hand it to me to give to Mr. Copeland?
Do you recall testifying that
Oh, shit.
Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute? Or better yet, let me do this. Did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the perjury statute?
And said, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
Okay. And did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the immunity statute?
And say, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
All right. And when you responded, let me back up. So do you not recall being asked in this courtroom today, did Judge Glanville ever give to Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall what you were asked do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville gave you both a perjury statute, copy of that, and a copy of the immunity statute?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what question you were answering when you made those statements?
The question that I was answering was, did Judge Glanville give me something to hand me a statute or hand me anything in a meeting?
And you don't recall him asking whether Judge Glanville handed Mr. Copeland anything?
Objection as to the answer.
Yes. Thank you.
I mean, I'm not sure we've got a clear answer on it, but does it matter?
If she, there's a reason that I'm asking the
All
question.
right, well.
Okay,
go ahead,
get
you can
there.
Ask it again, because I don't think anybody's clear on it yet.
Do you recall being asked today whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything?
I believe that I just stated
Take care, Marlene.
that he handed me two things.
Ms. Bumpus, I don't think she's asking you about what happened. I think she's for some reason asking you about the question that was asked to you on direct.
Do you recall being asked if Judge Glanville gave Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. At the time that you were called to the meeting, you already knew that Mr. Copeland had been granted immunity, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. At the time that you assumed representation of Mr. Copeland, you were aware that he had been arrested, though, right? You knew that Mr. Copeland had been arrested.
No.
Okay. At the time that Mr. Melnick spoke with you about standing in his stead on that Monday morning, did you learn during that conversation with Mr. Melnick that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
No.
At what point did you learn that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
After he had been arrested.
Was that before or after the Monday morning meeting?
Objection, Your Honor. You asked us to just focus on the content of that meeting. You asked me to not get far from that, and we're far from that.
Your Honor, may I-
Yeah, what does this have to do with whether or not some off-the-record discussion that Ms. Hilton was privy to occurred?
Your Honor, the reason I was asking about the giving to Ms. Bumpus the statutes.
New poll is up.
That my understanding is that at the time that she was called to represent Mr. Copeland, she was not familiar with certain statutes.
Okay, well, maybe not, but that's not relevant to what we're trying to figure out here.
And so to the extent that she was asked by the defense whether Judge Glanville gave to Mr. Copeland anything, and she then responded, he gave it to me.
All right, I don't recall. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was establishing the reason he would have given her that, and I was establishing further the extent of the questions that I had for her dealt with her understanding of her responsibilities. And then finally, I was going to ask her, she'd already testified to my memory that she doesn't recall this counselor ever being in the room with Mr. Copeland, and if there was no communication.
Okay,
So I was going to.
that part seems relevant. You can ask about that.
Miss Bumpus. Do you have any memory of Miss Hilton and me being in the room while you were in the room with Mr. Copeland?
I have some memory of all of us being in the room for a very brief moment of time.
When you say all of us, who is all of us?
You just asked me, do I have any memory of you, Miss Hilton, and Mr. Copeland being in the room? I remember at one point you came back, but I can't remember exactly what happened while you were there.
Is it your recollection that I was there when Mr. Copeland first came into the room?
No.
And when you say you remember that I came back, where is it that you're remembering that I came back to?
Either, I don't remember. Maybe it's when Miss Hilton came back. But at one point, all three of us were in the room.
Who's all three of us?
Me, Miss Hilton, and Miss Love.
In chambers.
In chambers.
Was Mr. Copeland in the room?
I don't remember. I just said I don't remember.
Well, I mean, it's kind of important. We're relying on your memory for certain things, so.
This is wild.
Were there deputies in the room then?
What I'm saying is if Mr. Copeland was ever in the room with Adrian Love, then it wasn't a long, extended amount of time, and I don't think there was any communication. I remember that Simone left, and it was just me, Adrian Love, and the judge and the court reporter.
All right, so your recollection is that at the beginning of the meeting, before Mr. Copeland ever arrived for the first, when he ever arrived with the deputies, that there was a point in time when the judge, Miss Love, Miss Hilton, and you were in chambers?
There was a point in time where Miss Love and Miss Hilton were in chambers with me. I cannot affirmatively state whether Mr. Copeland was there or not, but there was at least 2 minutes of us all being there together.
Did y'all have any conversation at that time?
I can't recall because Miss Hilton was doing all of the talking.
What's she talking
I
about?
believe it was when Miss Hilton left at the beginning. When we first got in chambers, when we were in not the judge's office, but all of us were there.
Antechambers, like outside of chambers, but inside of the door.
Yes.
Who is all of us?
Simone Hilton, Adrian Love, me, Investigator Hamilton. Mr. Chamberlain was in and out. The judge was in and out talking to us, and that was it.
In and out talking to you about anything substantive?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right, so y'all are all out where the JA, the judicial assistant, sits.
Yes,
At
Judge.
first, okay, we'll call that the antechambers, ANTE chambers. So when is it that any of you go back into Judge Glanville's actual chambers, his office?
Adrian Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a second in chambers?
Okay, and who goes then?
Just me, her, Adrian Love, and Judge Glanville and the court reporter.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Love, if you had anything else.
Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, there were investigators present or no? When you, me, judge, the court reporter first went back?
I can't remember.
Do you recall a comment from either the court reporter or the judge just joking about the fact that I'm not allowed to go anywhere without the investigator?
No.
And when you say that we went into the chambers, you, me, the court reporter, Judge Glanville, was Judge Glanville's deputy there?
Yes. I guess if he's a deputy, I don't know.
Which person was there for Judge Glanville? Which sheriff's office personnel? Do you remember?
No.
And where was that person situated when you, me, Judge Glanville, the court reporter went into chambers?
I have no idea.
That person was in chambers with the 4 of us, 5 of us?
I don't remember. At some points, I don't remember about when he was walking in and out.
Okay. And by he, you mean a sheriff's office personnel?
If he's a sheriff's, I don't know what he is.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of the investigator being present with me while I was in there?
I don't remember. I know there were investigators there. I don't remember if they came in chambers when you came in or after Ms. Hilton came in.
And seeing the transcript, does it do anything to refresh your memory about who all was there?
No.
Okay. And when you testified earlier that at some point after I left the first time, that Simone, me, and you ended up in a room together in chambers. Do you recall testifying that way to the court just earlier today?
Yes, at one point, me, you, and Simone were in chambers together. Like I said, it was a brief moment, and I don't remember you saying anything.
But are you saying that now that was after I left the first time?
I really don't remember.
Okay. So your memory, you know that at some point, you, me, and Simone are in chambers together. You cannot recall whether after I left the first time I ever came back.
I cannot recall.
Okay. And when you said, let me ask you just this pointed question. Did Kenneth Copeland ever say, I killed Nut while Simone Hilton, to Simone Hilton while you were in there?
Can you ask the question again?
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hilton, I killed Nut?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hilton, I killed Donovan Thomas?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say that he killed anybody to Simone Hilton?
No.
Did he say any of those 3 things in Simone Hilton's presence and hearing, to your knowledge?
Can I answer that with a non-yes or no question, Judge?
With a what?
With an explanation, because he didn't say yes, or he did not say I killed, but he said, you cannot tell me what I did or did not do.
Okay. That's the extent that he said?
Yes.
Okay.
When you spoke about someone asking the sheriff to turn off their body cameras, was that Ms. Hilton? Did you say Ms. Hilton told the sheriffs to turn off their body cameras? Did I hear that wrong?
You heard that absolutely wrong.
Please tell me who it was.
I clearly said Deputy Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for clearing that.
You're welcome.
Oh, goodness
Do you
gracious.
recall what was being talked about when Deputy Brown told the sheriff's deputies to turn off their body cameras?
Nothing. That was the first thing that he said when he walked in the room.
And at that point was Ms. Hilton, you, Mr. Copeland, judge, court reporter, and DA's office investigators all present in the room?
I don't remember who was in the room. It may have just been me.
So it may have just been you when Deputy Brown said to the sheriff's deputies, turn off your cameras?
I don't remember exactly who was sitting in the courtroom.
But that's
in the
in the chambers, but that's possible?
It is possible.
It's possible it might have been when you and Mr. Copeland were just in there together?
It wasn't.
Well, Mr. Copeland had to have been in there, right? Because you said the deputies didn't show up until Mr. Copeland
Correct.
arrived.
No, what I'm saying, Judge, is that was the order as he walked in.
Right, but what did you say might have just happened when it was just you?
Nothing. I was saying I may have been the only one sitting there. I can't remember, but there wasn't like, oh, step out. It's as soon as they walked in, this is what was said as Mr. Copeland was walking in.
And was there any, did you request at that point that they brought him in to have a private meeting with your client at the time?
At that moment, I hadn't requested anything.
Is it safe to say you don't know why they were told to turn off the body worn camera?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you ever hear anyone from the state ask the deputies to have those body worn cameras turned off?
No.
You testified earlier that Mr. Copeland said something akin to, I can claim all of this. Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Okay. And who was he talking to? And
Simone.
okay. And did you know, or did he ever make clear what all of this was that he was talking about?
I believe he was referring to everything that.
Wait, that's not the question. It wasn't what do you think he meant? It was, did he ever make clear?
He said everything in this case.
He said the words, everything in this case?
I don't know if those were his words verbatim, but that's what he said.
Was the court reporter there when that happened?
I don't know. This was an off the record conversation.
Okay, so it was off the, so when what about his words? What words did he say that makes you now say that's what he said if you don't remember exactly how he put it?
I said I don't remember his words verbatim,
Right.
but I was there and he said, I can claim all of this. I can take all of this. I mean, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about this case.
Okay. Is what you just testified to the extent of the words that Mr. Copeland spoke regarding claiming something?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am. It's what you just testified about, the extent of the words Mr. Copeland spoke about claiming something.
I don't want to say that is a complete lead to the extent because he said it over and over. He said it various ways. He changed the way he said it.
Do you recall what specifically was being discussed at each of the points that he said that? Specifically.
Overruled.
Specifically, not generally, not broadly, specifically what was being discussed at each of the points where he said, I can claim all of this.
The whole conversation was about Donovan Thomas's unaliving.
Are you aware, are you familiar with any of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas was killed?
No.
Okay. Are you aware or are you familiar with any allegations about any retaliatory events that occurred that the state considers a part of the Donovan Thomas shooting?
No.
At what point, what was being asked of Mr. Copeland when he made the statement that you testified, it's not just about me knowing that, it's about who was in the infinity? What was being asked of him when he said something like that?
Nothing was being asked of him.
Okay. Did he just sort of blurted out on his own?
Yes.
Okay.
And what he said was, I know something about that infinity that y'all don't know, and it got something to do with somebody who's not even on the case.
Okay. Did he ever make clear what it was that he knew? To Ms. Hilton in your presence?
He wasn't given the opportunity to.
But what do you mean?
She continued to talk about what she was talking about.
Okay. Did she ever tell him, don't talk to me about that?
No.
Did you ever hear him sort of interrupt her at any other time, at any time?
The whole conversation was them interrupting each other.
Okay. So did he ever interrupt her to give her more information or to tell her what it was about the affinity that he knew?
No.
Okay. When you said, Adrian said, Judge, close your ears. Did you mean to say Adrian said, Judge, close your ears?
You?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Okay. At what point are you alleging, are you saying, does your memory tell you that I told the judge to close his ears?
I don't really remember exactly what was saying. I don't know if it was you and Simone in there, but something about, we were having a conversation, me, you, and Ms. Hilton were having a conversation about, I don't remember what we were talking about. And you said it, and then you said, Judge, close your ears.
And what did I say after I said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
All right, so then it's now your recollection that there was a point in time when you, Miss Love, Miss Hilton, and the judge were in there and Miss Love was talking.
Judge, I've said that she never talked while Mr. Copeland was in the room.
Okay, and you don't even remember really whether she was in there or not when Mr. Copeland was in the room?
If she was,
She Miss Love.
It was very brief, but no.
Okay, but you said before, I thought, that there was maybe a 2-minute time when you, Miss Hilton, and Miss Love were in a room together.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so that was in front of also Judge Glanville? Because you just said it was, so I'm
Well,
trying to get clarity.
Here's the clarity. He wasn't at the table with us as normal. He was turned around on his computer, but still inside of his office.
Okay. So when did this occur during, we have the beginning of the ex parte being Miss Love, all of y'all are standing outside in the ante room and Miss Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a minute or something to that effect? And then who all gets up and goes into Judge Glanville's chambers?
Simone has left to go to do something at that point. So it's just me and Adrian Love.
Okay, and who else?
And the court reporter. And she says maybe her investigator. I can't remember.
Okay, and so the three of you talk for some amount of time,
Yes.
the three of you being Miss Bumpus, you, Miss Love, and Judge Glanville?
Yes.
All right, and then tell me when that changes and it becomes more or fewer of you in that room.
The first person to join us is Simone when she comes back from court.
Okay, and is that at the same time that essentially the same time that Mr. Copeland also joins you?
Maybe within a minute or so. They don't come
Okay.
in like at the exact.
Okay, so they come in essentially together. And where's Miss Love at that point?
She leaves when Miss Hilton comes, but she does stay for, like I said, there's a brief conversation with me, Miss Hilton, and the judge.
And the judge?
Well, in the judge's chambers, the judge is
Okay,
not.
with you, Miss Hilton, Miss Love, but it's not a part of the proceedings yet because the judge didn't even pay attention. He's over there working on his computer.
Yes.
What do y'all say at that point in time?
I don't remember what the conversation.
Anything of substance?
It was about maybe plea deals. I remember she said to me.
She who?
Adrian Love. I remember
Okay.
she says you know, which I can't forget this, is I don't know who's worse, you or Jacoby.
What?
That was the thing. That was the nature of the conversation.
I say that again.
She said, she tells me she doesn't know who's worse, me or Jacoby.
Who's
Me or
Jacoby?
Jacoby?
Yeah.
Jacoby Hudson?
Yes.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
It has nothing to do with this case.
No, that's what we're talking about. You asked me what we were talking
Okay,
about.
so something that had nothing to do with this case.
And then something comes up about, I don't know if it's plea deals.
Oh
I don't know.
my
It was something
gosh.
about this case where she says, Judge, close your ears.
Okay. So this is before y'all kind of gone back on the record. The judge isn't paying attention anyway. He's in the room, but he's over at his computer. Y'all are over at his conference table. Is that what your recollection is? Y'all are talking about entirely other things. And then
Clearly.
I wouldn't say entirely other things, but we're not talking about the Mr. Copeland.
or the
Wow.
case. If you're talking about Jacoby Hudson, you're not talking about the
No,
case.
we're talking about.
Who's that?
Talking about, I guess she's talking about the reference to me hugging people. I don't know, but we were talking about the case.
Okay, anyway, and then at some point, Miss Love, to your recollection, says, Judge, close your ears, because she wants to talk to you about a plea deal.
I don't know exactly I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but it was something pertaining to the case. And
Okay, but
she
you
doesn't
don't-
want to talk to me about a plea deal because I'm not a defendant.
Right, that wouldn't have made any sense.
But she was discussing something pertaining to the case, and she says, "Oops, Judge, close your ears."
And how long does that conversation go on?
Like two or that's the 2 minutes I'm talking about.
Okay, and then what happens to Miss Love?
She leaves
She leaves. And then when do y'all go back on the record?
immediately.
Okay,
Well, no, I talked to Mr. Copeland for a second.
okay,
y'all
privately
talking about?
or, okay.
Wow, this is horrible.
And then y'all go back on the record. And then does the record reflect everything the record reflects accurately?
I don't
Other
remember.
than whenever this conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland allegedly occurred?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have a copy of the transcript in front of you at this point?
yes, sure.
Can you kind of point out where this conversation allegedly occurs?
It's somewhere around page 40.
Okay.
Between 39 and 40.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I just get, if it's between 39 and 40, are there any specific lines?
Well, it was like off the record, so I
Wow.
wouldn't know exactly which line it starts back at.
Okay, but you had represented previously that Judge Glanville was not in the room at that point in time.
Yes, he was asked to leave.
Okay.
It's Glanville. Well,
So him being asked to leave isn't reflected. Is that right?
Let's see.
Okay. Do you remember who asked him to leave?
Ms. Hilton.
Okay. And that's not on the record either?
y'all, thank y'all for this. Thank y'all for hanging out with us today. Make sure you hit
And you
like.
can't remember whether the court reporter stayed or left?
I can't remember whether she stayed or left, but she definitely stopped taking down.
Okay. All right. And when did you, sorry, Ms. Love, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. I'll save my questions.
Your Honor, I honestly defer to the court. Please continue. I have no.
All right. So after this conversation concludes, then what happens? And by this conversation, I mean the conversation you referenced that is not reflected in the record, but that takes place between you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton. What happens after that? But if it's not in the record, it's not going to be in the record. So you just tell me from your recollection, what happens after that?
That's probably towards the last 5 minutes of this meeting.
Okay.
And so we go back on the record and
So the conversation finishes. How does everybody get back in the room? And how is it that y'all go back on the record? Give me the details of that.
She just, we just finished the off the record conversation and just Simone just says everybody can come back in. And then okay, wait, Judge, I'm sorry. It's actually
Your Honor, this court might have said.
Go ahead.
I would say that the conversation actually happened around page 46, 45.
45, okay. And is that conversation in fact reflected on the record?
No, but I don't know how.
I mean, because, so how are you sorting out, oh, it's around 45 that it occurs?
Because I try to get the conversation on the record.
What did you say? To get the conversation or to try to get the conversation on the record?
I say,
Hey, where is that? Where is that? Hey, there's too many comments.
I'd like to hear it from your recollection without reference to the transcript
okay.
first, okay?
I'm trying to make sure. So I just.
So Ms. Hilton says, Judge, can you leave? And at that point, do you say anything? Like, no, Judge, stay, or anything like that?
No, she already told me in the hallway that she was gonna ask the judge to leave and have a conversation with him.
Okay. So show me where in the transcript y'all come back from the restroom break.
Well, you want me to, you asked me to.
Now I do want you to look
Okay,
at the
okay.
transcript, yes.
I think they asked that already.
Okay, I'm sorry. You asked what, okay, I think.
Yeah,
we
wow.
had
No,
around-
Yeah, the restroom break, show me the restroom break.
See, that's not in here with me getting up. I don't know how to find that.
Okay, so the restroom break y'all take, but it isn't reflected.
Yes.
Okay. Is the restroom break after Mr. Copeland's with y'all?
Yes.
All right. And it's immediately after this restroom break that you and Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland have the private conversation?
Yes, sure. And Judge, you asked me a question earlier that I didn't get to answer.
Okay, what's that?
You asked me, can I, without looking at the transcript, tell you how I tried to get it back on the record?
Yes. Can you give me a second before you answer? Because I'm looking for something in particular.
Yeah, I don't know where this was supposed to go, but I know where they
Y'all
are.
take a restroom break. You see Miss Hilton in the hall. Y'all walk back in. Mr. Copeland's gone because he's taking a restroom break at that point. The court reporter is there. Mr. Copeland comes back. The judge comes back. And that's when Miss Hilton says, oh, wait, Judge, go back out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, what were you going to answer?
You asked me, how did I get it back on the record?
Yeah.
So after the conversation, I say pretty much, I want to get what she just told him about what he cannot go to jail for.
Okay.
Because the whole point of the off the record conversation is he's trying to figure out, can he go to jail for lying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to get back on the record that she says that she's not going to prosecute him for anything other than one thing.
Okay, and so y'all have had, the three of you have had this conversation, judge is gone, you can't remember whether the court reporter's there or not, but then what happens?
That's what I'm saying. That's on
So
page.
then you say, I'd like to get this on the record, or,
No, we go back on the record.
okay, so how does that occur?
No, she just says, let's go back on the record. Simone.
So Ms. Hilton says, let's go back on the record.
Yes.
So you don't say, I want to get this on the record.
No, I just do my best to get it on the record when we go back on record. It's in the.
Oh, I see what you mean. You're doing, you say, you don't mean, I'm really trying to get this on record. You mean Miss Hilton says, all right, let's go back on the record. And then you try to like give a rendition of what occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And that is reflected where?
On page 48.
On page 48.
Well, between 47 and 48.
Okay. All right. And does page 47 and 48 reflect the off-the-record conversation that allegedly occurred
This is wild.
between you, Miss Hilton, and Mr. Copeland?
There's a part where I say, so he can go to jail for anything but what? Okay. And okay, page 51 specifically, I'm asking, I tell him he has to make a decision. And I ask, so if he starts testifying today, is he going home today? And then I say, but if he says he don't recall to everything, he'll be okay.
Okay.
'Cause
Okay. So, at that point, between, whatever you said, 47 and 51, y'all are back on the record, right?
yes, Judge.
Nobody's like declining to take down what you're saying.
No, Judge.
Okay. So anytime during that point in time, do you say, let the record reflect that Miss Hilton, Mr. Copeland, and I had an off-the-record conversation, and I'd like to put on the record what was said during that conversation?
No.
Okay.
And also on page 51, I say, I think, are you saying you want to get up there on the stand and say something?
Uh-huh.
And then it's no response because he just looks at me.
Okay. All right. So does 47 through whenever that last page number was, does that accurately reflect whatever was said during the alleged off-the-record conversation?
It doesn't accurately reflect, but it does. I do try to mention what we talked about, but it doesn't accurately reflect everything that we discussed.
All right. So was there something else that you discussed that you should have said, oh, and by the way, this also happened that you didn't say?
I'm confused, Judge. What do you mean that who didn't say? That
You.
Simone didn't say?
No, anybody during the alleged off-the-record conversation, when you're making this record, after y'all go back on the record, you said it still wasn't accurate. And you also said you weren't stopped from saying anything during that part. So what is it that you should have said that you didn't say?
Well, I guess the only thing that I should have said that I didn't say is that Simone said that she would not prosecute or move forward with any type of perjury if he said anything except for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas.
Okay, all right. All right, so when is it that you actually reviewed and read this transcript?
I really don't know. I think maybe around the time that I had to retain counsel, I think we reviewed it together, which I cannot tell you the exact date, but somewhat,
Sometime in late June?
yeah, somewhere after 6/12.
Okay. And we all in this room know this to be the case, but you are an attorney licensed and barred to practice in Georgia, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as such, you have a duty of candor to the court.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Is there any point in time
Candor.
after you read this transcript and thought to yourself, wow, that really doesn't include everything, that you brought it to this court's attention that the transcript was incomplete?
This court, well, there really was no court's attention to bring it to, because after all of that happened, it's been on recess for so long.
So you've been in court when we've been in session for the last week or two, right?
Yes,
Okay. So I was presiding at that point in time, right?
yes.
Did you at any point bring to my attention that you believed as an officer of the court and a participant in this ex parte
Ooh.
meeting that the transcript did not accurately reflect what occurred in that meeting?
Well, Your Honor, I did not bring it to your attention, and I honestly
Say
still
no.
would not, as an attorney, if I can answer this as an attorney, I believe that there is some value in off-the-record conversations for specific things, and it has always been my position, even in speaking with members of the defense, that as far as anything minus the off-the-record conversation, that the transcript is complete.
Okay. All right. So what is your answer then to my question?
Can you ask me again? I'm sorry.
Did you ever at any point in time bring to my attention your belief that this ex parte transcript was inaccurate because it was incomplete?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, because of what I kind of just said, I don't
Okay.
believe that it was incomplete per se,
Okay.
minus the off-the-record conversation, but there are a lot of off-the-record conversations that are had that are not included in transcripts, and that's
True.
not unusual to me.
Okay. All right. So you don't actually believe it's inaccurate then?
No, I just think it's missing the off-the-record conversation. I'm not
Okay.
missing, I just think that the defense did not have knowledge of the off-the-record conversation.
Okay.
Not that it's missing from the transcript per se.
Okay. Because it was officially off the record. Is that what you mean?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And did you ever, if it in fact occurred, did you ever object to it being off the record?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So at some point you brought it to the defense attorney's attention? Is that how you decided to deal with it?
I had a conversation with the defense attorney. I don't want to say I brought it to them, but we just had a conversation
Okay.
about what happened.
All right, Ms. Love, do you have other questions for Ms. Bumpus?
Ms. Bumpus, did you tell any member of the defense about the details of the content of the off-the-record conversation that you had with Ms. Hilton on June 10th?
That I had with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland? Yes.
When did you tell them?
The same day.
Did you tell them everything you remember about it?
I told them everything I remembered.
Do you remember how long after the conversation took place it was that you told them?
I don't know, maybe like an hour.
Was court in recess or was court in session when you told them?
Court was in recess.
Between the time that the conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland ended, and the time that you told defense attorneys all of the details you could remember about the off-the-record conversation, was court in session at any point?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was court ever in session between the time that you finished your conversation with Mr. Copeland and the time you told defense what happened in the meeting?
Yes.
Court was in session during that hour?
Had court resumed?
Correct. Did court at any time resume from the time that you left the meeting in chambers to the time that you had the conversation with defense? just in that moment, from Chambers conversation with defense,
Oh, no,
court had not resumed.
no.
And when you said earlier,
I mean, because remember, we came straight down here and sat down and immediately started, so I didn't speak to anyone.
and when you were speaking earlier about when after Mr. Copeland came in and you said you weren't sure whether I was in the room.
Mhm.
Did the portion about judge close your ears occur before or after Mr. Copeland came into the room?
For sure before.
Okay. And at that point, was the court reporter taking down anything?
No,
And at that point, did the court give any indication, did the judge give any indication that he was paying attention to whatever it was?
I can't answer that.
Did he give any indication? Did you see any indication that he was paying attention?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to him.
So no, as far as you know, he gave no indication. She's asking from your personal observation. Answer it as to that. That's what she's asking you.
I would have to say no, but I would also say I wasn't looking at him at all.
Just say no then. Goodness gracious.
Do you remember Ms. Hilton at some point talking about the judge closing his ears at any time?
I don't remember.
And with looking at the transcript at all, refresh your memory.
I'm sure.
Okay. Would you take a look on page 26, line 5 of the transcript? And since it's a part of the record, read from line 2 to the end of line. Let me just ask you this. Do you see where Ms. Hilton says, Judge, you might want to close your ears?
Yes.
Did you hear that phrase or something like that said more than once in that meeting?
Yeah. Before Simone got there, I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Do you?
So are you in here at this point?
So my only question is, did you hear that phrase more than once in the meeting?
Wow. Bless her heart.
I can't remember if it's that exact phrase, but I heard you say something to that extent, and I heard her say that.
Okay. Were you the first person, to your knowledge, that brought to defense's attention that there was in fact a meeting in Chambers?
No.
Who, do you know, do you have personal knowledge of who that person was?
No.
How then do you know that you were not the first person who brought that to their attention?
Because they asked me about the meeting.
Did they give any commentary to you that led you to believe that they knew what was said in the meeting?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
Is it true that?
Sure. Yes, sustain. Can you be
Yes.
specific?
Who specifically came up to you and asked you about the meeting in Chambers?
There were multiple attorneys that specifically talked to me at one time.
Would you please apprise the court of the names of those multiple attorneys?
Excuse me, objection, Your Honor. We're still far afield again of the limited subject matter that you asked me to stick to.
Your Honor, as it pertains to Brady or whatever information, I think it's quite relevant. Who knew what and when, as it relates to what was said during the meeting?
Okay, well, I don't know if it's relevant who revealed it, who revealed that a meeting occurred. Ms. Bumpus has said that essentially, if I understand you correctly, that at some point during the day immediately following the meeting, the day of the meeting, you had a conversation with some defense attorney or defense attorneys, and we can sort out who, where you relayed to them everything you knew and everything you recalled about what went on in the meeting
including the off-the-record conversations, right?
Yes.
This is going
Okay.
sideways.
You can figure out who that is now.
Oh my
Who was
gosh.
it? Name the attorneys that you referred to just a moment ago.
Just a moment ago with the question she asked me, Judge Whitaker?
With one eye.
I mean, it's the same topic, right?
Okay, ask the question again.
Which attorneys by name first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
See, Judge, that's two different questions.
Then
Oh
answer
my
the question
gosh,
Ms.
come
Love
on.
asked you.
I don't recall, but I think Judge Glanville did judicial notice of me on camera. I don't recall.
No, my only question to you is who first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
I don't recall everybody who was there.
Who do you recall?
Who? Oh my gosh. Just saying. Come on.
I recall Attorney Steele and
Yep.
Attorney Adams,
That's it.
and I can't remember who was the other person.
Do you remember how many?
How many
lawyers were there when Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams came up to you an hour after the meeting and asked you about it? How many lawyers were there?
3, I think.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Mr. Sharp? Just throwing out names.
At some point.
So Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Adams, within an hour, is that accurate, of the meeting, came to you and talked to you about what happened in the meeting?
I would say yes.
Okay. Other than Mr. Sharp, anybody else you remember?
No.
And when they spoke with you, regardless of how they got it, did they share with you any details from the meeting?
Yes.
And what details did they give to you that they already had before you started talking?
Objection, this is not.
Sustained.
Okay. Last couple of questions, Judge. Ms. Bumpus,
This has been painful.
when you agreed to represent Mr. Copeland, did you, during the course of the meeting that you had in chambers, did you ask questions of the prosecutors or the judge about what the immunity statute meant or anything like that?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions because I didn't realize until the end of the meeting what was actually going on. That information wasn't given to me.
That's all.
All right, so Ms. Bumpus, you knew to show up for court that Monday because Mr. Melnick had asked you to be stand-in counsel for Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Are you representing that Mr. Melnick simply said that and nothing else? He didn't give you any background about what you were walking into?
Well, what I'm representing is I was given specific instructions, and those instructions were I'm standing in for him. If Mr. Copeland chooses to plead the fifth, which I anticipate he will do, then you won't have to do anything else. If he chooses to testify, we have agreed that he's discharging me.
Okay.
And I made that very clear to everybody multiple times that morning that that's what I was here to do.
Okay, but you had no idea that there was an immunity order in place?
No.
Okay. All right. Does anybody from the defense side have follow-up questions for Ms. Bumpus?
Nobody.
I have just a few, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
In your cross-examination, you said, quote, she says she is not going to prosecute him for anything other than that one thing, unquote. What is that one thing?
I can't answer that. I can only assume it would be the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but those are the words that she chose to use.
When you say unaliving of Donovan Thomas, what are you referring to?
I get him being killed.
During cross-examination, Ms. Love asked you about some alleged retaliatory acts. Were those being discussed when Mr. Copeland repeatedly said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
Nothing was being discussed.
What do you mean nothing was being discussed when Mr. Copeland said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
what was, he said that on his own. And that's kind of how the conversation started.
What was the subject matter being referred to when you said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
Donovan Thomas's murder.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anybody else? While Mr. Steele's making his way up, just so I am clear on this, you're saying that or are you saying that in the off-the-record conversation that you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton had, that Ms. Hilton told Mr. Copeland that the one thing she would prosecute him for perjury for was if he got on the stand and said that he, Mr. Copeland, was the one who killed Mr. Donovan Thomas?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and that she would prosecute him for perjury if he said that.
I don't know if she exactly said would, but she was comparing it to things that she wouldn't.
Okay, all right.
So I guess more of a highly possible situation.
That would be the one thing that
Yes,
could
Judge.
get him in criminal
Yes, Judge.
perjury type trouble. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to do timing or sequencing you were asked about. When you left Judge Glanville's chambers after the entire, not bathroom breaks, after Mr. Copeland was removed from the chambers, et cetera, where did you go, if you remember?
I came and sat right there in the courtroom.
At that point, had you spoken with anybody to alert anyone that there was an ex parte meeting?
No,
Where did next time you saw Mr. Copeland was when? When you left the ex parte meeting, came into the courtroom,
up here. He was up here.
testifying where you're sitting?
Yes,
Okay. And then did the jury come in?
yes,
And did Mr. Copeland testify before the jury?
yes.
At any time during that moment when Mr. Copeland's testifying in front of the jury, did you tell anybody about this ex parte meeting that you attended
No,
or the contents?
no,
Okay. Do you remember there being a break at any point for lunch?
yes,
Is that the first time that you were approached
yes,
ex parte meeting?
yes,
True?
yes,
Did anybody, and that's after you were under no restraint, you told the truth?
yes,
And that was to myself and the other people you told?
yes,
True?
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
After the lunch break, do you remember when I raised it before Judge Glanville?
Yes,
Did I do it right away after we spoke?
yes,
First time the court reconvened?
yes.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Sharp, come on up. And speaking of a lunch break, we're way past time for hours, so let's plan to do lunch right after we wrap up this witness.
Ms. Bumpus, were you in the courtroom when Mr. Copeland was called to testify after the ex parte meeting? Were you present in the courtroom?
Yes,
Okay, did you hear Judge Glanville, did you hear him tell anyone from the defense that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
no,
Did you hear anyone from the state tell the defense on record that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
no,
Was there any discussion about the substance of said meeting?
no.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Woo, that might have been it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bumpus. You are excused. Let's take our lunch break.
That might have been the
Let's
recipe.
come back. It's 1:20 right now. Let's come back at 2.
2 o'clock, so an hour and 20 minutes. Wow.
Just for my knowledge, does anybody on the defense team have any other witnesses as to this issue?
Not for Mr. Kinder.
All right. Is the state going to have anybody?
If the court could just, I'm sorry for being obtuse, which exact issue is it that we are addressing? I know it's the June 10th. but
Yeah, I think they messed it up.
What exactly are we addressing? So I can
I mean, the defense maintains that there was an unrecorded portion of this ex parte where Brady information was revealed to Ms. Hilton that Ms. Hilton did not then share.
So that's our topic. Sure.
This is wild. All right, everybody. Woo. Let me set this little ticker to run across the screen here. All right, this is woo. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. Thank you so much, Cull Obsidian. Thank you so much. What does he say? Thanks for doing this live stream, DWC. This trial has been a real sideshow. This chat is outstanding. Well, thank you for being a part of the chat. Thank you so much for being a part of this family. All right, y'all. Woo, man, it's been a long morning. I don't even know what to do. I want to come back. We'll come back and hear what y'all said. Let's go to lunch. I'm gonna leave this up, let some music play. But I do want to hear what y'all think about Kayla, all that kind of good stuff. Let's get back over here and talk about this after lunch. I'll come back at 1:45 and then we can get at it. So let's do that. And I'll see y'all in a minute. All right, grace and peace, everybody. We're back. We're back up in this building. Thank you so very much for reminding me to get started. Ha ha ha. Remind me to get going. I'm already here. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Hopefully you had a good lunch. And man, this first half of the day, shall we say, I'll give you a movement. It was a movement. We have movement. Let's go. Let's see if we got this screen going. All right, they are. Make sure I'm caught up. I know earlier today I was a few seconds behind in the live stream. So we're ready there. Okay. But my goodness in the morning. Thank y'all so much. It was a peaceful lunch. Thank you so much. We watch YouTube. I appreciate you. What did you have for lunch today? Drop it in the chat. What did you have for lunch today? I am actually trying to get my sleep habits back on par. They're out of whack. So I actually had tons of water for lunch today. But what did y'all have for lunch today? Also want to know, what did you think about the first half of the trial today, the hearing? What'd you think about it? I'm a little surprised that Judge Whitaker allowed. She seemed to be a little confused about what was supposed to be happening. So it seemed like the inmates were running the asylum. And I don't feel, in my opinion, she had as much control as she did in other instances. That being the case, I feel like some of this went off the rails. Let's just tell the truth. I think some of this went off the rails. And that didn't, I think they got it together toward the end, but there's definitely some off the rail moments here. And I don't think, hands down, this was not a stellar day for the defense. This was not a good day for the defense, in my opinion. They definitely did not collect the W's that they had been getting in other instances. Now, I feel like Melnick's interview with Steele and Melnick's interview with Love, those ones, that was good. I gotta say it. I don't think that was a good idea. The only thing I can conclude is that she truly was not expecting to come up. Even though she's in the gallery, I don't get that part. And I don't want to seem out of range, but she's an attorney. Why is she sitting in here watching, being a journalist for this trial? Does she have cases to be involved in for herself? I don't know. That just seems really problematic. Let me make sure I got everything right. Hold on. All right. Some reason or other, my video and my audio are a little bit out of sync. I don't know why. It was expected. So I want to come back to that in a second, dear Nurse Life. Let me just double check. Make sure that I'm giving y'all the best. Yeah, I don't see why it's off. I don't know. It does look a little bit like there's a slight delay in the audio and the such like that. So let me do it like just like this. Okay, let me get that out of the way. Okay, let me just do this. I'm just gonna make myself a little smaller there. Then that way, I found whenever that happens, I think this might make it a little bit better. Anyway, okay, I don't understand what Kayla's doing. I don't think she did anything wrong per se. I just don't know if she did anything good. But hear me. This is my concern. Why is she there right now? Why is she there? Because remember, the last time we saw her, she was looking for a Rule 22 exemption or Rule 22 credentials, however it's, whatever the phraseology is. I'm just wondering, just my noodling through this, if I could be wrong. If she's an attorney, shouldn't she be doing attorney things? Why is she sitting in the gallery? Now, again, if she was called to this hearing, That makes sense. But why is she there? I'm worried about that. I don't think that's a good look. That's it. She's there. So she wasn't just there because they called her. She was actually there as like a journalist. But aren't you supposed to be an attorney? Go do attorney things. I don't know. That's I'm not saying she did anything wrong. Please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I don't think she's doing anything wrong. I'm only wondering why is she there? Okay. That was it though. I mean, I thought Melnick's examination and cross was fine. Okay. I mean, maybe I got it all wrong. Whoa, he's back. The Black Law student is back. Everybody, what's up? Black Law student is back in the building. Send out the bat signal. The Black Law student has entered the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We got Black Law student in the house. What does my dear nurse say? I think attorneys and judges pop in and out of cases is my understanding. Okay, maybe that's it. Not a problem. Not a problem. See, and this is Gladiator Girl seems to get my point. How do you have free time in the day to be doing this? And you have a practice in Atlanta and one in Texas. Like, why are you here? Okay. I don't know. I mean, shout out to Black Law student in the building. Good to see you, sir. Grace and peace. Are you over there on Twitter? Yeah, you over there on Twitter giving them work too. You wild, man. You're wild. Yeah, I don't get that. I totally get what you're saying. I think you all are right on the money with those commentaries right there. Let me stop this ticker right here. Thank you so much. Is lead attorney's fault? What's lead attorney's fault? Lee be getting in trouble all the time. Kayla is on her YouTube channel answering questions. Okay. All right. And go at it, man. Go at it. Again, I don't know all the ins and outs. She's an attorney. I don't think it was necessarily a shining moment in my observation. I'm not, I'm not, if you have Twitter, follow me. If I could have the moderators, please go ahead and put Black Law students' Twitter credentials in the chat, please, so we can make sure we're following Black Law student. He's definitely doing some heavy lifting over there on the Twitter space over there. And he also, he did a Twitter live discussion yesterday. It was pretty dope. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Donna. I'm not 100% certain. Okay, you know what? We watch YouTube. I can kind of agree with that. Lead attorney did kind of green light her and Woody. I'll give you that. Yeah, that's true. But I still think the candor to the YouTube is on Kayla. That's her duty and responsibility to have candor on these YouTube streets. Let me see. Wait. Yeah, could you please make sure that here we go. Thank you so much, Texan. There's Black Law student. Please make sure you follow the hood_lawyer on the Twitter, on the X, whatever it's called this Tuesday. I think it's still called X, Twitter X Twitter. All right, got some good stuff going on up in here. Thank you so much. All right, we don't, at the current moment, the stream has not picked back up. Judge Whitaker has not unleashed the second half yet, but we are ready. We're not on pause like we were earlier today. All right, let's see. I think I got the audio fixed. Thankfully, it will looks good. I I don't know. Nurse, dear nurse is reading my mind. I don't understand what the case, what the state's infatuation with this case is anymore. It seems like the case is out of the barn. Like what this case is lost to you. Why are you so passionate about it? I don't get it. I don't know, Gladiator. That's a fantabulous question. I don't know. I would think it would almost seem like if Melnick was there, and you knew Melnick was going to speak, we already knew that. I think it's pretty clear that you would kind of expect the next person to be, if anybody would be to hear from, would be Kayla, and she's literally sitting there in the gallery. That's wild. And at this point, I don't. I mean, again, I'm not mad at her at all. I just don't know. It just doesn't seem like it was well ironed out, in my opinion. But you know, I'm not trying to bash the kid or anything like that. Hey, what'd you say here, friend? Wait, what'd you say? Thank you so much, Transplanted Texan. Always appreciate it. Oh, that's actually a good question. And sad to say that those are kind of questions that we're gonna probably never get answered. But I think that's a good question, Robin. Excellent question. None of this had to go that far because I think that's okay. Our nurse friend, love it. Thank you so much, nurse. All of this popped off because of love. Love should have brought us home. Love didn't unite us. Love didn't make the world go round. Love made everything get crazy up in here. Love makes you do crazy things. Trying to think of a good song that has a short, pithy love in the title so I can use that as the thumbnail. Because during lunch, I did take that section. I pulled out those two interviews. Love's interview with Melnick and Melnick's interview with Steele. I did pull those out, so I'm trying to find a good thumbnail for that. We'll figure it out. All right, let's keep this going. Let's go. I don't want to assume that, nurse. What I am going to say though is since Glanville is no longer in the equation, I think we need to look at what they have now, and I think that's probably the best thing we can do. What happened, Shanna Marie? What happened? Good to see you. Thank you so much, Rhonda Grant. Thank you so much for stopping by today. Well, the jurors are not there. Let's make sure we understand. Jurors are not there. They're supposed to come back tomorrow. Wednesday. So that's going to lend itself to be a pretty interesting day. In fact, so matter of fact, Lord willing, I'm going to do a members live stream on Wednesday to talk. If they do, in fact, have the witness, the jurors come in on Wednesday, I'm gonna do a live stream Wednesday night and just kind of go over what they did, how they rehabilitated, because that'll probably be the last instance where they can go ahead and call a mistrial. Oh, we got head movement right there. Free the jury. They don't deserve this. I agree. Okay, what did we miss? What did I miss? Okay, I think I got everything caught up. Thank y'all so much for everything, everybody. We had a great showing earlier today. We had almost 1,100 people watching, which is pretty wild, by the way. So I appreciate you all. Everybody that's been watching with us today. These are long, man. These are really long. So I appreciate everybody who's found value in it and want to hang out. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, we see some head movement, but not enough. We got movement. Let's go. Okay, are we gonna get it or not? I don't think they playing with us. Love hurts. There we go. Real quick in the chat, you know what to do. Give me a number 5 if you can hear. Okay. Sounds good on my end. Make sure it feels good. Sounds good on yours. No, he's not.
All right, well, in the meantime, one thing we can do that is not anything of substance that is important is I want everybody to speak into your mic and let's make sure each of them works all not at the same time, one at a time. And if there are any that don't work, I'm going to try to see if we can get a hold of one that does. So can we start with the state?
Yes, Sean.
All right, and I also am going to try to get a longer neck on each of these, which might help.
She expects it to be going on.
For the meantime, let's just see if it works at all. Mr. Weinstein.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Does that help at all? Did y'all? I don't know that yours works. Pull it towards you some more.
Good afternoon.
All right. Yeah, you're just gonna have to get it closer.
User error, I think, on my part.
User error. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Steele, does yours work?
Your Honor, is that helpful?
I think we've all got to get closer to them. And I can hear, but I've heard that other people can't hear. So
Is that okay?
that's great. Mr. Sharp.
Testing, Your Honor.
Great. And then who else is left? Misty Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right. Wonderful.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. All right. And now we have somebody here for everybody as well. So let me cross check mics off my list. Okay. Ms. Love, was there any evidence you wanted to present or any witness you wanted to call with regard to our morning proceedings?
Say no, please.
Your Honor, given the scope of what the court has already told us that we were looking into, I don't have any witnesses based on Ms. Bumpus's testimony. And my understanding is that it was Brady material disclosed during the June 10th, 2024 hearing in chambers.
That is correct.
Correct. And what she alleges was disclosed is that Mr. Copeland said, I know more about the Infinity and it has to do with somebody that's not on trial. I'm paraphrasing, but.
And so the fact that.
Hang on a second.
Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Weinstein, you
I'm
think
sorry.
there's more to it?
I didn't mean to give you side eye, Your Honor. Yeah, I do believe that there was more that she said that was disclosed other than just the infinity.
Okay, what else?
Specifically, when she said that the state would not prosecute Mr. Copeland for lying, except for that one thing, which she said was the murder of Donovan Thomas. I believe that was on the redirect at the very end.
Yeah.
That actually came through more clearly than I think anything else, Your Honor.
Okay, so,
May I respond to that? So because that did not, in my mind, amount to Brady, if the court is inquiring into a different issue of.
hang on just a second. Everybody who's got a phone on you, make sure it is on silent. And you should only have a phone on you if you are an attorney or if you have a Rule 22 that permits you to have a phone. Anybody else in here should not have a phone on them at all. If you do, it should be turned completely off.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was my computer. I
Okay, it
apologize.
happened.
I
Oh, your
silenced it.
computer? Okay.
I silenced it.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Love.
I was just saying that based on the parameters that the court set forth, my understanding was that anything that is alleged to have been said by Ms. Hilton in that regard does not impact whether or not Brady material was disclosed. And I'd have a different argument at the appropriate time that the court tells me is the right time to make it. But my position would be that given that defense attorneys came to Ms. Bumpus within an hour of the meeting before court went back in session and asked her, so they had information, they had, I assume, the content of whatever it is that they are alleging took place. And then Ms. Bumpus, based on what I heard her say, told them, sort of filled in the blanks, I'm using my words, not hers, and gave to them this information. My understanding of what Brady is that it is information that is not available to them by any other reasonable means. And they have, obviously, they had someone telling them something about what was going on. So it's not a Brady violation if they had access to it. If there's a different argument, a different issue that we're going to be arguing, I'll hear that from the court. But as to the Brady violation, my argument is that based on her testimony, there was no Brady violation.
Let me add this, Your Honor, too, if I may. Also, the testimony of Mr. I'm sorry, in the off-the-record meeting where Mr. Copeland.
The alleged off-the-record meeting.
The alleged
Mhm.
off-the-record meeting with Mr. Copeland, to which Ms. Bumpus testified to, where Mr. Copeland allegedly said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this over and over again, and the all of this was regarding the unliving, the murder of Donovan Thomas. I would submit that I would submit that Mr. Copeland allegedly saying, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this, would also be Brady material.
And Your Honor, again, given that Ms. Bumpus is the person testifying about it today, and that Ms. Bumpus is the person that was approached by members of the defense within an hour of the meeting, that assertion made by her, though I don't agree with counsel's characterization of it, is information that is available to them. But more importantly, Your Honor, I asked Ms. Bumpus specifically what was asked right before. What she said, she understood it to mean Donovan Thomas. But I can claim all of this. My position is that it's not Brady. I can say I can claim it all too, but a hypothetical, I can. What you can do is not saying something that is.
All right, I understand your argument. So just for clarification, you said I had set parameters as to what is and isn't Brady, and
No.
I haven't set any parameters as to what is and isn't Brady. Brady is what Brady is.
I agree. No, I'm saying the parameters that I was speaking of was that you were talking about this hearing is about whether Brady material was disclosed. And my position was that what Ms. Hilton is alleged by Ms. Bumpus to have said to Mr. Copeland would not, I don't think it would amount to Brady, but if it did, I can put up a witness about it. I just didn't think that it was necessary unless the court saw it differently than I did.
So I guess what I wanted to have us look into is whether what was alleged to have occurred, i.e. an off-the-record conversation that included, or that was between Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton occurred, and then if so, what the substance of it was and whether it contained any Brady. So if you don't want to dispute whether it occurred, that's up to you. I'm not going to tell you how to run your case, but I think that's a part of the inquiry as well. So I don't want to mislead you about that. So if you have any evidence that you want to present to dispute whether it occurred or to give us some more, shed some more light on that subject, you're welcome to do that as well.
Oh my goodness.
Deputy Chief Investigator Antonio Long.
All right.
Your Honor, can I make a statement before or while Investigator Long is taking the witness stand? I am specifically objecting to the proffer of Ms. Love, always. But in addition, Ms. Love said that me and other people who represent people, God forbid, accused of these acts, knew already
She did say
about the ex parte meeting and what occurred and the contents therein, and that is just false. That is just false. That was not testified to by Ms. Bumpus. What she said was they knew that a meeting occurred. No one said contents.
Actually, my recollection is that I asked her specifically that question. Did you share the off the record portions as well? And that she said, yes, she did.
I agree with that. Ms. Love said that before
Within an hour.
meeting with Ms. Bumpus,
right,
that me and other lawyers or people on the defense side knew about what was said at that hearing, and that did not happen.
That's totally irrelevant. So I appreciate it, but I wasn't even accepting that as any kind of a proffer of hers. But yes, so noted, and that's fine. Okay, was there anything else with regard to that? All right. So you said you weren't going to accept a proffer from Miss Love, and that's fine. You said also Miss Long. Do you mean Investigator Long or Miss Hilton, or is there a Miss Long?
Spoke. Miss Love is who I meant, but I think because Investigator Long has taken the stand, my mind may have been been with him.
Okay. And with regard to just on that topic, the earlier proffer by Miss Love that you objected to, and you said on the record, I don't ever accept any proffer from her. And I said that's up to the court. I meant it's up to the court whether I want to hear it or not. But with regard to that, and that was about Mr. Abate, my ruling with regard to that was that's not even relevant until such point as there might be some other defense motion filed, at which point Ms. Love can call Mr. Abate. So, okay, so call Investigator Long. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear for and testify to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Antonio Long, Antonio, last name Long, Long.
And Your Honor, before I begin, I just wanted to point out that I'd like to just make the record. I know that everyone may be familiar with Deputy Chief Long, but I'd like to ask the preliminary questions that establish who he is and where he works, with the court's permission.
Okay, that's fine, but he's going to be testifying as an expert, so let's just, cut to the chase. To the extent he's not going to be testifying as an expert right now. He's going to be a fact witness.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I mean, we don't need to go through all of his.
Yeah, we don't need this.
All right.
Just, good afternoon, Deputy Chief Long. Would you tell the court for the record where it is that you work?
I work for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office,
In what capacity?
Deputy Chief Investigator.
As Deputy Chief Investigator, are you over any particular units?
I am.
All right. Are you over the unit that is prosecuting this case that we are here in trial on?
I am.
And as part of your responsibilities as Deputy Chief Investigator, do you accompany attorneys to meetings with witnesses or other attorneys?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, are you tasked with accompanying Deputy District Attorney Hilton and myself when the needs arise?
And among other attorneys, yes.
On June the 10th, 2024, do you recall that date?
I do.
And did you accompany myself or Ms. Hilton to the chambers of Chief Judge Glanville on that day?
I was with Ms. Hilton.
Was there anyone accompanying me? as the
Yes,
investigator? And was that person one of the lieutenants with the DA's office?
that is correct.
While as Deputy Chief Investigator, do you give instruction to lieutenants and investigators regarding how they are to keep the lawyers in mind and keep their eyes on the lawyers?
Yes, I do. I give guidance and counsel in reference to that.
And are you all required to remain with us at all times during those types of meetings?
Yes.
June 10th of 2024, do you recall who was present in the judge's chambers at the time you arrived with Ms. Hilton?
I do recall Judge being present, court reporter, Ms. Kayla Bumpus, several deputies, and with Kenna Copeland, and myself and Ms. Hilton.
Was I present in chambers at the time you arrived with Ms. Hilton?
Not when Copeland was there, no.
Did I ever come back after Copeland arrived in chambers?
You did not.
Did you remain with Ms. Hilton during the entire time that she remained in chambers?
I remained with her the entire time she was with Ms. Copeland.
Were you present with Ms. Hilton when was Ms. Bumpus in the room during the entire time that Ms. Hilton was in a room with Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
At any time did Ms. Bumpus leave the room and leave Ms. Hilton in the room with Mr. Copeland without his attorney?
No.
Were you present in the courtroom today when Ms. Bumpus testified?
I was.
Did you hear Ms. Bumpus talk about an off-the-record conversation that took place between Ms. Bumpus, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland?
I did.
Do you recall during the time that you were in chambers with Ms. Hilton, how many times, if any, that you all went off the record?
Make sure I understand your question. How many times do we go off the record?
Yes, and let me back up and ask you this. Were you able to discern when you all were off the record?
Yes.
How?
When the court reporter was not documenting what was being taking place.
Was there ever a time that you all went off the record at either attorney's request, that is either Ms. Bumpus or Ms. Hilton's?
From what I recall, there were times we stepped out of the room so that Ms. Kayla could talk to Mr. Copeland. And then the last time, there was a conversation before we went back on the record.
At any time that you all stepped out of the room so that Ms. Bumpus could speak with Mr. Copeland, did you observe me go into that room?
No.
Now, when you said there was a conversation that took place the last time, would you please tell the court what you're referring to?
The conversation I believe Ms. Bumpus is talking about right before we went back on the record. There was a conversation where Ms. Hilton spoke with Ms. Bumpus and Copeland before the judge and the court reporter went back on the record.
Did that conversation take place following a time when Ms. Hilton exited the room so that Ms. Bumpus could speak to Mr. Copeland? Or was that a time when you all were sitting in the room and you just went off the record?
That was a time where we took a break, and before we came back on break, it happened. If I'm answering your question, if I understand your question.
Did you all, you being you and Ms. Hilton, did you all leave the room when you say you took a break?
Yes, everybody left the room.
Okay.
Except for Mr. Copeland and the deputies.
Okay. Did Ms. Hilton have any contact with Mr. Copeland during the time that Ms. Bumpus was not in the room?
No.
Were you present when, or do you have any memory of Mr. Copeland saying something akin to, I can claim all of this?
No.
Were you and Ms. Hilton within close proximity, within 2 feet of each other during the entire time that you all were in chambers?
Yes.
How do you know it's 2 feet? I'm sorry.
Are you able to say whether you all would have been privy to whatever was said? If she heard it, you would have heard it. If you heard it, she would have heard it.
Correct.
Do you recall speaking with Ms. Bumpus and Mr. Copeland about the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
Generally speaking, starting there, would you tell the court what you recall talking about?
I'm unclear as to when you're talking about starting where.
During the time that you were in chambers with Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton, can you tell the court the topics that you discussed? That not you, but Ms. Hilton and Ms. Bumpus and Mr. Copeland discussed?
The topic at that time, Ms. Hilton just made it clear to Mr. Copeland that she expected him to tell the truth, and that if he was going to get on the stand and claim something that he know he didn't do, then she would be looking at prosecuting him for perjury.
And so I'm clear, is this on the record or off the record that this conversation takes place?
This was off the record just before the judge came back in.
Have you had an opportunity to read the entire transcript of the in-chambers hearing?
I have not.
Do you recall Mr. Copeland making any direct statements about his involvement in the Donovan Thomas murder?
He never mentioned anything about involvement in Donovan Thomas murder.
Do you recall him making any indirect statements or statements that could be construed as an involvement in the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
Did Ms. Hilton, during her conversations with Ms. Copeland, while you, Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Copeland, Ms. Hilton, the court reporter, not the court reporter and the judge, in other words, during an off-the-record conversation, did Ms. Hilton...
All right, hey, back up. So is it your testimony that there was one brief off-the-record time when Ms. Hilton, Ms. Bumpus, and Mr. Copeland were all in chambers, but before the judge was back in chambers? Or just tell me, maybe I'm yes, no?
Yes, we broke for someone to use the restroom.
Okay.
And before we went back on the record, that's when Ms. Hilton and Kayla had the conversation before Ms. Weaver began to record everything.
So Ms. Weaver was sitting in there.
She was not in there at the time they were off the record.
Okay, well, I mean, you can be off the record and still have the court reporter sitting in there, so I'm just trying to
No, she
get
was not in there.
clarification. So this was after a bathroom break.
Right.
Miss Hilton and Miss Bumpus head back into chambers before the court reporter and the judge are back. Is that right?
Well, I want to say Ms. Weaver did come in.
Okay.
And then Miss Hilton did ask, she needed to say something with Kayla and Mr. Copeland before the judge came back on the record.
And Mr. Copeland's in there at that point in
Mr.
time?
Copeland was in there.
All right, and so what is the substance of that very brief 2-minute or whatever conversation?
It was Miss Hilton explaining to Mr. Copeland that if he did get on the stand and take credit or try to take credit for something he didn't do, she would then seek prosecution for perjury.
She would.
Seek prosecution for perjury.
And did she talk with any specificity about what crime or crimes that would include?
She did mention the Donovan Thomas case, and that if you got and claim something that he knows he didn't do, and we have proof that he didn't do, then she would prosecute for perjury.
All right, and so your recollection is that that conversation occurred off the record before the judge was in there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of a very similar conversation also occurring on the record?
No.
So if it's reflected on the record, then that's the conversation that occurred?
Say that one more time, Judge.
Were there two very similar conversations about that where Ms. Hilton is saying, if you get up and say something that we know you didn't do, we're going to prosecute you for, or we, or I'm going to prosecute you for perjury?
During the course of the conversation, Mr. Copeland's concern appeared to be his statements or inconsistent statements.
I'm talking about just the off the record now.
Who phone ringing?
Just off the record was just in reference to him taking responsibility for something that he didn't do.
Okay. I have no idea why that phone is ringing or how to turn it off. This is not my courtroom, so we're just going to ignore it. That phone being the desk phone on the bench for some reason. I don't know why.
He is frustrated. She sounds so
Okay,
frustrated
sorry
right
about
now.
that interruption. All right, and you only recall one conversation about that, whether it occurred on or off the record?
Who was on the phone?
I only recall one conversation specifically in reference to Ms. Hilton saying that she would seek perjury unless it was something blatant, a blatant lie.
She would or she would not?
She would not, unless it was a blatant lie. She wasn't concerned about inconsistencies that she would use impeach. She would just impeach him for inconsistencies.
Okay. So do you recall any conversation where Ms. Hilton says, and this is on or off the record, Ms. Hilton essentially says, look, if you get up there and you claim something that you're the one that did something, and I flat out know you didn't do it, I'm not going to prosecute you for perjury for that because I don't know what your reasons might be.
I don't recall a conversation to that. I do know that she used an example that she would have to corroborate something before she prosecute.
Okay. All right. So the extent of the off the record before the court got back in their conversation was her essentially just saying what?
Her conversation was in reference to him getting on the stand and taking responsibility for something that he know that he didn't do, or falsely admitting to something that he did after receiving use immunity.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
All right, so just checking my audio
Did Ms.
again.
Hilton attempt, or did she make any effort to explain perjury beyond what you just described for the court? Do you remember her doing that?
Doing this off the record or just in general?
In general?
Yes, she did.
Was the conversation that you are relating to the court that happened off the record, did it refer to matters that you later discussed on the record as well, or not?
All of it in sense was stuff that per se was explained on the record. It was just clarifying what would constitute perjury versus inconsistent statements, or whether she would need to impeach him.
And showing you, for instance, just page 50 of the transcript, line 11.
Checking 1 2, check 1 2. Jim, let me know how it
Sorry,
sounds.
line 19. If you'll just take a look at it, is that an instance that is similar broadly in nature to the type of the conversation that took place off the record that you were just describing for the court? And by that, I'm talking about where Ms. Hilton is saying that's different, referring to the word purge. And Mr. Copeland says that can get me back in jail. And Ms. Hilton says yes. And Ms. Hilton in line 24 of page 50 says, it's not what you're saying. It's not.
Okay, cool.
What you're saying is not perjury. What you're saying is what we call a prior inconsistent statement, and so forth and so on. Is that the type of conversation that took place off the record?
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
Yeah. It
Sustained. Ask a different question.
Yes.
This is painful.
During the conversation off the record, did Ms. Hilton endeavor at any time to help Mr. Copeland understand the difference between perjury and purge?
If you remember.
Just say you don't remember.
I don't remember.
I knew it.
If that was substance of the off the record. I do know during the course of the meeting, she repeated that several times, trying to explain the difference between purge and perjury.
And off the record, the comments, any comments that were the comments that Ms. Hilton made regarding hypothetical instances where perjury could be occurring, did she clarify
This is painful.
for Mr. Copeland in any way? Did she seek to clarify how she would be able to distinguish between perjury and something that wasn't perjury?
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
The off the record conversation was very brief and very short. And there wasn't a whole lot of explanations because that had already taken place.
Do you remember anything that Mr. Copeland said in response to what Ms. Hilton said about being able to, if he got up on the stand and admitted something that she could prove he was lying about?
Yeah, is this you asking during the off the record conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
He said he wasn't going to do that.
And what is it that he said he wasn't going to do?
Get on the stand and lie for something he didn't do.
Do you have memory of him asking or saying something about not going to say that he killed Donovan Thomas?
He didn't use that word. He said he wasn't going to take credit or say he did something he didn't do.
Do you recall that those words you just spoke were in response to a question about the murder of Donovan?
It wasn't a question specifically about Donovan Thomas. It was a question about him getting on the stand. It was a statement about him getting on the stand and taking credit for something he didn't do.
And broadly, do you recall Ms. Hilton making comments about Donovan Thomas that Mr. Copeland didn't made any comments about?
Other than if he got on the stand and took credit for something or said he did something that he didn't do and we knew he didn't do. That was the only statement she made. And then he said he wasn't going to get on the stand to do that.
Now, about
I'd like to know how they
do you
know he
have
didn't
any
do it.
memory of Mr. Copeland, either on the record or off the record, saying anything about a gray infinity that the state, about having information about the infinity that the state doesn't know?
He never said anything about an infinity to me or Ms. Simone, Ms. Hilton.
Did you ever endeavor to find out what he may have told Ms. Bumpus privately? I don't want you to reveal if you heard it. I just want you to want to know
No.
if you ever endeavored to find out what he may have said to her privately.
No.
I mean, he could just yell,
And-
please the fifth real quick.
Go ahead.
Would it have stood out in your mind if Copeland had made any kind of inculpatory remarks about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Almost definitely. If he had made a remark about the murder of Donovan Thomas, then we would initiate investigation. And I would assign one of those lieutenants to assist me with looking into that.
Do you have any memory of any exculpatory remarks Mr. Copeland made about any defendant currently on trial or not on trial regarding the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
Your Honor, I'm
Go ahead.
ceding the floor.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Oh, my goodness.
Does your memory of what took place during any portions of the conversation that were off the record, does your memory align with what you heard Ms. Bumpus testify about regarding off the record conversations?
The restroom break, just the restroom break.
And what about the content of the off the record conversations? Does your memory align with what her memory is as she testified about?
Not for the majority of it, no.
Would you tell the court any discrepancies between what you recall and what you heard that she recalls?
The off the record, like I said before, basically Ms. Hilton having the conversation about Mr. Copeland getting on the stand and taking credit or claiming something that he didn't do and that we know he didn't do. That was in just the gist of the off the record conversation before the judge came back in.
And what, if anything, did you hear Ms. Bumpus talk about that you have no memory of whatsoever, or that you can testify in your recollection did not happen?
The incident about the infinity, him claiming that I can claim all of this. The part about you coming back the second time, that's what stands out to me right now.
And was my absence from the interactions between Ms. Hilton and Mr. Scratch that. Your Honor, that's all the questions.
All right. Thank you. Anybody from the defense side have questions for Investigator Long? Miss Love, do you need a cough drop? Because I actually have some if you need one. It's okay.
Please, court.
Okay.
Investigator Long, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk to you specifically about the off the record portion of the meeting on June 10th, 2024, okay?
Okay.
All right, and if I have it mixed up, was off the record versus on the record, just correct me. I'm trying to understand myself, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, the off the record portion of this ex parte meeting, you said that Ms. Weaver, the court reporter, did come in to the judge's chambers, the judge's back room and chambers during that discussion, correct?
Everybody was coming in initially.
Okay, and that was before what we're deeming the off-the-record
That's correct.
conversation, correct? And Ms. Hilton specifically requested Ms. Weaver not to take those communications down, correct?
I wouldn't say she directed Ms. Weaver, but she did say she wanted to talk to Ms. Bumpus before we went back on the record.
She made the request, Ms.
Yes.
Hilton. Okay, and that was to remain off the record was requested by Ms. Hilton and Ms. Hilton alone.
Yes.
Can I get a little clarification there? So this is after the restroom break, right? Or whatever kind of break it was?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and when Ms. Hilton said, I want to speak off the record to Ms. Bumpus for a minute, was Judge Glanville already in that room by then or not?
He had stepped in and then ended up stepping back out.
Okay, and so, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
And you indicated that during this off-the-record portion, Ms. Hilton stated to Mr. Copeland that she would not pursue perjury charges unless it was a blatant lie. That was said during the off-the-record portion, correct?
No, that's not what I testified to.
Okay, when was that stated?
I don't ever recall her saying that she wouldn't seek charges unless it was a blatant lie.
Okay.
I think she was trying to explain the difference between the inconsistent statement and then a outright lie, if I can use that terminology.
Well, what did she say?
What do you mean what she said?
Well, you said that when I said she would not pursue perjury unless it was a blatant lie, you said that was not what she said. So what did she say regarding that?
And off the record?
Yes.
Yes. Her statement or comment to Mr. Copeland was that if you did get on the stand and you took claim or took credit, this is me paraphrasing, for something that you did, then knowing we know you didn't do it, then she would seek perjury charges for that.
Okay. And you indicated, my understanding of your testimony is you indicated that at some point, Ms. Hilton specifically referred to getting on the stand and claiming responsibility for the Donovan Thomas situation. Is that correct?
Yeah, if he took credit for something he didn't do, yes.
But specifically, it was stated the Donovan Thomas situation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was out of Ms. Hilton's mouth?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Hilton specifically, during the off-the-record portion, referenced Mr. Copeland taking credit or taking responsibility for the killing of Donovan Thomas.
Yeah, it didn't come exactly like that, but yes, and just yes.
And Ms. Hilton specifically said that if Mr. Copeland did that, she would seek perjury charges against Mr. Copeland, correct?
If he got up and he took credit for something he knew and he didn't do, yes.
Well, you keep going back to you didn't do, but in the fact is in that off-the-record portion of the conversation, it wasn't just generally something we know you didn't do. She specifically said
it was both.
Killing. Okay, so it was specifically something we know you didn't do, and then she also said specifically for claim responsibility killing of Donovan Thomas. Okay, so to your recollection, if you recall, prior to Ms. Hilton, did Ms. Hilton just bring Donovan Thomas, that case, into the discussion, or did Mr. Copeland say something that Ms. Hilton was responding to when she warned him not to take credit for the Donovan Thomas killing?
Ask the question one more time.
What did Mr. Copeland say before then that prompted Ms. Hilton to start talking about Donovan Thomas's murder?
Mr. Copeland didn't say anything. I can only, I believe Ms. Hilton was attempting to just explain because he had received use immunity, not to go in and try to claim something that he didn't do because he received use immunity.
So your testimony is Mr. Copeland didn't bring up Donovan Thomas, but Ms. Hilton brought up Donovan Thomas murder.
Right.
Did Ms. Bumpus bring up the Donovan Thomas murder prior to that?
Not that I recall, no.
And how was it determined when Ms. Weaver was going to start making a record of this meeting again?
I don't know how it was determined.
Did someone call her in? Did someone ask her to start recording now or taking minutes now?
Yeah, I believe if you're asking what made her prompted to, yeah,
Yes.
we said, I don't recall if it was Ms. Hilton, but Ms. Hilton may have said we're finished talking, and we called everybody back in.
And instructed the meeting to go back on the record? Instructed that the meeting should go back
I
on
don't
the
know if we
record?
instructed, but we were clear to go back on the record.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I like the way she just says, like, hey, anybody want to come up and take a bite at this apple? All right, what are y'all thinking? Go ahead and put it in the chat. Oh, Mr. Steele.
I'm doing fine. Blessing out of favor.
Can I answer?
Oh, not blessing out of favor.
Yes.
What was your understanding, if you had one, of why you were having this ex parte meeting?
Sustained.
At what point were you initially told that you're going to this ex parte meeting? I want to know which part he was there for. The beginning part, he said he came with Miss Hilton. I want to clarify.
Ask your question again.
At what point did you become aware that you're going to this ex parte meeting?
I'll allow that.
I believe that morning.
And when you say that morning, was it before the meeting began? Do you know when the meeting began?
It was before.
Okay.
It was before the meeting.
And who alerted you that?
Ms. Hilton, I believe. Yeah. 'Cause of course we had to escort him over to the judge chambers.
And did you escort, when you say them, who did you escort to this? Say one more time.
Ms. Hilton.
And was Adrian Love already there in the meeting, or did she come with you or go after you?
She was already there.
All right. Now, how often, besides this day, have you had these type of meetings with Judge Glanville?
With me, just this one.
There we go. Come on.
That you know about.
With Judge Glanville, no. Never happened with Judge Glanville.
Well, in this case.
Just this one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else from the defense?
Oh, we done. We cooked. We tired. That was a good question, though.
Go ahead.
Did anybody tell you that that was not to be told to other people who are not invited to that meeting?
What's the relevance of that?
The state of Georgia, I objected to it, made a statement that I somehow knew about this beforehand, which is not true. So I want to ask if
There you go.
anybody directed anybody to tell somebody from the defense, not tell anybody from the defense.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, good point.
Your Honor, I did not represent to the court.
That's fine. It's all right. I'm going to allow the question.
Have a seat.
No. If I understand you correctly, they didn't want to tell me not to say anything.
One more time, you spoke very fast.
I'm sorry. Was your question, did anyone tell me not to say anything about this meeting?
Yeah.
No.
Did you tell anybody about the meeting? Did you personally tell anybody, me, any of the other defense lawyers, any of the people accused of this meeting?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews.
All right,
While
House.
Mr. Matthews is making his way over, what is your recollection as to sort of when during the meeting, like within the first 10 minutes, within the last 10 minutes, right in the middle, if you recall that the bathroom break and then short off the record conversation occurred that you testified to?
This was near the end.
Near the end?
Near
Okay.
the end.
All right.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Mr. Mathis, how you doing?
Doing
Come on,
well,
Matthews.
thank you. Just a couple of questions. Did you have any recording devices in the meeting yourself?
No.
Did you make any written notes of any of the meeting yourself?
No.
Okay. And just for the record for today, you were actually in the courtroom during the time that Kayla Bumpus was testifying before this honorable court, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you know this morning before court that you might be testifying about this matter today?
I did not know.
Okay.
I could ponder, but I did not know.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Anybody
Okay.
else?
All right.
Any redirect?
I think it's okay. Oh my gosh.
When you spoke about the comment that Ms. Hilton made about claiming something that he didn't do, or the Donovan Thomas murder, did she qualify her comments in any way?
What do you mean by qualify?
Did I hear, did she tack on anything about if she could or couldn't prove it? Or did she just say, if you do this, I will charge you with perjury?
She consistently, if she's mentioned charge, she would say that she would have to corroborate anything for what we charge. But she did mention the fact of I can only speculate, I would use the word, the concern about him trying to take claim for something after receiving free use immunity.
Okay.
And were those comments that she made that you're talking about also accompanied by any kind of explanation, like if I can prove it, or?
Yeah, because she mentioned the fact of if we knew, and we know you didn't do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Anything else from the defense? All right, is the transcript before the witness at this point? I don't know where it went to.
Love had it, I think.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can you flip to page 41 and take a look at, well, the end of 40, starting at line 20, and then review that through the rest of line, or the rest of page 41? Let me know when you're done.
Okay. I'm done, Your Honor.
All right, is it a fair characterization that during that portion of the meeting, Ms. Hilton, Ms. Bumpus, and Mr. Copeland are talking about what might or might not get him charged with perjury or false statements?
Yes.
And does Mr. Copeland raise the issue of murder and whether it has a statute of limitations?
Yes.
Okay, and does Ms. Hilton at some point after that talk about if she knows that he's lying about something and there's no other evidence, what that might or might not result in?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall whether the off-the-record post-bathroom break conversation occurred before or after this on-the-record conversation?
Give me just a second. Let me look a little past just to make sure.
Sure.
It happened after.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe. Page 52.
And it's somebody else's phone ringing.
Can you find out whether that's somebody who has a Rule 22? And if it is not, they cannot come back in with that phone. Thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
They got to go.
Your Honor, I believe 52, around 13, 14.
Okay.
When we come back in.
Fonnie said she'll call somebody up in here.
Yeah, I think somewhere around in there.
Okay. And a break is actually indicated at lines 9 through 13 or so. Is that right? Okay.
Right.
And then at line 14, the court remarks, Mr. Clopin, have you had an opportunity to talk with Ms. Bumpus, your lawyer, and Ms. Hilton, the state's counsel? Have you got any other questions?
Yeah, because
So it's right before that the off-the-record
Yes.
conversation occurred? Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions by any counsel? Defense counsel? All right. Anybody else?
All right, we're gonna try
Silence
that right
equals
there.
None. Okay, Ms. Love, anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh.
Chief, Deputy Chief Long, on page 40, lines 20 through 25, when the court refers to comments made to Mr. Copeland earlier by Ms. Love, did you ever hear those types of comments made by Ms. Hilton?
Real quick, just checking the audio real quick. How does it sound? Transplanted Texan.
Was there any time you are aware of that Chief Deputy Love, myself, would have been in a position to make those comments to Mr. Copeland that morning?
No, not with Copeland in the room. You weren't around at all.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Why
All
is
right.
it-
Investigator, thank you. You may step down. Any other evidence, Ms. Love?
Not about, no, Your Honor, not
Okay.
at this time.
All right. Any rebuttal evidence from anybody on the defense side of the room? All right. Anything y'all want to suggest that this actually means?
Transplant text and let me know how it sounds now. Right now. Checking right now. She said, tell me what does this mean? What's the purpose of this? I don't know if you missed any good stuff. I'm sorry. All right, this is the last check. Check it 1 2 1 2. Last check on the microphone volume. Am I coming in too loud?
So, Your Honor, there's a case that I believe that Mr. Steele has shared with you. I'm trying to get the site right now. Ford Motor Company versus Young, 322 Georgia Appeals, 348. And that case deals, that case, when we've been discussing this in the past, there's been suggestions that if there was judicial misconduct or what we believe is judicial misconduct from this side of the room, or if there was prosecutorial misconduct or what we perceive to be prosecutorial misconduct from this side of the room, that the remedy was with the bar. And that case, the Ford case, indicates to me that Your Honor and the trial court can play an active role in fashioning remedies in the case of judicial misconduct and or prosecutorial misconduct.
I don't know about judicial misconduct. That's not what that case stands for.
Prosecutorial misconduct, or lawyer misconduct, I should say.
Violations of the state bar rules.
Yes, and can I go get one thing for myself?
Sure.
All right, so I'm not 100% certain. I think I understand what Max Shard is doing, and Donna says she's confused. I kind of think he's.
I filed a motion on Friday.
Yes, I worked diligently over the weekend on writing an order with regard to that motion. Haven't gotten to the Brady portion of it yet.
So, and I appreciate that, Your Honor. I appreciate the attention that you've given it. That motion in the beginning lays out things that I've observed, that I've felt have been highly irregular about this case. The point of my inclusion of that in my motion was not to draw extra attention to it or for anyone to feel sorry for me or anything else, because it's really about my client, Mr. Stillwell. But the purpose of it was to try to inform the court, at least from my perspective, and I think the perspective of some of my colleagues, that things have been irregular in this case. And that there are real life consequences and consequences to the trial when we perceive what we believe is the lack of an impartial trial judge and also of prosecutorial misconduct. In this case, from my perspective, we've had with the ex parte communications in themselves, I don't believe that there was a valid reason to initiate the meetings.
Correct. I agree.
I believe that the state and members of the state's prosecution team in particular took something very small and jumped to unbelievable conclusions as a way to get their foot in the door of the judge's chambers to have a discussion. And there were at least 2 discussions that took place. I'm assuming that there was a third discussion, which may have strictly involved the grant of immunity.
All right, well, I think we cleared that up on Friday because we specifically asked, was there any hearing or any kind of ex parte, anything with regard to getting the order, or was it just the motion being filed? So, I mean, I don't have any reason to believe there's yet another one, but.
Right, and you know, there's a potential under the King case that one, if it was just for the purposes of granting immunity, may have been a proper ex parte, but these were not. The substance of these meetings exceeded what is appropriate. They violated Uniform Superior Court Rule 4.1, which says that judges shall neither initiate nor consider ex parte communications by interested parties or their attorneys concerning a pending or impending proceeding. Georgia Code of Judicial Conduct Rule 2.9 prohibits ex parte meetings except for a narrow exception: scheduling administrative purposes or emergencies that do not deal with substantive matters or issues on the merits. Provided that, so we don't believe that it falls under an exception to begin with.
Right.
Provided that the judge reasonably believes that no party will gain a procedural, substantive, or tactical advantage as a result of the ex parte communication. In my view, the transcript reveals open discussions about you're going to testify, you can say you don't recall. They're basically walking through the procedures for laying the foundation for prior inconsistent statements. To say that doesn't put that meeting with just the judge and the witness who has been sworn in doesn't put the state at a tactical advantage over the defense who's excluded, I don't believe that to be the case. Secondly, even if it falls under the exception, the judge must make provision to promptly notify and give the parties the substance of the ex parte communication and an opportunity to respond. We were not promptly notified. We found out through, I keep saying, doggedness and happenstance. I believe that's what it was. We learned about it. And then when we asked for an opportunity to respond, we were promptly greeted with an invitation to go to the jail for 20 days. So that was violated. The Georgia Rule Professional Responsibility Rule 4.2 regarding communications with a person represented by counsel. The state, it's the worst kept secret in this courtroom that John Melnick represents Kenneth Copeland. Worst kept secret. Everyone knew that. I knew that, and that's why I called Mr. Melnick.
Okay.
The state is somehow claiming that in this case where the world is watching, it's a huge case, that they did not know that Mr. Melnick was representing Kenneth Copeland, and they went behind Mr. Melnick's back and initiated conversations with Mr. Copeland. Let's be frank, all these gentlemen are facing RICO charges with overt acts going back to 2013. So this is not a case where Mr. Copeland could not possibly be prosecuted. he could easily be indicted. He could easily be indicted and put with the rest of the gentlemen who were severed off of this case and be in Rice Street right now. He was in legal jeopardy when the state was seeking to speak to him outside the presence of his attorney. From our perspective, that was a knowing violation of Georgia Rule of Professional Responsibility 4.2. Additionally, Your Honor, there's Bar Rule 3.3, candor towards a tribunal. Now, I can't flesh this out without Ms. Love taking the stand. I would love to ask her about it, but in the motion to grant Mr. Copeland immunity, in paragraph 12, I believe it is, they specifically stated that a member of the defense team had contact with Mr. Copeland, and that prompted him to begin to assert that he was going to exercise his Fifth Amendment right.
All right. I would prefer that since there continue to be allegations back and forth amongst the lawyers, that we specifically get what is actually stated in there instead of, and I know you're not trying to misrepresent
I understand.
anything, you're trying to give it your best recollection, but let's get the actual motion and read the actual words, okay?
Wow, she is not playing with them. Okay. What do y'all think about Shard right now? What do you think about what he's doing?
I've got it somewhere.
Okay, yeah, I've got it right here, Your Honor, from Ms. Persfield's email to us.
I've got it. If you've got it at hand, go ahead. But if you don't, I've got it now.
Okay, I'm trying to find out exactly, try to figure out where it was. Okay, paragraph 11.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Paragraph 11. Mhm.
Yes. And it says, Kenneth Copeland has been subpoenaed to testify in the above style case. Copeland is the next witness scheduled to testify in this case on June 7th, 2024, beginning at 9:00 a.m. On June 4th, 2024, and June 5th, 2024, investigators with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney coordinated and arranged with Kenneth Copeland to provide Copeland transportation to court on Friday, June 7th, 2024. However, on Thursday, June 6th, 2024, after an encounter with defense team members and members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Copeland stated to an investigator and to an attorney with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney that Copeland may attempt to plead the Fifth to avoid testifying against members of YSL. I can only speak for myself. I did not have any encounters with Mr. Copeland on June 6th, 2024. I don't believe that any of my colleagues did. I don't believe any members of the defense team did. I don't believe that what's asserted in paragraph 11, to my knowledge, I don't believe it to be the truth. If it is not the truth, and again, I would love to inquire, but Ms. Love would be a witness at that point. Bar Rule 3.3, candor towards the tribunal, would also have been violated. The reason I focus on the violation of these rules is because of the Ford case and the proposition that we can do something about this besides run to the bar. And that makes sense because it's ultimately if, and I say it did happen, and I say the transcript establishes that it did happen, and you have the transcript, Your Honor. We have in the transcript the state and Judge Glanville both asserting, both affirming each other that Mr. Copeland can essentially be incarcerated indefinitely until this trial is over, until the trial of the co-defendants is over. That, to me, is coercion. That's intimidation. We have other examples where Mr. Copeland is given what I would say incorrect legal advice about what his exposure is for these allegations and his potential criminal liability. That is coercion. That's trying to convince him to take the stand and plead so that the state can then impeach him with his prior inconsistent statements, presumably. Mr. Copeland, the act of him taking the stand as a result of those ex parte communications has prejudiced, has harmed all of these young men in court here today. So there has to be relief beyond bar issues for them. Your Honor, I'm not going to repeat everything in my motion. You have my motion. I know you've read my motion. But they have a right to a trial. They have due process rights. They have a right to a trial free of prosecutorial misconduct if that misconduct rises to the level of a due process violation. They have an absolute right to a fair trial and due process in front of a fair and impartial trial judge. They also have the right to be present at all critical stages of the proceedings, including, I'm saying, and I think it's fairly clear, that those ex parte communications talking about the witness under the Scudder case that I provided to the court before, that was a critical stage and they were unlawfully excluded. And of course, there's no way we could have acquiesced because we knew nothing about it ourselves. So those are all violations that have harmed these individuals. There has to be a remedy. I believe that the facts are there for you to consider disqualification of district attorneys in this case. And I think Mr. Steele is going to argue that further. But also, I believe that the facts are there under the Wilson case, as well as the State v. Jackson, 306 Georgia 626, Anderson v. State 285 Georgia Appeals 166, and Wilson v. State 233 Georgia Appeals 327. Wilson v. State 233 Georgia Appeals 327.
All right, and those are the three cases that y'all gave me a
Correct.
couple of days
About
ago.
goading. And the reason I cite to those cases, because it's not often, well, it would be never probably, that a district attorney or prosecutor is going to say, yes, I did this intentionally, I did this to goad. These cases looked at the egregiousness of the violation, the experience of the prosecutors involved. Ms. Love is a chief deputy district attorney in the office, head of the unit
All right,
that deals.
can I interrupt you for just a minute? So all of this is in your motion, and if and when we get to that point, that would
Okay.
be an appropriate argument, but let's
Okay, well, that
pause
you
it for
asked,
now. I have it.
you asked where we are right now, and that's from my perspective, that's where we are right now.
All right. And I don't mean you can't argue anymore. I just mean
No, I understand.
the information about their qualifications is in your motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, and if Mr. Steele's going to argue as to something else, that's fine.
Sis Wit
I
is
had
done.
said a little while earlier that with regard to Ms. Love, your proffer about what Mr. Abadi might or might not have to say about Mr. Melnick's representation was not yet relevant. I think it is now relevant.
Oh my gosh.
And the proffer has not been accepted. So if you want to present evidence as to that, that would now be appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I don't mean this very instant because I'm going to hear from Mr. Steele, but we now know that is an issue. So you can go ahead and get him lined up.
Thank you.
Oh, now we're gonna hear another about. Oh my gosh. I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
Your Honor, I would just like the court to consider the case that was announced to this honorable court by Attorney Shard. I emailed it earlier today to your honorable court's coworker and all the parties. It's Ford Motor Company versus Young, and it was 322 Georgia Appeal, 348. It's in Division 3, 745 Southeast 2D299, 2013 case. And what our second highest court wrote.
No, Laura, I don't think so.
And I've given a copy actually to this court, and
Oh, yeah, I got the copy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
it's on page 8 of 9 of the copy I've given. It's on the right-hand side, first full paragraph. And it specifically states that in the center, and we have previously held that trial courts may disqualify attorneys for violations of the disciplinary rules. We held that the trial court erred in ruling that because sanctions for violations of disciplinary rules appear to be the exclusive province of the Supreme Court of Georgia, not of the trial court, it lacked authority to determine whether plaintiff's counsel violated 4.2, Rule 4.2 of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct, and therefore should be disqualified. We noted that the determination of whether an attorney should be disqualified from representing a client in a judicial proceeding rests in the sound discretion of the trial judge. So I'd just like you to reconsider your order, not disqualifying Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love. And you've inherited a case that has a lot of history and a lot of it bad. And I put into my motion, I could go over it with the court, and I also attached the YouTube links. It's on July 10th, 2024. I also filed in case the link goes away, I filed on a thumb drive to preserve it. So that's with the clerk's office, and a copy was sent to the prosecution as well. But it started before, but an opening statement, I don't know if you've read it. So
I read your motion and I looked at the portions that you were talking about.
hurtful. It's hurtful. And then
He's
as of
tired of
last
this.
week, a new court comes on. It's almost like, a breath of fresh air. It's all new. And again, I'm hit with emotion by Ms. Love. That was the fourth time the same thing's argued. Talking about a duty that is intentionally and knowingly not followed through by me, and I owe it to her. And I saw your email saying, whoever wrote that, you come into court. I understood it.
I don't think Ms. Love did herself any favors with that.
The favors have to end. I'm not trying to, I've never done this before in my history of living in a courtroom, but it's just not appropriate that I can't accept a proffer from a lawyer. I've never said that before. I've never uttered any of those words. So I'll leave it with you. My point is, it doesn't end. There have been no sanctions. It's been ratified almost. And it's from everything. It's just, I put in paragraph 2, just choice examples from my memory. But it is constant. There are great people everywhere in the courts, and they shouldn't be treated like this. So I'm asking you to disqualify because it's just not, at some point, the message needs to be sent that this is not the state of Georgia and this is not our bar.
All right, thank you. As I understood the gravamen of your motion that you filed since I've been the presiding judge to disqualify Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton, it was because you needed them as a witness, and that was the basis of my ruling. And in Mr. Shard's motion that is under consideration right now is a request, again, to disqualify them. And I know that I previously said y'all, that's a matter for the bar. And when I was talking about that, I essentially meant the, and I don't want to call it bickering back and forth because I'm not sure it's been back and forth to any large extent, but that kind of thing, the whatever it is that had been talked about before, that's what I was talking about. I will tell you that this court takes Brady violations very seriously. And I mean, everybody ought to, prosecutors ought to. And I am considering that right now. So rest assured that I am aware and have been aware that I have the authority if I choose to remove them.
Thank you.
So, all right. Do y'all want to be heard from the state on this?
Oh my gosh.
Or do you want to go ahead and present some testimony to counter the Melnick, that you knowingly contacted Mr. Copeland, knowing he was represented by Mr. Melnick?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right.
What we did was ask that our witnesses be summoned, if you will.
Okay.
If the court
All
would
right.
just give us.
Sure. Why don't we take a convenience break and
Wow.
can you let a deputy know when you're ready with somebody and we'll come back out?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so wow. That was, I didn't like the, what's his name, investigator. I didn't like that. It seemed like he contradicted himself. It looked like he muddied the water even more than Kayla did. Okay, so she said she takes it seriously. Wow. Oh, we know she's gonna bring in a Bati, I thought. Q, I thought she's gonna bring a Bati. That's what she asked. I doubt she's gonna bring Fani in or anything like that. I am surprised that she didn't have anybody else sit in second chair with her besides the mute guy to pass notes to. But what do y'all think? Tell me what y'all thought. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting for her to just say it because it sounded like she was about to say it. Like, look, this is just out of control. I'm just calling a mistrial. She giving out that ropes. He said it's interesting. Okay, I got you, Richard. Thank you so much. I think so too, but now she's got them. If she had said it and did not, if she had just said it and not allowed Love to, because Love is going to talk till 6 o'clock. You know that. So, that's the only reason I don't think it's going to be a dismissal today, because she's going to let Love talk. And gave her room to talk too, by the way, like offered it to her. So I don't know what the strategy is there, but that's interesting. I don't want to say he's a mute guy, but he doesn't say anything. I don't know what if she does call a mistrial, it depends on if it's mistrial with prejudice or without. And I don't think it'll be out tonight, but let's just say she does call a mistrial today. I think it's fair to say, and I'm not a legal expert, probably by the end of the week. There's probably some dots that got to be crossed and some T's that got to be dotted. So we got to figure that part out. But yeah, that's it. It just was kind of confusing. I don't know where she was going with that. The witness should be Abati, I thought. That's who she had early this morning. She said it was going to be Abati, who was the guy that did the closing arguments for Fani during the disqualification hearing. Yeah, she in that red phone. She in that red phone for sure. No question about that at all. Thug got his hair did. I mean, sad to say, but you're probably right. Brandon, don't get arrested in Georgia. Yeah, Love is going to filibuster. Oh my gosh. Y'all know it's going to be bad. Oh, let me make sure I got the link ready. Okay, yeah. Nobody's there, of course. I did think that was funny. Ms. Love didn't do herself any favors. I thought that was pretty wild. That was savage. That was one of those bless your heart moments for sure. What did Love send last week? It was just emotions, I thought. I don't know. I got to ask. I don't think there was anything else. Mrs. said she ain't even come to the Trump rally in Fulton. Come on now. Yes, Abati. Yeah, I think that might be how you pronounce it. I mean, you spell it. Wait, where is it? Sorry about that. Abate. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I live here in Cobb, and I don't go to Fulton often. So yeah, that's how you spell it. Abate. That's it. Are you saying the deputy hurt? I don't think he helped. I think he hurt the state's case. That's what I think. Because there's a lot of stuff he didn't know either. I don't know if he was. It's kind of like a nothing. Like it's like eating celery. What was the purpose of that? You burn more calories than you burn more calories than you gain from eating celery, right? That's what I'm thinking. I agree, Roy. I'm sorry, Ray. I agree. Yeah, so I see head movement, but I don't think they're ready to go yet. But let me just bring it in just in case. All right, so yeah, people weren't moved by the investigator. All right, so yeah, I think the judge is asking more detailed questions. It does get down into the weeds. She knows where she doesn't want to go, so she's asking those direct questions. I think they're very beneficial, in my opinion. Who's that walking right in front of the camera? All right, let's see if we can get this done because I am tired of hearing about this ex parte. I want some motions being ruled on, motions being decided on, and let's go. Gladiator Girl says she lives in Cobb County and do not go to Fulton County because it must been, I'm sorry. If you speed, fine, will charge you with RICO. See, there you go. Everybody on the road is RICO with you. Oh, Monica says she got questions for the investigator. Uh-oh. Y'all don't love Abate? Abate is a guy that argued for Fani. I don't think we would get a ruling. Say, no, I don't think so either. Probably sleep on it and deal with it tomorrow. Now, as far as I know, I don't know if they have like outline directions for tomorrow. So there is that as well. So I don't think so. As Brandon, as far as I know, a lot of people use AI lawyer. The problem is she did not spell check it. She did not go back over it and confirm that what was being said by lawyer AI or AI lawyer was actually correct. So that's really it. I don't think she's gonna get in trouble for that. Because they haven't even like guaranteed that she's done it. He said even the judge knew that Melnick was Copeland's lawyer attorney. Definitely that. Now that makes Lovey says, I think there will be a decision made before the jury comes back. Absolutely, because the jury's supposed to come back on Wednesday. So it'll have to be today. It'll have to be tomorrow, early tomorrow, so the jury knows to get ready to come back or you can stay at the house. Wait, what are you talking about? Y'all. All right. Oh, I do believe she used AI. There's no problem there at all. And just like most of us, probably to some degree, shape, or form, might use some kind of AI to do a writing project or whatever. But just check the work, because the work doesn't, the AI doesn't know that what they're saying is actually correct, or if it meets all the standards that you're putting it, that you have in place. So that's the problem. All right, so they are. All right. So it looks like some pretty good conversation going back and forth. I appreciate y'all. I'm trying to figure out where Black Law Student is gone. All right. I think we are, I don't know how long they're going to take. Maybe she's like dreading having to listen to um Adrian Love as well. I don't know. That would be miserable. I ain't gonna lie. Maybe she's just like dreading it. So she's like, we're not going to get started on time. Yeah. So Monica says, I just completed training and we're prohibited from using AI to draft anything. I think that's probably fine. Everyone's getting coffee. They're all lined up at the Starbucks or the Dunkin' Donuts inside the building, and it's like lined up. How long has she been on break? Let's see. Man, she on like 11 minutes already. Man, okay. All right. Judges know she has to do something. Lots of good conversation. I think a lot of people have their feelings that definitely, unequivocally, the prosecution is problematic. I think at this point, if she doesn't disqualify him, then just let him run all the way to the end. Y'all a while. Sorry about that. Love doesn't look worried to you. Love probably isn't worried. Love is probably silently praying. That was juror number 4 was calling me, asking me, do they got to go back on Wednesday? I said, I don't know yet. Just hold tight, juror number 4. I got you. Stay tuned. There you go. I'm juror number 3.14. That's true. There are no phones allowed in the courtroom, but I am doing my own thing. I am going to be held in contempt. That's it. But I had to answer it though, like Miller, because it's juror number 4. They were asking me, do they have to come in? They know where to go. People know where to go. So they called me to ask Jason, do I need to go to work? Do I need to go to work or do I need to get ready to go to court on Wednesday? I said, hold tight. I got you. I got you. There he is, Lawrence Stroman in the building. What's going on, brother Lawrence? Good to see you, man. I think if she's been gone long enough, I think we should just declare mistrial. You've been gone too long, Judge Whitaker. Let's see. She's better than she's creeping up on 15 plus minutes. She's creeping up on 15. All right. Black law student wants to do a recap. But I don't know what time we're going to get done to do the recap. All right, what we got here? That's me. Look, I'm here to help the jurors out. That's it. I'm here to help them out. They had questions. They needed answers. The juror needed answers. I'm here to give the answers. Yeah, maybe he's still over there. I don't know. Maybe Abati is running late. I don't know. She's rethinking her life right now. It's not that bad. Hopefully, it's not that bad. Rethink your whole life, man. That's serious. Let me make sure I'm not on pause or something. No, I'm not. Adam went on vacation 10 minutes ago. He probably did. He said, look, he said, man, I'm running to these hills. I do not want to be on this stand. Y'all can keep it. I don't think that's what he said, though. Ambola lady, I like it. I like it. What'd she say? The only way that the judge is going to expedite this trial is to get rid of the Hilton and Love. Otherwise, there's going to be more of the same for months to come. I can dig it. I can dig it. Okay, we watch YouTube. You took her for Bumpus. I mean, I don't think Bumpus is a bad person. I'm not 100% certain she gave good answers that were helpful, but it's okay. I'm trying to keep my phone from ringing. I didn't put it on silent. What am I doing? Here we go. Oh, thank you so much, Donna. I appreciate it. Yeah, Phil is a great content creator. I'm glad he reached out to me to do that again. So he reached out to me. Hopefully we'll do that again. Now the court clerk. Yeah, I'm over getting the work done. I'm over answering questions, telling jurors what time to come back if they need to. I said, hold tight. I got you. I got you. Yeah, definitely check out Kiana's channel. Drop your link in the chat, Kiana. All right. I don't know what's taking them so long. Yeah, I totally think Kayla did a good job of answering some questions. I don't think she answered all of them well. Oh, here we
Witnesses
go.
for the state. Ready? All right,
Let's go.
Get that person on the stand.
Your Honor, State Counsel Adam Abadi.
All right. I remember one time when I was called as a witness in a case for some very ancillary matter, and we're so used to being the ones examining. We're not used to being the witness. And the direct finished, and I got up to leave, just like all of the lay witnesses who have no clue. And then I felt like an idiot. But oh well, maybe Mr. Abate won't do that. We'll see. You're coming up to the witness stand.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's finish this.
Like Mr. Melnick, I'm an officer of the court. He won't swear himself in, but whatever.
All right, let's.
Like Mr. Melnick, I'm an officer of the court. He wasn't sworn in, but yes.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chief Deputy Abadi. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Just for the record, would you state where you work and what your position is?
DA's office in Fulton County. I'm the Chief Deputy of the Major Crimes Division.
All right, and February the.
It's ABBATE. And I said Chief Deputy of the Major Crimes Division.
February of 2023, where were you working within the DA's office, if anywhere?
Same position.
All right. During that time, do
What
you
answers are
recall
these?
having a conversation with an attorney by the name of John Melnick regarding a person by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, it was a conversation on the Zoom call where Judge Whitaker was on the call and heard all the contents of what I'm about to testify to. Yes.
All right. And would you tell the court what the purpose of that Zoom call and that conversation with Mr. Melnick was?
It was related to a bond order or bond conditions for a bond order for his, I think it's 22 SC 182, I think maybe 134. It was his possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and reckless driving, I think is what it was.
Okay. And did you have occasion to look at the bond order and see its contents, or the proposed bond order? Had the state proposed a bond order?
Yes.
And did the state's proposed bond order have any reference to or any conditions that are related to Mr. Copeland's witness, position as a witness in this case, 22 SC 183572?
No, not to my recollection specifically, no.
Did the bond order or the proposed bond order reference co-defendants? Let me ask this. Are you familiar with the co-defendants on, or the defendants on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Some of them, yes. I've tried. I think Khalif Adams was somebody who I was the prosecutor who, when he was convicted of murder.
And the bond order, did it reference some of the defendants on this case?
I think it referenced all of the defendants on the case involving Jeffery Williams.
All right. Did the bond order, well, Your Honor, I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of the bond order, which is in this case
I'll take
already
judicial
filed.
notice of it, but I'm also just going to print it out right now and make it a part of this record. So it'll just be easier.
And I did misspeak and say, in this case, it is actually in Mr. Copeland's 22 SC case.
Yeah, 22 SC 182 134.
Thank you. Would you please tell the court the content of the conversation or communication you had with Mr. Melnick regarding Mr. Copeland on that day?
Yes, it was. So it was me, myself, Abigail Potter, who at the time was the trial division lawyer assigned to Judge Whitaker's courtroom. Judge Whitaker and Mr. Melnick, and I believe Ms. Rosser, case manager who set up the Zoom link was on the Zoom, and it was just a discussion as it related to the bond conditions for his possession of a firearm by a convicted felon case that was before Judge Whitaker, and the conditions that would be included in it.
Was there any part of that conversation that referenced Mr. Melnick representing Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case?
Yes, specifically, and the reference is that Mr. Melnick was all hot about the fact that I was on the call representing as a representative pretty much for you as a member of the team for this case, because he specifically said on more than one occasion that I'm not here about that case. I don't represent him on that case. The only case that I have before this judge that I represent Mr. Copeland on is the 22 SC case. He said it over and over again, and he kept making snide remarks as it related to you and the district attorney's office, and eventually me, to which I said, I finally interrupted him. I said, we're done with your used car salesman, stuff. And that's when the judge was kind enough to intervene and say, all right, whatever, we're here just for the 22 SC case. We understand you don't represent him in the YSL case because there's nothing to represent him on, was the gist in my recollection.
And when you're talking about the 22 SC case, are you solely meaning the one Mr. Copeland faced charges on, criminal charges on?
Yes, the one that was before Judge Whitaker that we were there for to, negotiate and agree upon bond conditions for. That I think it's 22 SC 182, I think it's 134, and the charges were possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and I think reckless driving. I think this all happened February 24th of 2023.
Do you know whether that Zoom call was transcribed or whether or not there was a court reporter on that Zoom call?
I'm not sure, but I don't remember seeing, I think it was Miss Evelyn, who was the court reporter back then. I don't recall.
Do you recall how many times Mr. Melnick stated with any degree of emphasis that he did not and was not representing Mr. Copeland in his capacity as a witness in 22 SC 183572?
2 or 3 times, and it was all in relation to the state's request that he be fitted with an ankle monitor. And that was particularly angersome, I guess is the correct word, as it relates to Mr. Melnick's reaction, because that's when he kept saying, this case has nothing to do with that case. I have nothing to do with that case. I don't see why he has to have an ankle monitor.
Are you familiar with what it is that the state was trying to secure with the ankle monitor?
His location at all times, I suppose.
And are you familiar with
This is disturbing. Well, I don't like his body language. A lot of people don't like his body language.
Did you speak with Mr. Melnick at any other time regarding his representation of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, I try to avoid him as much as possible.
Has he ever in life represented to you that he represents Kenneth Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, it was the exact opposite in front of the exact same judge that we're sitting before today.
And showing what our market states is it's true. I don't know if the court had already-
Here you go. Here's the bond order.
Showing you states exhibit 2, which I'll mark, which is a copy of the filed bond order. Is that the
Brandon Coleman, you out of control.
bond order
You out of control.
that you spoke with Mr. Melnick about on the date that you're speaking about now? Or is there,
So this would be the bond order that came from the conversation we had in February, I think February 23rd, excuse me, February 24th of 2023. This is, this is stamped for March 3rd. So there would have, the whole reason for the Zoom was to negotiate and come to some sort of agreed upon set of bond conditions as it related to Mr. Copeland and being released on bond for the 22 SC 182134. Sounds right. So this would have been the product of that conversation.
okay, thank you. All right, that's all that I have for this witness, Your Honor, for right now.
All right. Any questions by any of the defense attorneys for this witness? Nope, nope. Ms. Weinstein, Mr. Matthews,
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harvey, who I
Oh,
can't
really?
see over there in the corner. Is he even there? Is Mr. Harvey over there? Anybody for Mr. Harvey's client? Any questions? Okay,
Huh.
great. Thank you for your time. You may step down.
Wow, that was short.
All right, call your next witness.
State calls Attorney Peter Herzog.
Okay.
I heard Herzog name earlier too. At this point, man, we've left the whole reservation of who killed Nut. We are totally off the rails now. Congratulations, Sis Wit. Look at her. She looks like, what have I got myself into?
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, do you want him sworn or do you want him to testify in his place?
I haven't sworn in.
All right, yes, please swear him.
I would hope they would tell the truth. I mean, come on, man. Good gracious.
Raise your right hand. Swear affirm testimony you give the truth, you tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State your first and last name.
Peter, Peter, Herzog, Hertzog. TZOG.
Good afternoon, Mr. Herzog.
Good afternoon.
Would you please, just for the record, state for the court where it is that you work and what position you hold there?
So I'm a senior assistant district attorney in the anti-corruption unit of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked in the anti-corruption unit?
Since I started in the office, about a year. I think I started March of 2023.
Did you say March? And I just need to speak up a little bit louder. March 2023?
Yeah, I think it was March. I've been here about a year and a half.
Okay. Have you ever worked in any unit besides the anti-corruption unit?
I did a short stint where I screen cases and then I cover a court part for a complex, but I've always remained in anti-corruption.
As an attorney with the anti-corruption unit, have you ever had an occasion to speak with Mr. John Melnick about a person by the name of Kenneth Cole?
Yes, I believe so.
At any time during those conversations, did you ever in any way seek any information regarding Mr. Melnick's representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the case 22 SC 183572?
No.
Did you ever, in any of those conversations, have any occasion to talk with Mr. Melnick about his representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in any YSL related case?
No.
Did you ever, during your conversations with Mr. Melnick, reference either myself or Deputy District Attorney Simone Hilton?
No, not to my recollection. No,
Have you ever been asked by either of us or anyone prosecuting the YSL case to reach out to Mr. Melnick?
no, absolutely not.
Is this the longest you and I have ever even talked?
I believe so. I think I ran into you once in the hallway and said hello. Other than that, I don't think we've had much contact.
Did the matter that you spoke with Mr. Melnick about have anything to do in any
Yeah, this is a great point.
tangential, direct, indirect, any way, have anything to do with 22 SC 183572 or the criminal indictment that preceded?
Absolutely not. No.
Was the case that you spoke with Mr. Melnick about a case that was in your unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever asked by anybody within the DA's office to have any communication with Mr. Melnick regarding his representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Melnick ever just tell you, hey, I'm representing Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the YSL case?
No, not to my recollection.
Do you recall sending Mr. Melnick an email back in March of 2023?
March of 2023. I don't recall.
Your Honor, I'm not certain exactly where the evidence.
I'm sure it's somewhere with the court reporter.
Herzog, this is that email back and forth between Herzog and
I'm
Melnick.
going to show you what has already been admitted as defendant Williams number 4, Your Honor. And I'm going to show you ask you to take a look at the bottom portion of defendant Williams number 4. And ask you if you recognize or if
I don't think the judge is paying attention either. I think we're all just kind
you
of
recognize that time
whatever.
frame as a time frame that you reached out to Mr. Melnick.
I did reach out to Mr. Melnick. It could have potentially been around that time frame. If you'd like, I can go into more detail.
Yes, please.
So we were investigating as part of anti-corruption. We were investigating.
Without getting to the details of any anti-corruption case
Okay.
at all.
There was an allegation made that involved Mr. Copeland.
Yes, we have
At the
those.
time, I was relatively new to the office. I'm not from here. I'm from New York. I spent years practicing up there. So I know nothing about what's going on down here in relation to this case. I reached out to Mr. Melnick to see, as per our usual in our unit, to speak with every witness. And I believe I asked him if Mr. Copeland wanted to talk about that specific matter. And I don't believe we ever followed up on it.
Was Mr. Copeland in jail at the time that you reached out to Mr. Melnick?
I believe so.
So was when you reached out to Mr. Melnick, where and why did you seek to go through Mr. Melnick to get to Mr. Copeland?
Because if I remember correctly, he represented Mr. Copeland in that other matter.
To your knowledge, had that other matter been resolved?
At the time, I'm not sure if it was resolved at that time. I don't believe so. I think that's why I went through Mr. Melnick, I believe.
Outside of the anti-corruption matter, did you speak with Mr. Melnick regarding anything else related to Mr. Copeland?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have.
All right. Any defense examination of this witness?
I don't think they care.
I did a thing, I wrote a check mark, and I'm gonna have to get that out before. I apologize.
Okay, probably have some white oil. That would work. Is that okay with everybody if on states 4, Miss Love White felt the check mark she inadvertently wrote on states 4, which is why I don't like to ever handle the evidence because I'm constantly taking notes and then I end up writing on the evidence. Is that okay?
Whatever. We don't care.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'll do that after Mr. Sharp has had an opportunity.
Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So from what I understand, March 2023, you are working for the DA's office in the anti-corruption.
Correct.
Okay, and you are building up a case?
Yes. I'm investigating a case, I'm not building up a case. I'm investigating a case.
And is Mr. Copeland the target of this case?
No.
Okay, so he is a witness.
Yes, he would have been a witness.
He's a fact witness, I assume?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance of what type of witness.
Sustained.
What kind of case was this?
Objection as to the.
Well, can we just
Yeah.
leave that it's an anti-corruption type case?
May I ask, was Mr. Copeland the alleged victim?
No.
Okay.
So he's a witness.
Well,
Yeah, he's a witness.
it's
Your Honor.
Yes. Do we need a bench conference? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what. Okay, I don't know what they're doing. I'm a little sad in my heart. I no longer understand what the case is about anymore. We've gone well past over the reservation now. All right. I mean, she did call him. That's a good point. What's the point? The judge has already concluded that Melnick was his attorney. I don't see why do we need to get into the tall weeds about this? Everybody knew that you were wrong for that. That's just it. I really find it hard to believe that Love thinks this is going to turn this situation around, that somebody's going to say something that's going to drastically and significantly turn this situation around from her basically shanghaiing Melnick to now being the belle of the ball. I don't think that's going to happen. It's just not going to happen, friend. And he's trying to make Woody a suspect, not a witness in the questioner's eyes. I think so too, but you're only doing this in front of the judge, though. That's the thing. It's not like it's in front of the jury. If the jury was there, I might be saying something different, but I don't see what the problem. I don't see the judge already believes that they were wrong as two left shoes to entertain or reach out to Woody, and he knew he had an attorney. I think that was concluded. I felt like earlier this morning in my mind. I might be wrong, but I don't know. Maybe my brain is getting scrambled. I don't know. Melnick denied being his attorney while on the phone with Judge Whitaker. Really? Melnick denied being, but Judge Whitaker said earlier, with that same knowledge, she said that she knew he was his attorney this morning. It could be a stall tactic. It could be. Her tone, as far as if she is going to prove something to Shard and Steele and the
The
others.
earphones work right
gosh,
now.
here we go.
So what I'm wondering is if y'all would be comfortable with Mr. Shart relaying the substance of the bench conference, or if each of you wants to try to come up and gather around, or
No, just let Shard come over.
And Your Honor, since we cannot have, since we don't have the ability to let it be heard, I'd ask that the court ask whether each defendant waives their presence at the bench conference.
so do the attorneys want to come up, or?
What is the purpose?
Okay, so I know the defendants normally are able to hear what's going on. I'm sorry we're having technical difficulties. Apparently you need to put these things on their charger pretty frequently in order for them to work. So I'll know that for the next time. One of your attorneys is going to come up and listen to what the substance of the bench conference is, and then I am directing them to return to the tables and let you all know what we talked about. I want to find out whether that's okay with each
What's
of
the
you
purpose of a
defendants. And also, I am happy if you're not satisfied with what the attorney has told you about it, to then you can let me know and I can say, well, here's my take on what happened. Okay. So, Mr. Kendrick, are you okay with Mr. Weinstein just coming up and then telling you what we talked about? All right. How about you, Mr. Huey? All right. Thank you. Mr. Williams? Okay. Who else do we have? Mr. Stillwell, you okay with that? All right. And then Mr. Ryan, you okay with that? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right. I don't get it. I don't get what's the purpose of this.
So y'all can't even get it.
Okay. So I don't know if somebody can explain what's the purpose of going over whispering and then you come over here and then you don't whisper anymore. Why don't you just say it out loud and just turn off the microphone? I mean, turn off the mic so we can't hear it. That seems like a waste of time. I'm sorry. They don't want Kayla to know. Is that what they would like? Wait, hold on. Y'all just wild. Y'all just saying anything. They don't want Kayla to know. I don't think Kayla's paying attention to this. Oh, she has a rule 22. Maybe she's in there. Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe, okay. I got you. Yeah, this whole trial has been like this. I agree, Lovey. I don't get what we're doing. I just want to get it like, okay, come on, because it's already 4 o'clock. People's eyes are starting to cross. The jury's still out, Chris. The jury has not been back yet for almost 2 months. Wait, sorry about that. Where's the jury? The jury's been out since whatever, June 10th. So we're cruising on almost 2 months. Now, I don't understand. I thought sidebar was all juries too. I don't know. But maybe there's just too many people there. I don't know. There's too many attorneys. So maybe they just said we'll get some of the attorneys and the other ones will relay the message. I don't get it. This sidebar for the judge to explain why they can't have more detail about the witness case. Okay. Got it. I don't want to know more about the witness case, truth be told, but I guess there's a reason for what they're trying to do. So I got you. Thank you for that, Monica. Sorry about that. It's about that Woody. It's about Woody. I like how Angel said it. She probably, I think Love is trying to slow it down. She's in the catbird seat.
And
right now.
do any of the defendants have any questions about it that they want to ask me? Okay. And did you talk to your client about it?
I will.
Do you? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Attorney Herzog,
Spin your mic towards you.
The anti-corruption case that you were working on in March 2023, is that still an active investigation?
Good question.
No, it is not an active investigation. And the investigation was wholly unrelated to YSL.
Okay, and is there a pending case involving that investigation that resulted from that investigation?
A pending criminal case?
Yes.
No.
Now, at the time you sent this email, you wanted to speak with Mr. Copeland, correct? About the matters you were working on?
Yes.
Okay. And you have the ability as a district attorney, you said that your understanding is he was in jail, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and you have the ability to go to the jail at 901 Rice Street, correct?
Yes, I have the ability to go to the jail. Mr.
Okay, and as a district attorney, you have the ability to bring an investigator with you and interview a witness there, correct?
I wouldn't represent someone I wouldn't speak with someone that was represented by counsel.
Okay.
On any case or was recently represented by counsel.
Okay, so the reason that you called Mr. Melnick is because you would not speak ethically. Your code of ethics, you would not want to speak to someone who's represented, correct?
It's all of our code of ethics.
Correct. And you also would not want to speak to someone who was represented recently. Is that what you said?
I would reach out to the defense attorney prior to that, yes.
And that's what you did in this case. You reached out to Mr. Melnick, correct?
Regarding our investigation, in the
I
limited
understand.
scope to our investigation.
Yeah, I understand. You were not involved in the YSL investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But as part of your investigation, you reached out to Mr. Melnick in an effort to speak to his client, Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
I see what he did.
Does anybody else have questions for
Please nobody
Mr.
else.
Herzog?
Please nobody else.
All right. No.
No. Ah.
Inquiry for the court.
Sure.
I don't understand enough about it, and I understand that the ruling is maybe I shouldn't know about it. With the court, Mr. Williams has no objection. And if you do, please correct me. Would the court be able to find out whether this has any Brady implications from Mr. Copeland, either under Giglio getting a deal or he did not get prosecuted because he was involved, but he was being used as a witness, and I don't have that information.
Sure, I don't either, but yeah, that's valid. Let's find that out. So you can ask that question. You don't have any objection to that question, do you, from the state? Okay.
You don't even understand.
Mr. Still.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'll let you know. Brady evidence, you feel comfortable talking about Brady evidence, what is required by Brady and its progeny?
Is this the question of whether I feel comfortable?
Yeah, do you understand Brady and its progeny, what it includes?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't mean that to be insulting at all. Just, some people have different definitions of something. Dealing with Mr. Copeland, only Mr. Copeland. Was there any type, no matter how non-promising, was there any type of agreement, promise, benefit to him, whether that's reduced charges, no charges, he's cooperating, he's a CI or whatever you want to call it, anything to do with that?
Absolutely not. I have no information regarding the YSL case or any investigation of the YSL case. I reached out solely related to a wholly unrelated matter.
Okay. And I'm broadening it besides what you call the YSL case. I'm saying, was Mr. Copeland given any benefit? Forget about this indictment before the Honorable Judge Whitaker. Was he given any benefit on any matter, including the matter you were investigating?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Mr. Williams? Okay. Anybody? All right. Any redirect by the state? All right, thank you. You may step
Okay.
down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And did you have one other witness?
Yes.
Are they ready?
Can the court allow Mr. Atkins to go outside and check?
Sure.
All right. Fonnie Willis, come on. We need some spice it up. Come on.
While we're waiting on finding that out, y'all were, well, I guess it was Mr. Atkins that was going to do it, so never mind. I'll wait on that one, trying to see what else we can get done while we're waiting. Nothing. Huh?
There was one matter, I guess, as it relates to Mr. Copeland, that I would ask that the court take additional notice of, since we're all on here.
What's that?
The date that his criminal matter that we were just introducing testimony about was resolved. There should be within the 22 SC 183.
Terrence Bradley would be hilarious.
Case in Odyssey, a disposition for those criminal charges. I would ask the court just to take judicial notice of that date.
All right, so it appears that the plea was entered on June 28th, 2023, and the disposition was filed on June 29th, 2023, and I'll take judicial notice of that. All right, what do we know, Mr. Atkins?
So Ms. Potter is 30 minutes away. I'm not going to ask the court to wait.
30 minutes away.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, he said 40 minutes, he corrected.
Okay.
And so rather than have the court wait on that,
We're gonna do that tomorrow?
I can, yes, I can do that.
All right.
And Your Honor, the other thing that I was looking at was I'm obtaining a certificate of service for Mr. Copeland that I believe was filed. I think he was
Certificate of service, what does that mean?
recently in May of 2024. And if the court would indulge me one moment, I was just trying to determine who it was that served him, since the subject is state's actions regarding a witness, Mr. Copeland. And I would also argue to the court that there is not standing to complain of the interactions between state prosecutors and their witnesses in this case. And there's not standing to complain of what happened as it relates to Kenneth Copeland in the in-chambers hearing. But to the, on June 10th, in terms of King and its progeny, and what the transcript reflects, and the court has heard testimony reflecting.
All right. Well, their claim is a right to be present, and they have standing to make that claim. Whether I make a determination that they did have a right to be present or didn't is yet to be determined, but they can certainly make the claim. Was there, with regard to them, are there not being standing to complain about whether the state communicated with Mr. Copeland when, according to the defense, the state knew him to be represented? I understand the assertion in that regard to be that the prosecution has violated a bar rule.
Yeah.
And that they've also violated other bar rules over the course of this case, and that I should take
Right.
that into consideration in determining whether and what remedy to fashion. Do I have that about right? I'm
I think
getting
so.
nodding yeses. Okay. So yeah, they can assert that to the court.
And Your Honor, as I obtained for the court that those final two pieces of information.
Okay.
I'd ask for the court's brief indulgence while I get the certificate of service.
Wow.
and the date that he was served.
Okay.
That because it was filed on the
All right. I'm not even sure which one you're talking about, but sure, if it's relevant, I will unseal it. Can you let me know which one it is?
It was a certificate of service and it was filed on, okay, that's what we're getting today.
Okay. It's, and that's in which case? This
22.
YSL case?
Yes.
Okay.
I hope it's YSL case. That's the only thing we talking about. I hope. Man, this is crazy.
So I actually, once you let me know what it is, I actually, because I'm the court and I can, kept a copy of what is in each of the sealed filings once I reviewed it, so that in case we needed to see something again, I didn't have to do another order unsealing and resealing. So those are in an envelope in my litigation manager's office. And when you let me know what it is I'm looking for, I'll just pull it out of there.
There is a certificate of service for Kenneth Copeland that should have been reflective of a subpoena that was served on him, I think in May of 2024.
Okay.
Without the exact date, I don't want to, I think maybe May 31st.
Okay.
That sounds about right. May
All right.
31st of 2024.
Sure. And maybe Ms. Persfield, you already are anticipating my need and sending an email to Ms. Rosser to see if she can pull that. Thank you. All right. And then with regard to Ms. Potter, is she gonna be available in the morning, or does she want to Zoom? I don't care if we take her testimony by Zoom if nobody else does.
Man,
I don't even know if
that's-
she's available, but that's an option as well.
Thank you, Judge. That would actually work. I'm gonna.
All right. Would that be okay if, I don't know if everybody's familiar with
What's
Ms.
the
Potter,
point,
but
though? I don't
know
get-
if is she still with the DA's office?
She is. She's
Okay.
outside.
She's a prosecutor with the DA's office who used to be in my courtroom and who was the prosecutor for the case that Mr. Melnick handled on the other side of. Would everybody be okay on the defense side with us taking her testimony by Zoom here in court?
I don't think
Can
anybody
they-
cares. Let's go.
If anybody has an objection, please voice it orally now. Okay. All right, so that'll work. If you can line her up for that, and I think you already have the Zoom link, we can do that.
Somebody gonna get on there and yeah.
All right.
What was it? Free
And
thug.
as Ms. Love's doing that, Mr. Atkins and whomever from this side of the courtroom was going to work on the maybe one or two issues with Mr. Copeland's jail calls over the weekend. Did y'all get an opportunity to do that and reach any kind of resolution?
Your Honor, I have not spoken with the defense counsel. in
He
relation
talking.
to those jail calls.
Okay, wasn't that your task?
Your Honor, I
See?
will speak with Mr. Shard.
Okay. I can't remember who said they were going to do that, but
It was him.
I don't know. Y'all had told me at the end of Friday, before we had all of our more explosive motions put before the court, that on the jail calls that might or might not come in with Mr. Copeland's testimony, y'all had maybe 2 items that you thought you could work out everything, and there were 2 items that were still kind of in dispute?
That may have been Ms. Hilton.
It might have been, I don't know.
Just to get him.
I was in and out a little bit on Friday, but did Mr. Steele not deal with the jail calls at the end of the day on Friday?
I mean, so what we ended up doing was saying, oh, we may be able to just come to agreement on everything. So give us a little minute over the weekend and we'll get back to you. Anyway,
Really?
apparently nobody did it, but y'all do that
Yes, Your Honor.
tonight, if possible.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to step outside the courtroom for a brief 5 or 7 minutes?
To line up Ms. Potter.
To line up Ms. Potter, and to speak with another member of our office.
Okay, so we
Oh
will
my
take
gosh.
another break and be back whenever you let a deputy know that you're ready. Okay, which hopefully won't be more than 10 minutes.
It's up 3 minutes. Come on. Why can't Brother Man do that? Oh my gosh. Okay, we already know the man. I don't know why Judge Whitaker letting this go. I'm sorry. We already know that he was Herzog didn't impugn anything that was said. Wasn't it? Abati didn't change anything that was said. I don't think. Yeah, I'm like, what's the purpose? Melnick said he was his attorney. The judge said she believes he was his attorney. Nobody has said that he wasn't or said something definitive that he wasn't. Why are we doing this? Oh, I do believe it's Fonny. I do believe it. Somebody said it's Fonny in the back. I think so. I wouldn't be surprised. Would I be surprised? Sorry about that. Unprepared break. Yeah. I don't even understand. Like, what's the purpose of arguing this? They were wrong for doing it. I think they're just trying to find somebody because they're going to get one person that says, oh, I heard Melnick in the restroom said he wasn't Kenneth Copeland's attorney. That's going to be hearsay. Yeah, this is just, I feel like this is a waste of time. But it's covering because the state doesn't have anything to do. So this gives them something to do. Yeah, the email said that he was his attorney. That's it. And they literally said, are you concerned about your client or Mr. Steele's client? What does that mean? That means that I mean, come on. I think it's already been proven ad nauseum. I don't think it's. They beat this horse, man. This horse is out for the count. Count him out. Count the horse out. The horse is out. They beat the horse to his unconscious. I think I don't understand why she keeps giving her that grace. Like, it's over. It's done. Very surprised. All right, what do y'all think? Go and comment in there. What do y'all think? That was cooked. Y'all are hilarious. Hey, while we're here, I have a video dropping tonight. It's my look at racism in this. Let me drop this out of the way. I have a video dropping tonight. I'm calling it Racism in This Trial. I'd love for you to check it out. It's dropping at 8:30. Because good gracious, man, we're gonna need a restroom break after all this is over with. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. Hey, come by and check it out tonight. Let me know what y'all think about it. I think it's good. I think you'll like it. So go ahead real quick. Go over there and hit the like button. Go ahead and hit notify, hit the bell icon, all that kind of stuff. There's 452 people watching this, which is completely amazing. I appreciate all of you. So go check it out. click on the button, click on the link rather, check out the video. I'm sorry, get notified for the video when it goes live tonight at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. August 5th, whatever day this is. I don't know what day it is anymore. Yeah, check it out. We'd love to pack that thing out with some good eyeballs and get some good feedback from y'all. Always appreciate the good feedback. Always appreciate the commentary from this group. Absolutely. Judge is in shock. Miss Fendi says, my eyes are going crazy. I'm telling you, in shock. She wants to ensure that she covers all the broken Brady because there are so many. I just think that there's enough already. Like, just let it go. Love cooked herself. I don't even know how that works. How do you cook yourself? Good eyeballs. Leaves myself out. All right, we got. Everybody knows that Melnick was Woody's lawyer. Glanville made Melnick get a fill-in so he could go on vacation, which was Kayla. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are we doing? What more needs to be done? I think that's why the defense is not. They don't even care almost. They're like, what's the point anymore? All right. Yeah, I don't know I have no idea how they're going to square this peg, but I guess we're going to find out. I think we're going to find out tonight. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, check out the video. Let me know what you think about it. Watch 2 or 3 in the meantime. Watch a couple of them. Now, I did drop that video on inartful speech as well as the one on candor, because I thought last week ended on a real high note when Judge Whitaker was giving them that work about being honest to the court and being straightforward and so on and so forth. So I thought those were good. If you have an opportunity, check those out as well. I actually made a playlist for those because some people were asking, like, just put them in a playlist. So I put those 2 videos in their own playlist. I'm going to drop it in the chat. Stay ready. Yeah, if you want to check out those last 2 videos I did, they came out over this weekend. They were really, I feel like they got good response, good reception, if you will. And I just put them in a playlist called Candor versus Inartful. So those are the words that were brought up a lot last week in this case. I got a feeling we're going to probably hear about it again before today is over with. I think we're going to hear Candor before the day is over with. But what would he say here? What do you say here? Paula says, unless the judge is setting up Love to see just how far the Fulton County DA representative will go to lie for herself. Interesting. I think so too. I think so. Bitter Lily. Love knows Judge is going to give a mistrial at this point. Yeah, I mean, she's basically saying that. Let me double check, make sure I didn't pause the tape. Pause the video, the link rather. No, we're there. No, we're there. All right, just waiting. Yeah, I mean, she's saying it. In my opinion, she's saying it. The judge is not preventing Love from giving a defense. No, she's not. If she wants to, she's letting her. Miss Love, all this time is trying to get a clickbait from someone. It just shows the incompetence of Miss Love. I kind of agree with that. I don't think I definitely don't think she's on her P's and Q's. I don't know how good of an attorney she is, but she's definitely not demonstrating that she was a master at her craft for sure. She's in full panic. I can agree. We can't violate Love's. Okay. I don't know what was the statement is Melnick was Woody's attorney. That's really it. I don't think we have to make it a right or wrong or defend yourself issue. If she's already wrong as two left shoes. That was already it. And she can, but if she keeps, drawing people into it, because again, like Abati looked like he had much better things to do than do this. And again, nobody's contradicted anything yet. So basically Herzog, Abati, they're kind of nothing burgers. So I'm just gonna sit tight. I'm gonna sit tight for sure. Lovely. I'm gonna sit tight. Love is digging up. See some movement, digging herself a hole. She needs to stop digging. I agree. Y'all, I do appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. Hey, real quick, as we were waiting and such like that, if you don't mind, in the chat, if you could please, if you are a dog person, or if you are a cat person, or another animal person, go ahead and drop an emoji for what kind of pet you have. Are you a dog person? And I guess you can put as many dogs or many cat emojis or fish emojis or gerbil emojis, whatever. Put it in the chat. What kind of animal lover are you? What kind of pet person are you? I see we got 1, 2, 3, 4 dogs. Or those cats? I'm sorry. I'm going to go with them being, they look like cats. I'm sorry. Is that a crayfish? Oh, okay. No, those are dogs. All right. So those are cats. Okay. I love it. Oh, you're a human. You got a person. Okay. I love it. Hey, by the way, thank you so much, Claudia, for the $3 super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's see what we got. We got some dog people. We got some cat people. Is that a gerbil? Yeah, wow. That's an elephant. Dog people. I love it. Oh, we got some fish people in the building. Okay. Wow. Is that all y'all got that many dogs, Claudia? Okay. Y'all wild if that's a hamster. You all are wild. I love it. I love it. Go and get your animals in there. Animal emojis while we're waiting for Judge Witt to come back, Sis Witt to get this thing going. We got to get into this rush hour traffic. Judge Witt, don't you know this? Are those chickens? Wow. Okay. I didn't see that one. Now this looks like got rabbits in the whole gambit right here. Cat, dog, gerbil, and rabbits. I don't think that's a gerbil, but I got you. All right, let me see. All right. Wait, you own a monkey? Really? Oh, now we're getting out of control. Now we got unicorns and all kinds of stuff. Okay. This one got Mercy got a whole farm up in that piece. Yeah, I don't know where they are. Where are they? Okay, we're ready, but they're not popping. All right, what we got here? Cats, more cats. Is that a turtle? Come on, let's hear for the turtles. Let's go. Team Turtle in the building. Teenage Mutant Ninjas. I don't think they're going to arrest Love. I think it's going to become a bar complaint. If it goes that far, I think it'll be a bar complaint. All right, let's see what. Here we go. What we got? More cats? You got YouTube channels? Is that what you got? Is that Lady Dearwood Christian already home? I think so. She is. Let me shut this door. Almost done. That is her. Okay, we got chickens, we got dogs and cats up in here. Let's cook them likes like they cooking love tonight. Oh, is that love? Oh, is that love coming to get me? Oh, shoot. It sounds like my wife's car, though. Praise God. Melissa says she got a spider, like a tarantula or something. Let's go about the turtles. Let's go. Hilton she had a scheduled absence as far as I think I thought it was just for the day or two, but I don't remember expressly. All right, here we go. Let's go. We're done.
All right, were you able to get Ms. Potter?
Snakes
So,
and dogs?
Judge, my request is that the court allow us, if I call her, to do it in the morning, and to also allow us to, because we've got the case that.
Hang on.
Oh.
Sorry, they said we're ready. So I just kind of assumed we were ready. Hang on. I should have looked. There are some empty chairs.
I love Siswit. Siswit cracks me up. All right. So anyway, any pace. Oh my gosh, I don't know when this thing is going. Like Judge Witt is not playing games. She said she's gonna make them work. All right, got fish and dogs. I love it. Is that a iguana? What is that? Oh, that's like that little oxalotl, like a salamander. I see you. She does. I mean, she brings relief, but she needs to bring relief to this case, like real relief. Because at this point, it's just like abusive. There's nothing that can be said differently than what's already been said. So therefore, why are we going through 95 people to all say the same thing? She's already said like she doesn't want people marching back, basically saying the same testimony. What really different did a body say that Herzog didn't say? Now, I will give him this. Herzog was actually on that email train. So I'll give you that at least. But besides that, was the purpose. What are those? Mega Johnny, I don't know what those are. They look interesting though. Reptiles. Yeah, the judge needs to stop her. I don't think she needs to, because she's talking about tomorrow already. Like, no, we're good. There's nothing else that we need to do. No, it was Melnick who was going to file her against the bar. So maybe they got enough on record that they can go and file. I don't know. Because I don't think he did. As far as I know, I don't think he did actually file against her or make a bar complaint. Please forgive me. Somebody said, look at headphones.
That's everybody all right?
All right. All right, let's see what we got.
Thank you, Judge. The state is asking if the court will allow us an opportunity to respond to the Ford Motor Company case that we provided today. And in making our final argument. And to allow us, if we decide the need to call ADA Potter, the main thing that I wanted to get out was regarding when Mr. Copeland pled, and I haven't had an opportunity to talk to her about that. I think she was the one that represented the state in that plea.
Yeah, she was, but I mean, I told you that he pled on June 28th of 2023.
Right. When I first started looking at Abigail Potter and had the 3 names.
Oh, okay. So you may not need her after all, then
You know?
that's fine. Yeah, if that's all you needed her for, it's in the court.
Right.
record.
There we go. See, there we go.
And I have taken judicial notice of it. And then a response to the Ford case, I mean, with regard to whether that's the law or not, or whether that's an appropriate
I have not.
sanction. Yeah, yeah, sure. You haven't had a chance to take a look at it, sure. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, that's fine. You can make whatever response, if any, you want to in the morning.
And
my
thank
gosh,
you. So
really?
that's it.
Okay.
Outside of Ms. Potter, I don't think that we would have any other persons to present, but if we did, we would have them here and ready to go first thing. I just wanted to review all of our notes and make certain that every issue that was raised here today is addressed properly.
That's fine.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rosser's looking for that certificate of service of the subpoena. And
I don't know.
And I know that we keep copies, so I can get one of those too.
He said, tell her no. What's the purpose of arguing against the case, the Ford Motor case? They already have acknowledged, again, she's not changing anything. Nothing is changing. Tomorrow she's going to get in here and argue that.
I've got the certificate of service of a subpoena that you are referencing, because it has that on May 31st, Investigator Long actually served Mr. Copeland, and I'll let you look at it, but it looks like it actually is also attached as a, and I don't know if it was or not, but it at least references that the order that Judge Glanville enters on the 7th that is pursuant to 24-5-507 that gives him immunity, maybe attaches that subpoena, but I don't know. Anyway, if you want to come take a look and see whether that's what you mean. And if so, we can make a copy of it and you can do whatever you want with it from there.
Oh my gosh. Like, what's the purpose? Don't write on it. Don't write on it.
Okay.
She does seem like she's stalling, in my opinion.
Is that it?
It is. It is. It's attached to the, as the court said, it's attached to the motion to, well, the order granting the state's motion to compel.
All right. And so it's already, I would think, then in the record.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And so what's there argument you wanted to make about that? Or just?
Just that, and I can reserve the rest of it for tomorrow, but just that he was served,
No.
Mr. Copeland was served on May 31st, and I think that's well a week before he was ever called to testify or anyone was informed that he would be the next person up. And we did not, I'll make argument at the appropriate time.
All right.
What is the argument though?
Okay. So tomorrow, in addition to wrapping up whatever final evidence and argument there might be as to either of those issues. What I would like, I think y'all now have, if not every bit of Mr. Copeland's prior testimony, almost every bit of it, and Ms. Weaver's been pretty fast at turning it around. And at this point, it may be best to redo the entirety of Mr. Copeland's testimony, including bringing him back in and asking him whether he wants to testify. And I'll hear from everybody on what we might need to advise him of, if anything he's been, or re-advise him of, or correctly advise him of, and then just maybe start from scratch with him. If there are things that everybody can agree.
No, they can't agree on anything.
I just don't know whether we know what he's going to do or how he's going to testify. So I don't know if it's productive to continue to look and see whether there are things y'all can agree on. But if there are things that everybody can agree on and we can just say, okay, you know, these 5 things take as, you know, something he said and the rest of it redo, or whether we just want to start 100% from scratch. As I understand it, nobody had played the June 10th, 2015 interview from him yet anyway, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Oh
and
my
that's the
gosh.
only one where he inculpates any of these defendants, right?
No.
No, that's not right. That in the Donovan Thomas murder is what I mean.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, what in the world?
Okay. All right.
directly in the way that he did.
Okay. All right. But we need to make some progress into the, I mean, I am still considering and working through Mr. Shard's motion, and then we'll get to Mr. Weinstein's motion for mistrial. Both of them are motions for mistrial. But assuming for the purposes of getting things done, that those are not ultimately granted, then we need to pick back up with this trial. Obviously, if they're granted, then that's a whole other ballgame. But I want us to make progress in the meantime. So tomorrow, I would like for our focus to be on how to handle Mr. Copeland and his testimony or potential testimony once we have the jury back, whether there's any agreement as to anything, proposed jury instruction as to if we're disregarding any or all of it, what that should say, whether we need to take notes, all of that kind of like the details we actually need to think through. I want y'all working on that tonight so that we can make progress with that tomorrow. And, you know, there are a lot of things up in the air in this case. And I am going to once again say to everybody that there's a lot of risk for everybody. There's a lot on the line for everybody, both sides of this case. And I know not everybody has necessarily the most fruitful relationship with each other across the aisle right now. But I know, Mr. Steele, you said that you do still have a good relationship with the district attorney herself, who certainly authorized to talk about each and every case because they're all her cases ultimately. But, you know, y'all need to be thinking about all of the potential ways to handle and move forward in this case. And I encourage y'all to be doing that because who knows what it's going to be otherwise, okay?
And Your Honor, we did get last night, speaking that we can, deal with.
Yeah.
We got last night from Mr. Sharp, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe about 76 proposed redactions from the, proffer of one of our witnesses that we discussed on Friday, Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
At some point, I know that the court, is going to have us to address those, so, and I believe that Mr. Sharp, he can again, correct me if I'm wrong, said that he could go through that was from the August 2017 interview, a proffer from Mr. Zachary. And there's
That's
another
crazy.
one that I think he said he's gonna go through and. Okay, he said he's gonna go through another one.
Okay.
And so if he sends us those, that's another thing that we need to work out.
Perfect. And so y'all go ahead and tackle the first 76, see if there are things that you can agree on so that we can have an efficient day like we did on Friday, where we sort out so that everybody knows here's what can and cannot come in potentially with regard to this witness. And he's coming up pretty soon. And if Mr. Copeland makes a decision different than his last decision, we may be getting to Mr. Zachary sooner than we think.
And if that
Hmm.
is the case, then. the
How's
state
this
would
even?
have a motion for the court.
She
similar
trying.
to the one prior, with respect to Mr. Cole.
You're gonna have to give me a hint as to what you mean by that.
So Your Honor, just now, Your Honor referenced if Mr. Copeland chooses to do something different than what he chose to do last time. with respect to testifying. I'm assuming the court needs to do the fifth again. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm not undoing the immunity order. The immunity order stands. Unless y'all got some, I mean,
That's what I understand.
okay.
Man, all this hangs on Woody. That's
I mean,
crazy.
I guess we can, I don't at this point see a need to undo and potentially redo an immunity order. I know that there is the argument about how paragraph 11 might contain a misrepresentation as to whether there was an encounter. I mean, the way I read it and what it says is there was an encounter with representatives of the DA's office and people from the defense team. After that, Mr. Copeland told somebody he might plead the fifth. Now, I don't know whether from that it means Mr. Copeland was even a part of that encounter, or if that's just given me some kind of a timeline about one thing happened and then another thing happened.
Nothing happened.
But the import of that to
This is crazy.
the predecessor judge and to any judge considering does immunity need to be granted and is immunity in the public interest here is not what triggered it. It's this witness who the state thought was going to be testifying voluntarily under subpoena or not, now intends to take the fifth. The only way we can get their testimony, which we believe we need, is to compel it. Will you compel their testimony? That's the import of it to me, not what led up to it, because there's no allegation of coercion or dirty dealing or anything like that, if it even means that Mr. Copeland was involved in any of that. So I don't believe that the immunity order needs to be redone. If somebody else thinks differently, y'all let me know that right now. Silence.
Yeah, the defense is quiet. They're just gonna let you keep strangling yourself.
Anything before Mr. Weinstein filed the first motion to recuse? I'm not challenging anything before that. But-
Okay.
But I do want to hold, there was a lot of exculpatory information before the recusal motion was filed, so I don't want to wipe out Mr. Copeland's testimony on
Okay.
the 10th,
All right.
11th, or part of the.
All right, which is why I need y'all to get together on it and let's tackle that tomorrow. The nitty gritty of it, okay? All right, so that means y'all have to do that tonight if you haven't already done it. All right, anything else before we break for the evening? One more thing. All right, so it's my understanding that
other than the transcript of June 12th, everybody should at this point have all of the testimony of Mr. Copeland, and the transcript from the 12th should be forthcoming within hours. And, you know, Miss Weaver was working at like midnight last night. So as soon as she gets it, she'll either forward it to Ms. Percival, who forward it to you, or she'll forward it directly. So y'all should have that very shortly. All right, anything else before I bid y'all adieu for the day?
No, we good. We good.
May I inquire if it's appropriate?
No, it's not appropriate.
Is the court's plan to bring the jurors back in on Wednesday? Is that still the plan?
Okay, that's a good question.
I don't know, because we got things done today, but we didn't get any evidentiary, make any evidentiary progress today.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know. It's less likely now than it was on Friday. And I'll just let y'all know right now that I have an appointment that was set up well before I had any involvement in this case for Friday morning. So I am not available this Friday morning, regardless, this coming Friday morning. And I'm not gonna, I don't know. Let's just see how tomorrow goes. I think we'll have a much better idea tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday for 2 days, which I don't love, or whether it's just next Monday, and let's actually make lots and lots of progress in the next few days, and then buckle down with a trial
pleasure.
on Monday if it turns out being that. But I'll, remind me tomorrow to think about that again. All right. We're adjourned for the day.
That's over? Okay. All right. So I learned my lesson the other day. Even though they turn off the camera, don't close out. So I'm just going to wait for a second. Oh, okay. Now they closed it. All right. So let's see. They actually turned it off, but that don't mean anything. They could burst my ball. Y'all, that was the morning part I think was better. Definitely better than the afternoon. I have no idea where they're going with this. I have no idea. They're talking about striking everything Woody did and start over again. What happens if he displeads the fifth? Can he displead the fifth? Because again, he never wanted to testify in the first place. Oh my gosh. All right. I got to get on the phone with, I don't know where it is. I don't know what, look, if Mistrial is on the highway, it needs to get in the HOV lane instead of the slow lane, because it's in the slow lane currently. I need to get on the phone with Phil or somebody. I need to get some help. I have no idea where we're going to. Do you know where we're going to? But I do think that Judge Whitaker is extremely discouraged. I think she might just go and just write a mistrial just because she's just tired. I don't know what they accomplished today. That is a fantabulous question. And I think she had intended to accomplish more than she got done. And I think that's the problem. So everybody, thank you so much. Y'all been at this all day, and I've been at it all day as well. So let's go ahead and call it, because I need to get to the studio. I need to go to my job and go check out the studio. So Gladiator Girl, I know your head is spinning. Let's go ahead and we'll jump back into this tomorrow morning and see what, hopefully some new things will pop up, some better things will pop up. There'll be a little bit more clarity. I guess I don't understand why ADA Love has got somebody coming in to further the point that Woody had an attorney. I don't get it. I'm a little lost in that regard, but y'all, I appreciate you so much. Let's do this again real soon. Y'all are the best. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. If you did not, leave me a comment down below. Let me know what you're thinking about this thing altogether. I really want to hear what you think. So there's 400 of y'all. If everybody just jumps in the comment, tell me what they think about the trial so far. That'd be great. And until tomorrow, everybody, Lord willing, I'll see you soon. Thanks so much. Grace and peace.